Hello, chat. We are live with day number 4 of Tata Steel Chess. भाई क्या ही बढ़िया बढ़िया स्ट्रीम देखी हमने इससे पहले समय और उसकी भाई क्या मस्त स्ट्रीम थी. But yeah, I think it's back to professional chess and there you see Gukesh, the world champ versus Pragg, the candidate. साल भाई वेलकम भाई. क्या आप भी वो स्ट्रीम देख रहे थे?
ओ यस भाई, मैं पूरा दिख रहा था. लाइक इट वाज अ लॉट ऑफ फन. एंड हमने साहिल भाई और मैंने डिसाइड भी किया था कि हम लोग इंट्रो करेंगे वो व्हील्स ऑन द बस गो राउंड एंड राउंड से. बट आई एम श्योर सम ऑफ यू हु आर वाचिंग द स्ट्रीम विल अंडरस्टैंड द रेफरेंस. बट वो हुआ नहीं यार साहिल भाई,
यार
सैडली.
साज भाई, लाइफ में कई चीजें मेरे को भी चाहिए थी जो नहीं मिली. बहुत सारी होप्स होती है, लाइक समटाइम्स यू फील, जब बचपन में होते हो ना, सोचते हो कि यार पता है मेरी ये फेवरेट एक्ट्रेस है, तो आई एम गोना एंड अप विद हर. कई बार लेकिन ऐसा होता नहीं है. ऐसा मैं सोचा था दिमाग में कई बार. व्हाट
कौन
डू
है
यू थिंक
आपकी
साज भाई?
फेवरेट एक्टर्स भाई?
अब कोई भी नहीं है भाई, अब कोई है नहीं, अब हो गया. बट
नॉट माधुरी
बट भाई,
दीक्षित?
नहीं, नॉट माधुरी दीक्षित फॉर श्योर. बट भाई क्या ही स्ट्रीम थी भाई. मजा आ गया देख के भाई. विशी सर ने न्यू अवतार, मतलब टू बी ऑनेस्ट. एंड डू गेट विशी सर्स न्यू बुक, विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टेड टू रीड. मैं आज सुबह ही आई है बाय द वे. So there is the Vishi
ओ यू
Sir's
ऑलरेडी
book
गॉट
by.
इट?
Yeah, I ordered it
क्रेजी
5 days back by.
भाई.
So
हाउ डिड यू
आज
गेट
सुबह
दिस?
आई on Amazon by. On Amazon I got this. So
अरे यार, यार
I'm
इसी
gonna
इन्हीं
read it.
मोमेंट्स की वजह से लगता है भाई यार, मतलब मैं इंडिया में क्यों नहीं रहता यार.
ये तो है भाई, ये तो है. But I think I'm gonna read it as soon as Tata Steel ends. कोई रेस्ट डे होगा तो बीच में पढ़ूंगा. But yeah, I mean what a stream and what a match we're gonna have on our hands today. भाई, world champ versus the candidate. This could be November pre-caps, Sahaj bhai, if we can put it that way.
Oh yes, bhai. Oh yes. I'll put up the board as well. Right there, we have Gukesh playing against Pragg. Such an important match, for Gukesh. And by the way, we have liftoff as well very very soon. E4 on the board.
Oh! By E4, that is a bit of a surprise for me. Like I thought D4 khelenge, but I think Pragg also a little bit surprised right now. You can see, yeah.
Yeah, meditation gambit OP. अब खेलेंगे क्या? Because I'm pretty sure going into this event and looking at Gukesh, pretty much every sort of top player has been going for D4. And Gukesh पहली चाल पे शिफ्ट करते हुए, and Pragg is now thinking, भाई what should I play? And I think 10 मिनट के बाद whatever happens, he's gonna play E4 E5.
And I agree. I think E5 is. Oh, okay. I agree. E5 would have been logical. Let me complete. But E6 is more likely, Saj.
क्या बात है भाई? We have the French
भाई
defense on the
चल
board,
क्या रहा
and
है
look at that
D3?
D3. Whoa,
What?
King's Indian attack on the board.
भाई खांसी आ गई यार ये ओपनिंग देख के. ये क्या चल रहा है?
भाई कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा है. एंड द आइडिया इज वेरी सिंपल चैट. दैट ओके, नेवर माइंड.
Idea is
Never,
very simple.
never mind. Because never mind. I was gonna say knight d2, and you wanna go for this King's Indian attack idea, but queen e2 is a very annoying line. I'll give you that, because I've played French pretty much my whole life since I was very young. I've been playing French. It's the first opening I ever learned, and I can tell you this queen e2 after d5 is a very very annoying line to face, because you are going into this King's Indian territory, and your white की जो queen जो e2 पे बैठती है ना, बहुत annoying लगती है, like throughout.
Yeah, I agree. Because आपका थ्रेड होता है ED5, you can't take with the pawn. And queen से मारना is not something you wanna do. And जहां तक मुझे याद है, मैंने कोई कोर्स देखा था बहुत बहुत कई जमाने पहले. And I think the best move here is like knight C6. And basically अगर मारोगे तो you kind of play knight D4 and attack the queen, right?
Really? I didn't know this actually. Knight c6 पे actually you are right. ED5 and knight d4 is possible, but I
ये
didn't know
किसका
this.
कोर्स
And
पढ़ा था
usually,
मैंने?
could
मुझे
be
याद
actually,
नहीं.
but usually I play bishop e7 or knight f6 here. Like this is the like the nice way to play, because knight c6 is an idea जो मैं usually I never went for it myself, because I always liked playing c5 and then knight c6. So कौन सा कोर्स था यार वो?
I think it must
Would
be
be
VD
love.
because Caro can. Sorry, French है ना? French मैंने किसका कोर्स किया यार? I don't remember.
Was
बहुत
it a
टाइम हो
book
गया.
by Sakis maybe?
नहीं. It was a course. Like I think it was
Did
like
you
a.
like
नहीं, it
chessable
was like a
course?
chess. No, I think it was chess based course way back pre-COVID. I think pre-COVID.
Oh,
It was
अच्छा अच्छा.
16,
Then
17,
I
18. I don't remember किसका course था. Not like a top player, but I wanted to check the French, and I was like, okay, maybe Kazim Dano? No, I don't know. But yeah, regardless, Queen E2, definitely interesting choice. And Pragg already has a bunch of, as Raja pointed out, Bishop E7 is an option. Unpinning that, kind of line. Knight F6 is possible. Knight C6 is possible. And as we know, top players always come up with new ideas. Even Knight E7 is a move that has been played here. D4 is a move that has been played. So Pragg
by
contemplating
d4
all his
तो
choices, and Saj by opening already dramatic.
Yes, and I think Gukesh is definitely on the front foot of it because Pragg already taking his time to think. And let's remind everyone that Pragg ke liye, this has not been the best event. He has lost his first two matches in a row. First against Arjun Erigaisi, then against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and then in the third round, he drew his match against Van Nguyen from Czech Republic. And so he's on half out of three. He definitely needs a win to get back into the groove. And he's playing with the black pieces against the world champion. By going into like three moves, this doesn't look promising for Pragg.
Yeah. And that the longer he thinks, the more I'm convinced that the French maybe wasn't the best choice. But okay, Pragg has played this before. He's known to try out crazy opening ideas. Even he tried that in the candidates, like F5 kuch try kiya tha. So he does, find out new ideas and execute them well. So maybe I'm still not as stressed. But yeah, will be fun and will be interesting to see how much time he takes. Gukesh, by the way, still very focused. He's amped up. Preparation तगड़ी लग रही है. And chat इसके साथ ही welcome to the stream. एक बार सबके सब लोग अपना नाम स्ट्रीम में लिख दे भाई. कौन कौन है स्ट्रीम में? रियल नाम, नॉट जीएम मैग्नस, बिकॉज हमें पता है कि मैग्नस हमारी चैट नहीं पढ़ता है बिकॉज उसको हिंदी नहीं आती. दैट इज द ओनली रीजन. साज भाई, सो एज पीपल राइट देयर नेम्स, आपको क्या लग रहा है भाई, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम क्या है भाई?
हाँ
वेरी
जी.
डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन भाई, बहुत बहुत डिफिकल्ट. मेरा नाम सहाज है भाई. वाओ, he goes pawn takes
वाओ.
pawn. Oh, okay. So I see the idea. Pawn takes pawn, and now I think he's gonna push e5. I think because ab queen e2 pe like is kind of misplaced. This is an idea you see in a different variation. Like wo bhi King's Indian se aata hai. Maybe I can show it like very quickly. Let me think. It was like kuch to knight d2, knight f6, and you play something like g3, and here pawn takes, and e5 is a line. Okay. So look at this. Actually, Pragg went for the same thing. He took, and then he plays e5 here. So this is an idea.
Very
You waste a tempo, but you say, okay, ye queen e2 pe thoda sa misplaced hai. And Gukesh, by the way, at least according to the bar, is looking good.
Yeah, and it's not clear because the best move is bishop d2, for example. So you can already see it's quite unique, this position. If the bishop was on c4, I would say white is basically a tempo up. Like, if you could play bishop c4 here, but that's not possible. तो देखते क्या होगा.
ऐसे play bishop c4. Not possible.
Yeah, there's a format called fly chess. वहां पे you would be able to play Sahaj bhai. But I guess
Fly chess पे तो ये check होगी ना?
नहीं, दो पीस है ना भाई, एक पीस allowed है.
अच्छा,
You
एक
can't
piece
jump
allowed
two
होता है.
pieces. You can
Crazy.
take on e5 right now in fly chess.
I can take queen takes e5. That's a nice step. It's a nice variant. Would love to try it out.
करेंगे भाई. एंड मीनवाइल कई लोग लयारी से भी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं एज यूजुअल. गुकेश भी चैट में ही है. ग्लैड टू नो कि नीचे से ही इज टेक्सटिंग अस. एंड अनुराग, सनी, बहुत सारे लोग चैट में. साज भाई, अगर आप इंडियन फैंस जो देख रहे हैं इनको कहना चाहेंगे कि 2026 कितना एक्साइटिंग होने वाला है और एक वर्ड में समराइज करना हो तो क्या होगा वो वर्ड?
That's the word. No, just joking. But I think candidates by. That is the hype, I think, of the entire year for me.
एंड साथ में अगर कोई आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनानी है ऑन प्लेयर्स के ऊपर तो आप उसका नाम क्या रखेंगे?
कौन बनेगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियन?
बट वो तो बन गया ना भाई. कौन बना वर्ल्ड चैंपियन?
वो 2026 एडिशन है ना भाई. 2026 edition.
Documentary just like a photo of Gukesh for 3 hours.
बस मैग्नस वर्सेस गुकेश का थंबनेल होना चाहिए उधर. बस that's enough for the views.
Yeah, true. And he's playing something against Arjun, what Arjun plays against others. Okay, we'll also check out that game. So maybe it's time to switch and check out the game of apna Anish versus Arjun. And brilliancy on the board. Wow, already on move number 8.
Oh, let's go through the opening actually, because it was the Queen's Gambit with e6, knight c3, bishop e7, and यहाँ पे usually white goes bishop f4 or bishop g5. These are the two main moves, but Anish goes for g3, so mixing with cattle in there. Arjun goes knight bd7 immediately. Bishop g2 takes the pawn. Knight d2, he says pawn wapas chahiye. He says no, and then knight takes c4. Brilliancy on the board, and Arjun immediately responds with c5. Matlab Arjun still very much in prep.
Yeah, very much in prep, and थोड़ा सा pause तो लिया था उन्होंने, but it was just to kind of recall and not try to analyze what was the best.
30 seconds भाई उसने सोचा भाई, so long.
that is a lot actually for in Arjun terms. That's like, ऐसा होता है जैसे dog years होते हैं, ऐसे Arjun time होता है भाई. Like it's a lot of time, 31 seconds for him to think in the opening. Meanwhile, chat कोई कह रहा है Norway Chess 2026. I think we did have a reveal today We knew Magnus was playing. That was the first reveal among the players. The second player to be revealed was Pragg. So Pragg will be playing Norway Chess 2026. Sahaj bhai,
भाई कब आया ये रिवील?
आज ही आया. And
भाई ये
दो
मुझे
साल
क्यों नहीं
पहले
पता
मुझे याद
लगता
है
है?
Pragg था. क्या हुआ?
मुझे क्यों नहीं पता लगती ये चीजें?
भाई इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला उन्होंने.
अरे यार, आई एम नॉट क्रॉनिकली ऑनलाइन भाई, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. एंड ऑफ कोर्स
भाई
प्रग
that's
खेला था
the
भाई, उसने
problem.
प्रग ने मैग्नस को भी हराया था भाई, इफ यू रिमेंबर.
हाँ, द पॉइंट इज 24 में खाली प्रग था इंडिया से, 25 में अर्जुन और गुकेश थे, 26 में प्रग कंफर्म्ड है. सो डू यू थिंक एक ही इंडियन होगा कि दो इंडियन होंगे?
Like, are we also considering the fact that maybe Gukesh was invited and he maybe doesn't play because he wants to save his prep for World Championship?
But would Gukesh say no to playing against Magnus? I mean, it would be a shocker if
I
he has
mean,
said no
what's
to
more
Norway Chess.
important? Yeah, World Championship or playing against Magnus?
But but it's a 5 month gap, no, like 6 month gap. It's not really a. It's not like Olympiad. He'll have to play 2 months prior. So I don't think that will be the reason. He might. Yeah, I think Gukesh को invite तो किया होगा, and of course you invite Gukesh because he's the world champion. So will Gukesh and Pragg will be the two Indians? Yeah, that was my guess कि ये दोनों खेल रहे होंगे आज maybe इस साल.
Yeah, could be Arjun as well, but I think, yeah, I think Gukesh is the more like safer choice, I think, because world champion, yeah, of course.
And also, what happened last time? They want to see that rematch, right? I mean, how can you not have that rematch?
Of course, bhai, of course.
You need that.
Yes. True.
So maybe Arjun doesn't play this year. Yeah, that would be heartbreaking. But maybe next year for
ठीक है
Arjun.
भाई,
But
6
okay,
ही
we don't know
प्लेयर हैं
yet.
तो 6 में से 2 अगर इंडियंस होंगे तो that will be huge,
Yeah.
as it is.
तीन तो नहीं हो सकते चार. I don't think there's any chance कि तीन इंडियन होंगे. That would be just impossible. So अगर गुकेश पहला रिवील होता तो then it would be a give and take कि कौन है. But because Pragg reveal हुआ, that means I think it might be Gukesh. Unless he said no, but that would be a shocker for me. देखते क्या होगा. Regardless, Norway Chess will be one of the biggest events of the year, as it usually is, because Magnus plays. And when you beat Magnus, you catch the attention of everybody in the world. And meanwhile, in the position, knight takes b6, pawn takes b6
But
played. Very
bhai,
interesting.
speaking of people who beat Magnus, it was Arjun who beat him in the World Blitz. And World Rapid, maybe,
Yeah.
like, the way he saved the game was super impressive. Bhai. I think that for me, that's like, as a commentator, that for me, that's one of the biggest highlights that I have ever seen with my own eyes. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah, in fact, when I was there वहाँ पे बाहर, and we were not allowed inside the hall apart from the first 5 minutes. I tried to get in, but Fede ने मना कर दिया. So we were discussing in the media room कि भाई, like they are fighting it out, and everybody thought कि ये तो जीत गया Magnus. Like there's so many reporters from India also there. Everybody thought कि like Magnus is gonna win this, but somehow Arjun drew. Like that tells you how rare it was. Like there's nobody who expected. मुझे याद है मैग्नस ने विदित के साथ एक नाइट रूप से जीत गया था यार वो. Like he is just a different guy.
Yeah, and also, like, saving that, any theoretical endgame that is complicated, and FNH pawns is the most complicated to me, personally. I think if I had to choose between, saving rook bishop versus rook, or rook, like, FNH pawns, I would choose rook bishop versus rook, because I think that is simpler, because उसमें ideas आपके मतलब easier होते हैं, and also white से मतलब, with the bishop also winning is not as difficult, but with FNH pawns there is so much room to go wrong. So saving that for Arjun was, I think, wow, so impressive. So,
Yeah.
based on these two results, I think Arjun का भी होना चाहिए.
होना चाहिए यार. I would love to see him, but yeah, it's not gonna be easy, right?
Yeah, of course, because Pragg already decided, and Gukesh and Arjun is, I think, world champion को पहले जाएगा. That's my take.
And also, if Arjun had that table laying incident that got so famous, then you might even have Arjun invited. That moment was so crazy that as an organizer, how can you not have that rematch? So yeah, but okay, I think you never know. क्या पता तीन Indian हो. I would not completely rule it out, chat. Like it's not impossible to imagine कि 6 player है, and especially because Hikaru, if he says no, for example, right? Fabi, if he says no, for example, then I would not be shocked if it's like 3 Indians there. But yeah, let's see. Only time will tell. Meanwhile, Anish, I think, having this first thing. So it's time to check out the game of Aravindh versus Hans Niemann briefly, Saj bhai. What a matchup.
Oh, yes. And we have another Reti system with G3, and Hans goes C5, no copycat. He goes bishop G2, knight C6, C4, and Hans plays D5 here. So inviting Erwin to take on D5 And then he will capture back with the knight, put his knight back to c7. We saw a similar game of Pragg, I believe, yesterday against Van. With the match that he drew. It's a very similar opening there, but looks like ye Hans ki prep bhi nahi hai, because look at the time of Hans. He has an hour and 51 minutes, so he took quite a bit of time before playing the move d5. So prep to nahi hai bhai.
Agreed. And also, I think players को भी समझना थोड़ा मुश्किल है because Hans and Arvind, I don't think have played too many games against each other. थोड़ा सा एक दूसरे को थोड़ा सा राउंड अप भी कर रहे होंगे. Okay, how does he play? थोड़ा सा गेम जब एनालाइज भी कर रहे होंगे ओपनिंग में, it must be a new thing because these guys are very very strong players, but they're in that zone जहाँ पे they're right next to the top ones in their country, right? US में Hans Niemann 2730 के आसपास, 20 के आसपास, but not really world top 10, and same for Arvind has been the case for a while. So थोड़ा एक दूसरे को ऐसे वो होता है ना, बॉक्सर ऐसे देखते हैं दूर से, ऐसे वेन करते हैं, ओके क्या है इसकी वीकनेस, क्या है इसकी स्ट्रेंथ. थोड़ा सा ऐसे ड्रामा भी चल रहा है दोनों प्लेयर्स के बीच, एंड इट्स गोना बी अ टफ फाइट एज वेल. एंड CD5 हियर आई थिंक इज द बेस्ट मूव, ग्रैबिंग दैट सेंट्रल पॉन.
By
एंड
the
साज
way,
भाई, हाँ,
Arvind is just now it struck to me that Arvind has played Bluebaum, Erdogmus, and then Abdusattorov, right? So basically, Arvind is only playing 2700 players from now on. So he's gonna be all the top guys. I think sort of the lowest seed player that he has is Jorden van Foreest, who is a previous winner of this event. Okay, he has Van as
true.
well. Van as well.
Van as well. Wow, sounds like a country. But okay, anyways. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, I think maybe let's check out the game of Gukesh again. Not for the moves because there are none. But kya soch hai Gukesh? Yeah, the fact that he's thinking, maybe he doesn't know this. Is that possible?
I mean, I don't think he has looked at this before, and this is why I think Pragg took the pawn and played e5. I mean, players know कि ये best move नहीं है, but इसका benefit ये है कि आपके opponent ने ये घर पे देखा नहीं है. So now you have a proper game on the board, and the follow-up is not easy, bhai. For either player, it's not easy. So like you're supposed to go look at this: knight c3, bishop d2, long castle करना है आपको.
But when you think of it logically, it does make sense. But Gukesh doesn't play it. That is a bit surprising to me because it reminds me of that same opening we saw yesterday, जो अवध वाली game थी. Like like e4, e5, d4, e takes d4, queen d4. You put the queen back on e3, knight c3, bishop d2, castles, yeah, something like that. But this reminds me similar because bishop blocked there. So that means I have to go somewhere with the king. Like to move the bishop, I have to move the queen. There are no good squares. So might as well castle queen side. Like it makes sense to me. But Gukesh is keeping all options open. Knight to f3 for now.
I think one thing is for sure कि I don't think Gukesh will play g3 in this position, because you usually when white plays g3 is when you take and play e5 here, क्योंकि bishop जो g2 पे रहता है, it is blocked by your pawn on e4. So I'm not I think he's still gonna go long castle, because अगर आप bishop को g2 पे नहीं रखते हो तो ये bishop बाहर कैसे आएगा, right? The bishop doesn't go out at all. So you have to go knight c3, bishop d2, long castle eventually in the game.
Interesting. And also knight c6 played by Pragg, and c3 instantly, and that has completely equalized the game. So Sahaj, I think our guess was correct. I don't think Gukesh has looked this in depth because otherwise equality then doesn't sound like the right concept here as white.
Yeah, but I think his plan is simple. Na queen को ऐसे आप c2 पे ले जाओ, bishop doesn't go to the g file again. It goes to e2 or c4 where it is going to be more active, and then you do a short castle eventually. I think it makes sense. He still has that slight advantage in the game, but yeah, we are sure that both players are basically out of their prep.
Yeah, prep तो गई. तो अब असली चेस चालू होगी, and I think queen will probably shift to c2 is my guess now. The bishop will come to c4 or some other good square. Could be b5 as well, and we'll play like an Italian somehow with the queen on c2 and the pawn on c3 and no d pawns. I think that's what's going to happen. And yeah, and it's like d takes e5, white ne maar diya, which should be in black's favor. Yeah, for example, Erdogmus. So yeah, a normal game and maybe something which both players will think over the board.
And another thing is that because when we look at the opening, right, Pragg played e6 and then e5, so he technically lost a tempo by doing that. If you look at the follow-up here, he took the pawn and played e5, right? So isse ek tempo lose ho gaya. But if we think about this, if Gukesh is going to go queen c2 here, he also loses a tempo. Like the queen from d1 went to e2, and then it will go to c2, and then the position completely balances out. This is perhaps why the position is equal now.
And where we see Vedant as well, who suffered 2 losses in a row. I think from his perspective, today is a very important game if he needs to retain any chances of winning the second section. Because again, this is, imagine the candidates. First place is all that matters. If you want to qualify to the Masters and Challengers ke liye, that's a golden opportunity. So meanwhile, Sahaj Bhai, as we have looked at all the Indian games, can we have all the 7 games together एक बार, just to kind of do a roundup and look at the pairings for today, किसका किससे match है? And I think because थोड़ा सा stream date चालू हुई, I think we didn't even look at the standings. We'll have to do that at the after this. साथ में क्या लग रहा है, कितने results, कितना fire देखने को मिलेगा board के ऊपर आज हमें?
Top left corner looks pretty spicy actually. The Fedoseev versus Van Foreest, यहाँ पे result आ सकता है. So yeah, result possible. Arvind, I'm not sure. It's too early to say. I mean, dono players are thinking quite a bit here. By the way, Hans' ka time was maybe wrong. Yeah, before it's 155 now. It was 151 before. So maybe it got adjusted there. That changes things. I think for me. Then that means Hans is still in prep. वहाँ पर भी it's too early to say. Abdusattorov के match में it's Petrov, which is historically a very solid opening. बट अब्दुल पुश करेगा यहाँ पे. गुकेश प्रग में मेरे को लग रहा है रिजल्ट आएगा. एंड अनीश वर्सेस अर्जुन मेरे को इक्वालिटी की तरफ लग रहा है, बिकॉज अर्जुन इज लुकिंग वेरी वेल प्रेप्ड. 15 मिनट का डिफरेंस ऑलरेडी वहां पे. एर्दोगमस काइमर, like that's a very well known opening. That's definitely I think headed towards a draw. Or equal position. And Sindarov versus Bluebaum also looks pretty spicy. Yeah, Kings Indian.
Sahaj bhai, जो केमर और Erdogmus की है ना, I'll give you 1:5 odds भाई. I bet on a draw.
Yeah, of course भाई, of course.
That's one game. जब भी मैं ये opening देखता हूँ ना, I know white play कह रहा है draw is okay with me भाई. Like I am okay with the draw. Let's go home and chill. Like
But
I have never.
You know, Magnus actually defeated Gukesh in this opening in Tata Steel Rapid 2024, I believe. In this exact same
Rapid
opening.
is different. Rapid is different. But when I see this opening, I get a feeling कि भाई white player push ही नहीं कर रहा. I have never seen that opening end in a result either way in a classical game. Like ever. Like मेरे को है ही नहीं, memory में नहीं ऐसी कोई game हुई हो.
Yeah, but okay, बर्लिन में तो यही होता है. Actually, like white के पास मतलब को 2 रिजल्ट वाला ऑप्शन रहता है. आप एक थोड़ा सा प्रेशर रहता है, बट ब्लैक के जीतने के चांसेस बहुत बहुत कम है यहाँ पे. तो या वो लेकिन ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ते हुए आई विल एग्री विद यू. 1:5 is odds is crazy though.
Yeah, 1:50 भी देता हूँ मैं actually, but मैंने कहा 5 से चालू कर दे. इतना भरोसा है उसमें.
तो नेगोशिएशन का रूम है मतलब.
हाँ, आर्ट ऑफ नेगोशिएशन फीचरिंग सहज ग्रोवर भाई. करेंगे हम भी, किताब लिखेंगे भाई एक बार.
Crazy.
कोई लेगा नहीं, but yeah. No one's going to Gukesh to reach this peak. He has maintained that level because the crown is heavy, both a blessing and a curse. I think there's a lot for Gukesh to achieve yet. I think जहाँ Magnus है, जिस level पे Magnus है, there's still a gap. Even though he's a world champion, that gap still exists, and he knows it's not about maintaining his level. I think it's about growing. He's only 19 years old. Like, he's not even 20. That is insane. So I think even in the next couple of years, he could totally reach that level, Joe, we are all hoping he does. And not just Gukesh. I think even Arjun and Pragg can do that, or anybody else. Rooting for Anish to make a blunder. नहीं भाई, ऐसे negative नहीं करते भाई. मतलब Anish अपना प्यार है, अपना दोस्त है, उससे चाहते अच्छा करे. And meanwhile, Pragg playing the best move in the position. Yeah, pawn to A5.
Oh yes, A5. I preempting this bishop C5 ताकि B4 white खेल के bishop को kick ना कर सके. Makes a lot of sense. Plus, in the in like deep distance, some bishop B6, bishop A6 could also be possible. But okay, probably that's not going to happen because Gukesh is going to go queen C2 instantly. So yeah, looking like a pretty sharp game so far. And यहाँ लग रहा है मुझे proper game होने वाला है because no prep after move like 5.
I agree, and I think Gukesh, Novich is याद करो chat. Gukesh had some crazy prep, and then Arjun and some others pulled him out of his prep in those openings. And then he kind of overpushed. Like he had those knight f3 yaad hai against Arjun, where he almost lost, -4 ho gaya tha, and then somehow he saved it by a whisker. So I think Gukesh can sometimes in these structures, when he has an opening idea, is not perfectly prepared with it, and then opponents को खींच लेता है ना, he can overpush. So Pragg के पास भी मौका अच्छा है because he's already equalized out of the opening, and time पे गुकेश का आइडिया था, बट स्टिल ही इज बिहाइंड ऑन द क्लॉक. सो अच्छे चांसेस आई थिंक प्रग के पास फॉर नाउ. एंड द क्वीन ऑन E2 डज नॉट इंस्पायर दैट मच कॉन्फिडेंस टू बी ऑनेस्ट. सो या, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. एंड एक
अभी
बार
चेंज होगा भाई ये.
स्टैंडिंग्स चेंज होगा.
स्टैंडिंग्स, ओ बाय द वे क्वीन C2 प्लेड, बोल रहा था मैं भाई. स्टैंडिंग्स एक बार देख ले.
हाँ, एक बार देख लेते हैं भाई, कौन कितना ऊपर कौन कितना नीचे. बी फन टू सी. एंड कौन आगे निकलेगा आज, क्योंकि आई थिंक अर्जुन इज इन द लीड एज वी कैन सी 2 पॉइंट्स के साथ. साज भाई, कैन ही बीट अनीश विद द ब्लैक पीसेस? आई मीन, एज हार्ट ब्रेकिंग एज इट विल बी फॉर अनीश, अर्जुन का ऊपर जाना भी जरूरी है भाई.
हाँ अभी तो लेकिन बहुत जल्द, मतलब इट्स स्टिल अर्ली डेज. स्टिल 20 minute डिफरेंस इज क्वाइट ह्यूज, बट द पोजीशन इज सिंपल इनफ आई थिंक. मुश्किल है भाई ब्लैक से जीतना तो. लाइक आई थिंक अनीश आल्सो हैज टू गेट रियली एम्बिशियस फॉर दैट टू हैपन.
या, ट्रू.
और उससे इम्पोर्टेंट है भाई प्रग का भी. आई थिंक ही हैज टू, ही इज एट द बॉटम ऑफ द लीडर बोर्ड एंड 3 rounds have passed. He is the defending champion. So bottom of the leaderboard देख के सही नहीं लग रहा भाई. He has to score some wins.
ट्रू. आई थिंक और जब दो इंडियंस का आपस में होता है, somebody is gonna not be happy with the result at the end, so will be heartbreaking of course. And Vincent Keymer as well, एक पॉइंट के साथ. ही must be wondering भाई कल क्या हो गया मेरे साथ. और एक बहुत बढ़िया रील बनाई थी उन्होंने, वो लिटरली प्रे कर रहे थे भाई एक टाइम पे. So
Hmm.
he also needs some momentum back. तो yeah, let's see what happens. Meanwhile, नाम लिया बंदा हाजिर भाई. क्या लंबी उम्र है केमर की यार.
Crazy भाई, crazy. But he's also not having the best event with half a point only. So wishing the best for him. But he's playing against Erdogmus. वो भी एक बर्लिन की ओपनिंग में ब्लैक से भाई जीतने का 0 chance उधर.
भाई सही में. एंड मैथ्यूस ब्लूबाम बेटर अगेंस्ट सिंदारोव. जस्ट टू स्विच फॉर एग्जांपल, बट क्या ही कर रहा है ब्लूबाम यार. अगर दोबारा जीत गया, he'll be leading unless somebody else wins among the leaders. तो
बट ये तो ओपनिंग वाला है जय. आई डोंट थिंक दिस इज दैट serious yet.
हाँ, ट्रू ट्रू. टिपिकल
So
किंग्स इंडियन
Sindarov also
राजो.
being ambitious, yeah.
हाँ हाँ, ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. But yeah, so maybe we can have one look at the Vedant game as well, just to kind of
Round
complete
up.
the circle there among all Indian players. And काफी logical, simple setup लग रहा है मुझे. I love the bishop on h5 though, pinning the knight, but knight d2 supporting it well. Looks roughly equal.
Usually this bishop on h2 should be on e3 here, because you want to play rook e1, knight f1, and knight g3 करके you want to kick this bishop away. This bishop on h2 could be a slight problem, and I think Carissa has gone bishop h2 because she wants to play g4 and make this bishop bad.
Hmm. Oh, we
So
have the
I think
cams. Wow.
lovely.
Nice, nice.
So,
Yeah,
but
so
also
jodi
time
simply.
difference is huge, bhai. Huge.
So he's behind this time. Oh, that's not so great, yeah?
Hmm. Yeah, I think a slight worry there, but still early days. I think position wise though is fine, but this G4 idea looks a bit annoying to me.
And also, Carissa Yip won the women's section at the Tata Steel India Blitz, right? So she's also in form. I think
Hmm.
once you win an event ahead of so many strong players, I think it gives you confidence, and she'll be backing herself to win this tournament as well. So let's see what happens here. Meanwhile, let's head back to a star clash, Gukesh versus Pragg. चैट यार, गुकेश क्वींस को खेल दिया. प्रग सोच रहा है यार, मतलब दिस इज लाइक अ टिपिकल होता ना ऐसे मूवी में. पहले दे हैव वेपन्स इन अ मूवी, राइट? सो पहले हीरो विल वेपन होते हैं, पहले बंदूक निकालते हैं, मशीन गन ये वो करके, फिर लास्ट में चाकू निकालते हैं, वो भी उसे कैसे हटा देते हैं. फिर लास्ट में एक वो ऐसे वो फिस्ट फाइट होती है प्रॉपर, लाइक लास्ट में जितना भी आर्मी हो अंत में वही होता है. ये वही लग रहा है मुझे. सारे ओपन वेपन्स अब साइड हो चुके हैं, एंड इट्स जस्ट अ मैन ऑन मैन फाइट नाउ.
Oh yes, and also let's not forget कि भाई last time they played in this event, it decided who was the winner. Remember that night end game
या.
जहाँ पर Gukesh had won I believe they played 3 tie-break matches जहाँ पे Gukesh won the first one, then Pragg won the second one, and then third match में वो एक night end game था जहाँ पे Pragg had an extra opponent, but then he managed to convert that. So some history there as well.
Yeah, lots of history and lots of future as well. Hopefully, अगर प्रग जीत जाते हैं कैंडिडेट्स. साज भाई यार, कैंडिडेट्स तो हम आई थिंक कैसी स्ट्रीम करेंगे, बट क्या मतलब मजा आता है वैसे कैंडिडेट. बट कैंडिडेट्स नॉट एन इवेंट वेयर यू कैन गो आल्सो ना, बिकॉज एक ही कैंडिडेट है. इमेजिन करो कि आप गए भी कैंडिडेट्स, बाद में कुछ अच्छा नहीं रहे पहले 3-4 राउंड, तो बाकी दिन कुछ करने को भी नहीं है एक्चुअली.
I mean, I don't know. It's like I think it will be nice. I think because Cyprus is a country I haven't visited before, so that would be amazing. but from that angle. But overall, I think, yeah, it will be a tough match. Bhai. It will be a tough event to cover.
कि वर्ल्ड कप था ऐसे यार, we were like last days
Hmm.
में, it was a bit depressing to be honest. Yeah.
हाँ, quarterfinals तक it was great.
uh Erigaisi is a clear favorite. For what though? I think for Tata Steel, I mean right now it's not so clear यार. Pragg के
I think
बैक पॉकेट
Bluebaum you
में.
should not
हाँ
rule out, yeah, because he's doing really, really well.
हाँ, प्रग के बैकपैक में ये क्या है भाई? आई डिडंट गेट इट. कुछ भी. एनीवेज, साज भाई, आई थिंक ओपनिंग तो मेरे पे ग्रेड के ऊपर है. सो अगर हम प्लेयर्स के बॉडी लैंग्वेज नोटिस करें, दोनों की आंखें बंद है क्या अभी भाई? डू दे नो इट्स देयर मूव? अकेश की तो
Pragg
बंद
is
है.
thinking,
प्रग,
yeah.
अच्छा
Gukesh
उस
is
स्पेक्स में दिख.
meditating.
हम्म.
I think probably he's trying to recollect some thoughts. Bishop b5 is a move here. Knight b2 is a move here. Basically, ये bishop को जहाँ पे भी रखेंगे, it will be more or less a committal move.
हम्म.
Like bishop b5 is super committal. Bishop e2 is like keeping things balanced. Bishop c4 also looks a bit committal to me.
I like c4. I think a5 आ गया. There's no a6 b5. I like bishop c4, putting pressure on f7.
I like b5
But
more.
yeah, I mean, makes sense. I think there's no a6, so even that makes a lot of
Hmm.
sense.
It
Thinking
kind of
about it.
looks like Italian, क्योंकि मतलब Italian में भी आप a5 कभी करते हो तो bishop b5 पे बैठ सकता है. Like after bishop c4 it goes to bishop b5 usually. But yeah, there we
हाँ
see
हाँ.
Nodirbek checking the game out.
And meanwhile, chat, you're correct. There is an exhibition match between Magnus and Hikaru going on, and Levy is also there. I think it's in Barcelona, if I'm not mistaken. So, काफी interesting setup है वो भी. We are not streaming it, of course, but yeah, very interesting to see Magnus and Hikaru play
It's
an exhibition
blindfold
match.
match, right? Between Magnus and Hikaru.
हाँ, some
Crazy.
crazy stuff. So,
Nice bhai.
साथ में if आपको कितने blindfold लगाने पड़ेंगे कि आप मुझसे हार जाओ?
ये कैसा क्वेश्चन है भाई? ये तो एक एक के बाद
एक इज
फर्क थोड़ी ना
इनफ,
पड़ता है
4
भाई.
लगाने हैं, 5 लगाने हैं, जस्ट क्यूरियस.
नहीं नहीं भाई, आई नो मुझे हारने के लिए मुझे 1 मिनट चाहिए, बिकॉज दैट हैज हैपेंड बिफोर.
Actually, I forgot. Yeah, I didn't, gloat too much on that. Thanks for
या
reminding.
नहीं नहीं भाई, आई रिमेम्बर. यस.
Actually, I did defeat Sahaj Bhai twice. So I forgot
या
that. Thanks for reminding Sahaj Bhai. थोड़ा सा वो.
आपके पास 10 मिनट, मेरे पास 1 मिनट. बट या
हाँ, I mean
एंड
ये,
में लेकिन आपने
these are,
चीटिंग करी, आप क्वीन डाउन थे.
right, these are details, Sahaj Bhai, कि 10 मिनट, 1 मिनट. These are details. Like they are micro details. They are not important. Overall क्या था? It was Sahaj versus Sahil and Sahil won. That is
भाई
more
2 क्वीन
important.
डाउन थे ये बोले दूसरे वाले गेम में, एंड देन ही स्टार्टेड मेकिंग इलीगल मूव्स टू
नहीं
गेट
भाई,
मी टू लूज
illegal
ऑन
moves क्यों
टाइम.
चलूंगा भाई?
भाई आई वाज
I
सो
was playing it
फ्यूरियस.
fast. I was playing it fast,
अब
not
भाई
illegal
बट
moves.
लेकिन आप किंग को आप सही जगह तो रखो यार. मतलब किंग किंग वाज
अरे
लाइक
भाई,
दिस,
जब
लाइक
एक
हाफ वे.
सेकंड जब क्लॉक पे है तो भाई भाई, आई हैव लर्न फ्रॉम वीडी भाई. ब्लेम वीडी. आई हैव लर्न माय स्किल्स फ्रॉम वीडी.
क्रेजी. Yes, bhai, among Pragg and Gukesh, whose style is better and good for long run, or whose style you like more? Um, like long run, I think dono styles are pretty overall good. Whose style do I like more? I mean, I I I think they are similar in that sense to me. मतलब दोनों का style feels very very similar to me. I don't know which style would I choose, but like 19-20 का फर्क होगा. But if I had to choose, I would probably go with Pragg. But that's just on like my instinct. I don't think I'll be able to explain why.
Yeah, and I think also ये लोग सारे बराबर लेवल के ही हैं यार. It's not,
Yeah, Pragg
it's not.
feels more like I don't know, because of his opening like ideas. Yeah, like earlier, but he takes a lot of risks in the opening, which I think really like maybe because of that.
Just say you like Arjun's style the best. भाई अर्जुन का स्टाइल किसको पसंद नहीं है भाई? I mean, अज्जू भाई के स्टाइल पे इतनी रील्स हम लोग बना चुके हैं. His style is amazing.
By the way, वहाँ पे एंडिंग भी आ गई भाई. Let's take a
क्या
quick
बात
look.
कर रहे
Some
हो?
updates. Yeah. Some DC5 he took in this position. He thought for about 16 minutes or so. Took the pawn on C5. Arjun takes on D1 instantly. Takes back. Bishop takes C5, putting pressure on the F2 pawn. He defends it, and now Arjun goes E5. And here he plays King E2, and this is where we are basically. Proper endgame on the board, but one imbalance is these double pawns, isolated double pawns on the B file.
Okay, I mean, at the top level, this is a draw. I mean, I'll be shocked if somebody wins this. Bishop g4 check, maybe forcing either f3, which is not what you want to play, or bishop f3, and that's a trade. So b7 pawn हमारा hanging नहीं होगा.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ये तो लग रहा है कि यार this will be the first game to end today, Saj bhai.
Yeah, feels like it. I think also
You know?
Anish ke liye bhi it may not be the, you know, a bad result in that
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I think both of us will be happy for this. I think Anish gets a quick draw, some confidence, and Arjun also gets a quick draw with black. I think very, very fair. And
But like in Anish ke liye abhi he's playing risk free, yeah, essentially. Because position is completely balanced besides these two isolated pawns, like isolated double pawns. And वहां पर आप थोड़ा pressure डाल सकते हो. So maybe
true,
Anish plays on.
हाँ बट सामने अर्जुन ही बैठा है. I mean, उसको पता है कि ओवर पुश किया तो फिर रिस्क है नहीं, बट पैदा हो जाएगा. सो आई थिंक after bishop g4 check especially, I think if you get the bishop on g2 trade off, I think Anish will try. I mean, optically, but overall it's going to be a comfortable draw. Any rook endgame with these dull pawns is a draw. Any minor piece endgame also maybe looks like a draw. So I think I wouldn't be too worried at all.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's fair. What's up with Arjun making too many draws? By तीसरा draw होगा I think उसका है, and I don't think it's bad in any way. Like I think each game he has been fighting, and for also he's on +1. He defeated Pragg in the first round as well. Let's not forget. So I think it's pretty solid so far.
Let's keep in mind, एक भी मोमेंट इस टूर्नामेंट नहीं आया जहां पे वी थॉट ही इज डूइंग समथिंग रॉन्ग. हर गेम में जो रिजल्ट हम उससे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे वो आया है. लाइक ही वाज स्ट्रगलिंग अगेंस्ट थाई दाई वैन, ही ड्रू दैट. Yesterday also he drew, like there was no result जहां पे were like he could have gotten more. So जो जितना मैक्स मिल सकता है ना, एक सीलिंग है, वो सीलिंग वो टच कर रहा है. So I don't think there's anything wrong there. If you want to choose between playing styles of NM Sahil Dikko and GM Samay Raina, whose playing style would you choose, Sahaj Grover?
I am Rakesh
नाइस
Kulkarni.
क्वेश्चन, डॉजिंग द क्वेश्चन. बताओ ना भाई.
I am Rakesh
अगर आपको
Kulkarni, bhai.
नहीं नहीं
I did.
इफ
I'm
यू
not
हैड टू
dodging the
नहीं
question. I
नहीं
will
नहीं
choose
नहीं
this
नहीं
style.
नहीं 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 इफ यू हैड टू चूज कि आपका लेवल और स्टाइल उस प्लेयर के हिसाब का हो तो क्या चूज करोगे आप?
Like
जीएम
this player
समझ रहे
can,
ना?
but are we also like is Samayan actually a GM?
नहीं, इट्स एक्चुअल समय जो करंट समय है, ऑफ कोर्स.
But they said GM Samayan, so I
हाँ
mean,
वो तो
is he?
आई थिंक वांट टू से बीएम, बट यू गेट द पॉइंट.
भाई 10 में 10 किसके थे पॉग चैम्प्स में?
भाई
That's the question.
नहीं, I'm okay. I just want to hear it out loud. I'm okay with that. I'll accept it, भाई. Totally. इन दैट पैनल यूनिवर्स मैं साहज भाई को अडॉप्ट कर रहा हूँ भाई. 10-0 मैं सिर्फ खुश हूँ भाई. मैं सिर्फ खुश हूँ.
Crazy. And I'll choose Rakesh, bhai. It's a good question though. मैं पूछता हूँ ना, who between the style of GM Sehaj and GM Harshit, whose style would you choose?
Oh, but come on, this is a simple question. यार दोनों बराबर लेवल के players हैं. I mean, it's not even like a tough question यार.
अरे
Either
यार,
answer would be okay.
अरे यार, you are too nice, bhai. You are too nice. You are very
नहीं नहीं
nice.
भाई, I think this is a simple question. You toss me a low ball, I think.
Hmm.
Easy. साहब कभी एनएम बर्डू के नहीं नहीं भाई. ट्रू भाई, I think that's not possible यार. Kudos to Sanya for winning. That wasn't easy, by the way, at all. Let's not discount it कि भाई सुपर पॉक चैंप्स था पहला, एंड दैट टू अगेंस्ट सम वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स. एंड वो जिस तरह जीता था, एक मेरी शादी चल रही थी बाय द वे इस इवेंट के टाइम पे, एंड आई वाज फॉलोइंग दैट इवेंट बीच बीच में जहां
No, I
मौका मिले.
remember, bhai, because I came to Mumbai for your wedding, and then रात को, मतलब it was like a late night stream, so Rakesh bhai and I
हाँ
we were streaming until like some 3-4 a.m. or something like that. It was crazy.
या एंड आई वाज फॉलोइंग इट लिटरली, सो इट वाज क्रेजी, मतलब कमाल. Madison Ricardo's first match ended draw. Nice. Thanks for the update, Abid भाई. क्या इस बार भी कैंडिडेट्स रात में स्ट्रीम होगा? नहीं भाई, इस बार दिन में होगा. आई थिंक सिप्रस इज सिमिलर टाइम जोन एज यूरोप, आई एम गेसिंग,
Yeah,
साज भाई. सो
yeah.
सेम टाइम.
CET.
Yeah, it's 3:53. So same.
एक
Yeah.
घंटा आगे, मतलब I think most likely it starts at 3 p.m. their time,
Yeah,
so
so
2 p.m. my time, that will be like
6:30 p.m.
6:30 for India. I
I
think
think it's
perfect है तो.
perfect. Perfect है. Perfect है.
मतलब
Chess
कुछ
वाले.
मैचेस में बेसिकली 12-1 बजे तक जा सकते हैं कुछ मैचेस on
I mean,
some
that's
days, but
perfect.
overall, but
Perfect.
that's it.
Same as Tata Steel. I think Tata Steel ने time zone plus actual time control दोनों चीजें same choose करी है candidates की.
Hmm.
Um, चेस वालों की शादी भी होती है, हाँ भाई, बिलीव इट और नॉट, यू डोंट नीड टू बी मैग्नस टू गेट मैरिड, दैट्स जस्ट अ मिथ. साज भाई, वुड यू एग्री?
भाई आप शादीशुदा हो भाई, ये तो आपका क्वेश्चन है, मैं तो नहीं
क्या
हूँ
है
भाई.
मैंने. Yeah, bhai. Maybe I am married. Use if true. Meanwhile, King E7 played. So, very logical chat. कोई कह रहा है King E7 क्यों खेल दिया भाई सेंटर में उसने? He could have castled. But there are no queens on the board. So when queens are on the board, the guys can just chill. कोई stress नहीं है. Castle की जरूरत नहीं है. आराम से wild moves खेल सकते हो. King E2, King E7. There is no check incoming जो king को attack कर सकती है. And in fact, center में advantages है. कि सेंटर में है किंग तो क्विकली कैन कम अप एंड इन किंग पॉन एंड गेम, एनी एंड गेम, इट्स मोर एडवांटेजेस. जी8 पे क्या करेगा किंग?
True, भाई. Endgame में your king becomes a piece itself that contributes to the game. So king e7 and king e2 are very very logical moves. I think Arjun also not trying to exchange the bishop early on. Yeah, मतलब he's keeping the option of bishop g4. Maybe he doesn't go bishop g4 whatsoever. But yeah, but the time difference, right? That's still something we have to keep coming back to. Yeah, because already what, uh, 22 minutes different. That's a lot.
That's a lot, but एंड गेम में भी इट्स ऑल्सो ओके. एंड आपने बहुत सही कहा, आई लव दैट कोट कि एंड गेम में किंग इज ऑल्सो अ पीस. तो साज भाई, मेरा सवाल है कि एंड गेम से पहले देन व्हाट इज द किंग?
Liability, भाई.
वाओ.
We're not
वाओ.
talking about chess, are we?
वाओ. बिग. बिग इफ ट्रू भाई, बिग इफ ट्रू. Praggnanandhaa Chess, बिल्कुल भाई, absolutely confirmed, and we are still waiting for the final players, like final four more players, I think. 6 player होते total, I think. So 4 और player release होंगे अभी.
Yeah, that is true. I think Hikaru and Fabi and Wei Yi, and then probably Sindarov. That's my take.
Hmm. Saleh, do you think which queen is better? Hmm. Interesting. देखो, Valentine's Day pass है, so I would say my queen, and hopefully for you it's yours. I think
Crazy, man.
जमाना बदल रहा है, साज भाई, है ना? I think that's
I,
the
I like
correct answer
that
to
pause you took, like before you answered the question, because you knew.
yeah, great minds. Yeah,
बस
just
बस
yeah.
यहीं छोड़ दो भाई, पर
Yeah,
हो
yeah,
गया
yeah.
बस.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Quick question to Sahaj and Sahil: have you both ever felt the Magnus effect while playing him? I did, for sure. Sahil bhai also played him in that simul. I think this year it was, or last year it was.
I think
Did you feel the Magnus
2020,
effect?
2024 October it was, and I think I would say Magnus effect is totally real. It's sitting in front of him, even though he's paying you 1/8 or maybe 1/10 of his attention. I could still feel it. Because Simul tha, 8 log the, and still I could feel the Magnus effect. And the thing is, in an endgame, when you're worse, like you don't even try, you know it's over. Like you
Hmm.
against anybody else, you would offer more resistance. But Magnus लगता है सामने तो भाई अब तो हरा ही देगा. And also like जब he later on gave his analysis of the game, right? जब Danny asked him, what do you think about this game? And he knew, like at some point, I think Sahil should have gone D5 or whatever. And I was like, wait, D5. Okay. And then I checked with the engine and he was correct. Like D5 in that moment was the correct move. So that for
क्या
me
बात
was
है
like,
भाई.
wow. मतलब
Wow.
बंदे को इंस्टेंटली साइमल पता लग गया भाई बेस्ट मूव क्या थी. मैं बैठ के वहां सोच नहीं पा रहा हूँ. सादा, व्हाट वाज योर एक्सपीरियंस?
मैं तो भाई मतलब I wasn't even playing him face to face, yeah, but I still felt the Magnus effect. मतलब मैं Prochess League में खेला था, but a couple of times, and once in Title Tuesday as well. But each time I felt it, भाई. Even through the screen I felt it.
Hmm.
By the way,
Yeah.
let's take a quick look at Arvind's match, because something has happened there. He has made a slight inaccuracy in his last move, which is f5, and Bar at least shows us that Hans is a lot better here.
You know, अगर आपने कोई चेस बुक सॉल्व करी है चैट, तो आपने ऐसी बहुत पोजीशन देखी होंगी जहां पे एक पॉन होता है F5 पे, एक कई बार पॉन G4 पे भी होता है, क्वीन E1 क्वीन H4 होता है, रुक F3 रुक H3 होता है, एंड देन देयर आर सम टैक्टिक्स हैपनिंग ऑन द H7 pawn. Sometimes bishop H6, sometimes some knight comes in, knight G4, knight H6, whatever it is. And this pawn move kind of reminds me of those tactical positions. So even though it's a question mark, I still kind of feel like it's a double-edged kind of position though, Sahaj. What do you think?
True, because only one pawn has been traded so far, and the more pieces there are on the board, the more complicated or the more complex it can become. But जो आप किंग साइड अटैक की बात कर रहे हो, this queen e1 queen h4, that is a long journey. Like even like playing g4, I'm not even sure if g4
साथ
is
में
a
is
good
it like
this
a
position.
40 hour journey जिसमें हम 3 वो लॉर्ड ऑफ द रिंग्स देख सकते हैं मे बी पूरा
यस भाई,
ट्रिलॉजी?
देख सकते हो भाई, डेफिनेटली।
हाँ
आई थिंक इस
ओके।
मैच में एक मूवी तो हो जाएगी लॉर्ड ऑफ द रिंग्स की।
दो हो जाएंगी भाई मुझे लग रहा है।
नहीं, एक भाई बहुत लंबी होती है भाई लॉर्ड ऑफ द रिंग्स। देन वो
अच्छा अच्छा।
लेकिन आपको फिर वो घुमाना पड़ेगा, वो जो जहाँ पे आप गाड़ी पे हो ना, लाइक बिफोर यू, सो इट डजंट ड्रॉप यू
हाँ
ऑफ बिफोर द मूवी इज
हाँ
फिनिश्ड।
हाँ हाँ हाँ। So yeah, I think very interesting position. Bar कह रहा है hands is better, but okay, let's see. Actual game
Basically,
में तो
knight d4 is what he should play, which feels very logical to me. And you might go g4 in this position to try and have this queen e1, queen h4 type of plans and creating something on the king side. But yeah, I mean, white king side पे attack करेगा, black को कुछ center या फिर queen side पे कुछ, at the same time he has to find counterplay there. But right now, Hans is better officially.
fair. And I think यहाँ पे knight d4, bishop c6 trying to and played on the board. Great move by Hans. Hans is in great shape, by the way. I think he was genuinely disappointed at the World Cup when he couldn't make it to the candidates. He has high hopes of himself. So let's see. And he had that funny expression there कि भाई क्या खेला इसने f5. That was a bit stupid. But okay, let's see कि कैसे जाती है game. Is there any second for Magnus? Sahaj भाई एक Magnus के फॉर्मर सेकंड के बहुत से दोस्त है साहज भाई. So if you can reveal a bit about Magnus's seconds, what would you reveal,
कौन सा से?
Sahaj?
अच्छा, अच्छा, हाँ, there is one which I think is a well-known thing. His name is Dubov, Daniil Dubov, who helped him in a couple of world championships, supposedly. And I think also there's Peter Hein Nielsen, who's also his coach, who's also been present in all of the world championship matches. So these are the two that we know. Or bhi hain, but I'm not sure.
Hmm. Hmm. I think there was also Gustafsson, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for
Yeah,
his
could
last
be.
world championship. He was also a second. But yeah, I think Dubov is one of them, and Dubov is very strong and creative and wild and just steals your ratings, Sahaj bhai, I think sometimes.
Hmm. Yep. Ratings, hearts, everything. By the way,
Meanwhile,
G4 खेल दिया उसने यार.
oh wow. So he's going for my plan. And Bishop C6 maybe 94. Yeah, you block that diagonal. You don't exchange the pieces, was my take.
Hmm.
Interesting. So yeah, game बड़े चल रही है. Meanwhile, let's go to the game of Gukesh maybe again. Bishop E2 played by Gukesh. Very calm choice. No activity. Nothing crazy going on. Why Bishop E2, Sahaj? Like it's like saying you had the option of uh, I don't know, flying to US for a holiday, but a Ballabgarh chale gaye. Like I don't get the point. Why Bishop E2? Like why not Bishop C4, Bishop B5 and dream big?
हाँ, चले गए.
बल्लभगढ़ भाई.
अच्छा.
Famous destination by the way. फरीदाबाद के बगल में है.
अच्छा.
AQI 10x worse. But yeah, why Bishop E2, Sahaj bhai?
I don't know if this is a real place. I have to look it up.
भाई दिल्ली में रह के बल्लभगढ़ कैसे नहीं पता आपको यार साहज भाई? ये क्या हो गया भाई यार? कभी फरीदाबाद आइए तो सही.
आया हूँ भाई. अच्छा, it is a place भाई. Crazy.
इट इज अ प्लेस भाई, बना थोड़ी रहा हूं मैं.
मेरे को लगा कोई ऐसे रैंडमली आपने कोई नाम बोल दिया भाई.
तो यार ओके, जिसका भी वो नाम था भाई, देखो साज भाई आपके मजे ले रहे हैं. बट एनीवेज, व्हाई बिशप ई टू साज भाई? व्हाई बल्लभगढ़?
Because भाई उसको flexible रहना है. That's the point. Yeah, I think he doesn't want to commit with Bishop B5, which probably was a bit better in hindsight, but he just wants to keep things slow.
सो
That's the idea.
आप कह रहे हो कि बेसिकली फ्लेक्सिबल है. सो यहां से बिशप कैन गो एनीवेयर. मे बी इट्स utilized on the other diagonal, right? So it can go
Yes.
either way. It's more flexibility. It's like saying कि बल्लभगढ़ इसलिए जा रहा हूं क्योंकि वहां से मैं कहीं कहीं फ्लाइट ले सकता हूँ. इट कुड बी मुंबई, इट कुड बी वेगस फॉर
Yeah.
एग्जांपल.
Exactly. That's exactly what I
बट उधर
meant.
एयरपोर्ट नहीं है साज भाई.
तो एयरपोर्ट बना लेंगे भाई.
अच्छा बना लेंगे ठीक है.
Yes.
फेयर. That's fair.
Logistical issues never a problem, bhai. He plays 97. Oh, 97 is strange, bhai. 97 I don't like so much because generally speaking, knight f6 पे होना चाहिए था. That's what I know, because knight f6 because your queen is supposed to be on e7. So this knight e7, I'm not so sure about this move.
And it's not recommended by the engine as well. Actually, knight
I'm
f6,
Does
h6,
he want to play
queen e7.
f5? No, right?
No chance f5. Yeah, I mean, doesn't make any sense.
Maybe he wants to go knight g6, some h6, queen f6, or some f5 also plan could be there. But knight e7 is weird, bhai. I mean, like knight f6 is very typical in these positions.
And it's very interesting to me कि इस पोजीशन से चैट आज तक chess.com पे एक ही गेम खेली गई है. And can you guess what white played there? Chat, come on, any guesses? कि white ने
वो
उस गेम
सबसे
में क्या
घटिया
खेला?
चालती भाई. और वो जीत भी गया मैच भाई.
जीत
उसके
गया
बाद
मैच, exactly. That was a surprise.
या
The
सबसे
move,
मतलब स्ट्रेटेजिकली सबसे घटिया चाल होगी वो.
the move was bishop e3.
भाई 2470 का प्लेयर था ये.
हाँ, exactly. I think the idea is to control the
Crazy.
f4 square now. Knight g6, knight f4 kind of is stupid. Now knight
But
g queen f6 also becomes stupid, right? Because my rook will be on f1.
but after
So
you
has
play this takes, I mean, like your pawns are really bad, no?
yeah.
Maybe something
But
like
huh.
queen d6, queen c5, or queen d6, queen c5.
True. I think not the best concept, but like very interesting to me. Like even that, playing bishop e3, white won. So yeah, interesting.
यार अभी गुकेश ने विश्व e3 खेल दिया तो क्रेज हो जाएगा.
Oh, that will be
Huge
incredible
after.
foreshadowing.
By the way, Bluebaum maintaining that advantage against Sindarov. Have to keep a close eye there. And some update. By Arvind का match सबसे ज़्यादा crazy लग रहा है मुझे out of all of them. I mean, I'm not sure वहाँ पे कौन जीतेगा, but लेकिन it promises to be a very, very crazy game. And another thing, Sahil bhai, we should take a very quick look at Erdogmus versus Vincent, because look at Vincent's time. He has an hour and 57 minutes, and वो अभी time इसलिए कम हुआ है क्योंकि वो board पे नहीं था. He just played. Like collectively he has thought for 2.5 minutes, not even 2 minutes and 15 seconds so far. No increment, chat. Remember.
If you look at him, he's not happy at all. And I think that's a good quality to have, because Magnus में वो quality है कि हार के बाद he comes back fighting like a tiger कि भाई हार कैसे गया, मैं कैसे हरा दिया भाई इस बंदे ने मुझे. And you can see him playing quickly. That means he's very well prepared. Knight e8 पे है. Like the knight will not be on e8 unless it is your hardcore preparation, Sahaj. He has come with the idea. He has bishops active, and maybe some hope. Okay, as of now, white seems okay, but you never know, yeah.
This also looks like a very similar situation to what Erdogmus had against Arvind, because वहां पर भी Erdogmus के पास 40 मिनट का difference, which actually went down to an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. When Arvind's prep was finished. So top players are showing भाई आप Erdogmus का repertoire may not be as wide as it should be, because consistently the top players are, the high rated players are sort of getting more time against him. It's not the second time this has happened.
True. I think it's just lack of experience. कई बार chat, when you're coming up the ranks, you don't have enough experience in openings. आप नए structures हर बार face करते हो. Top players ने देखे हुए पहले कहीं ना कहीं पे. So you take more time to understand them. But tactically, I don't think tactically he's far away from any of these top players.
No,
अगर
for sure
pure
not.
tactics में competition होगा, कोई crazy battle आ गई, I think he can beat anyone.
Yeah. Tactics में, like, I think, of course, Erdogmus could be a favorite as well. But this is, slightly worrying. But yeah, good news for Vincent there, because he's like 157 after an hour of play is crazy. But yeah, switching back. Yeah.
Great question by Mr. AKA. Can you tell me how was peak Ding Liren? And that's a name जो हम भूल ही गए यार. Where is Ding?
Ding was a different beast. There was a moment like when he was very comfortably world number 2, and I think he was very sharp, very like prep wise he was unbelievable. I've actually played Ding as well in the World Juniors once, and it's like playing against him it can be very, very, like, you also felt the Ding effect, against him. Very, very strong player. But pata nahi bhai. I'm guessing he's taking a step back from classical chess.
Yeah, I think maybe a step back from chess itself. And he did play one of those, I think, shorter time controls online in one of the tournaments and got crushed, I think, by Hans Niemann. शायद SCC था. I could be wrong. But I can highly recommend one game. It was Xingshi Bai versus Ding Liren, and Ding Liren was black. Queen Sack game, incredible game. Like one of my top 5 games of all time. Like when I saw that game, I was like, ये बंदा तो भाई मतलब इंसान की तरह सोचता ही नहीं है. He was
नहीं.
just incredible. And I think 2019 में मैग्नस को सिंगफील्ड कप के टाई ब्रेक में 2-0 हराया था भाई. 2-0. Like 2019 के सितंबर नवंबर में whenever Sinquefield Cup happened. Imagine pre-COVID, like 3-4 महीने पहले, like he was at his absolute peak. So if COVID had never happened, I think Ding Liren would be on a completely different trajectory. बीच में फिर कोविड हुआ, लॉकडाउन हुए, and he couldn't really come out of the country and couldn't play top level chess, and then he went on a tangent. So yeah, I mean, I think Ding in a parallel universe would have been like world number one right now. Could have been world number one.
या आई थिंक फॉर श्योर पॉसिबल. एक मोमेंट भी था जब हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि मैग्नस को कौन चैलेंज करेगा, एंड डिंग वाज अ वेरी, इट वाज फाबी, देन डिंग एज वेल वाज फॉर अ ब्रीफ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम वाज देयर, राइट देयर.
Yeah.
वाज, या, वेरी वेरी नाइस टू सी. बट लेट्स स्विच बैक टू गुकेश वर्सेस प्रग, बिकॉज two moves have been played. Bishop a2 knight d7 तो देखा था हमने, and short castle के बाद he went knight g6. So now his intentions are clear. Okay, he wants to play something like queen f6 and knight f4, or maybe he wants to have f5, or maybe he wants to play knight f4 immediately. Um, yeah, and now, by the way, only one move for Gukesh, which is knight bd2, and if he doesn't find it, he is not better at least.
And knight d2 is not normal because knight d2 automatically blocks your bishop, and knight f4 feels so tempting to attack your bishop on e2. So that's not the first one that comes to my mind, at least, Sahaj, कि भाई मैं knight d2 से block कर दूं अपना bishop ताकि वो knight f4 खेल पाए. Because now, let's say knight d2, knight f4, you have to suddenly find bishop b5, and you just play it on e2. Then you're thinking, okay, why did I put it on e2 then? If I
एक
had to put
टेम्पो
it
दे
on
दिया,
b5 anyways.
टेम्पो दे दिया.
हाँ,
फिर भी
exactly.
queen
So
f6 के बाद looks a bit scary.
exactly, you feel like maybe attack aa raha hai yaar. Like this was like a genuine attack building up. Bishop g4, and you can cast and reroute the second knight to e7, g6, and who knows कि यहाँ पे bishop
h5
c5
h4,
looking amazing.
some
Yeah, so
g5 g4 plans also.
oh wow, yeah, this looks scary. So I think Gukesh has to be a bit pragmatic, and knight d2 is not easy to play, for example.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, the 97 looks a bit strange, but now I mean, थोड़ा breakdown करने के बाद थोड़ा समझ आ रहा है why he went for this, and I like it. I think definitely we are getting a fight on the board.
Yeah,
Peak
peak.
Ding or peak Levon? Uh, Good question actually.
I think peaks should not be compared, to be honest, because peak Levon was like, I mean, you put like peak Ding, peak Levon, peak Vichy, peak
Peak
Hikaru,
Ding, I
peak
think.
Fabi. Like, I
नहीं,
mean,
peak
they would be very
Levon, भाई,
close to
peak
Magnus.
Levon. Peak has to be peak Levon.
Ha,
नहीं?
even I agree. Even I
Peak
agree.
Levon, yeah.
But I think
नहीं,
still, like,
but peak, but Ding is also like, I mean, they're close, yeah, very close.
hmm, peak Tikku was stoppable. अरे भाई, ये नहीं बंद हुआ अब तक. Peak, peak TikTok. ये क्या था? Peak Levon was a world champion, if not Magnus. By if Magnus was not there, I can assure you, Hikaru, Fabi, Levon, like maybe Karyakin, like many of these players would have had the world championship title for a year at least. At least 2 or 3 of them. So, I mean, in a parallel universe, like Fabi, to 100% would have been world champion for a few years.
For sure. Shajai, who is more talented, Ali Reza or Arjun?
भाई ये क्या हो गया यार, ये केबीसी वाले मोड में आ गए सब, खतरनाक
हाँ,
क्वेश्चन, और
चैट
हमें तो पैसे
लगता
भी
है
नहीं मिल रहे आंसर करने के.
पूरा.
कम से कम समय को 10,000 रुपए तो मिल रहे थे भाई, ये क्या है?
But to answer the question, like raw talent, maybe Ali Reza, raw talent. But I think जो अर्जुन का जो talent है, वो I think is very unique. And I don't think any other player has that, what he has. Like the
साज
way he
भाई,
understands chess. So
इफ
I'll still take Arjun over Ali Reza.
इफ आई हैड अ सिबलिंग, मेरे पेरेंट्स भी यही कहते हैं. हाँ मतलब पीक रॉ टैलेंट साहिल का भाई, बट यू नो साहिल्स टैलेंट इज वेरी यूनिक, यू नो. इट्स नॉट
नहीं, but it's
मेजरेबल.
true for Arjun bhai. Arjun ka talent is very unique. I think the way he understands chess is very different to how we
हाँ
understand chess.
हाँ, ये ट्रू 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 भाई. कच्चा टैलेंट, वाओ. Arjun playing fast today because today is Title Tuesday. Ooh, that's a good statement. But I don't think it Title Tuesday खेल पाएंगे ये लोग because it will be a
हाँ भाई,
long
5 बजे
game.
है यार, 1.5 घंटे में खत्म करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ, मे बी अर्जुन कैन प्ले इट बिकॉज उसकी गेम खत्म हो सकती है जनरली, बट बाकी लोगों के लिए मुश्किल है. एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक टाटा स्टील इज अ टायरिंग इवेंट यार, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. पहला रेस्ट डे इज ऑन 22nd, परसों. सो मे बी कल होता टाइटल ट्यूसडे दे वुड हैव प्लेड. आज आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी पीपल विल एक्चुअली प्ले टाइटल ट्यूसडे.
तो 3 रेस्ट डेज आपको ज्यादा नहीं लग रहे? बहुत ज्यादा, मतलब बहुत ज्यादा नहीं लग रहा इन कंपैरिजन? बिकॉज
I mean, I like
व्हाट,
it.
नाइट A3.
Hey, but I told you, right? It makes sense. He wants to put the knight on c4, but knight to block नहीं करना है. It makes a lot of sense to me. But bishop a3 now is a good move for Pragg.
Yeah, does he take it though? Because that's an imbalance on the board. And white के पास double bishops रहेंगे, but the pawn structure is broken. I'm not so sure actually.
No, I think he takes. Because I think your same plan of knight f4, queen f6, for example, doesn't have the same weight because now the knight can come to b5 or c4. Suddenly, your queen and other pieces don't have as much flexibility now. So, usko dekhte hue, aapko plan change karna hai. Your plan of knight g6 worked. It had the effect. Gukesh panicked with knight a3. Now just take it and spoil his structure and you change your plan accordingly.
They both kind of had water at the same time just now, by the way, after knight A3. Some
This is a trend, by the way. I saw it in Tata Steel India also. Like बीच में प्लग पानी पीने लगा, निहाल ने instantly बॉटल निकाली और खत्म ही कर दी भाई उसने. लाइक वो रुका ही नहीं जब तक बॉटल खत्म हुई. So I think there is some psychological stuff.
कर लो भाई.
खाली था मग, by the way, but anyways.
The only matchup many people are waiting for is only matchup. तो मत बोलो भाई, Arjun versus Bluebaum. There's many other matchups that are going to be crazy. I think
Okay, I
Sindarov
did.
Arjun, for example, is going to be crazy as well.
भाई कौन
Gukesh
है many
versus
people?
literally anyone. Like
But
Gukesh Vincent is what I'm really looking forward to.
बट वाई इज दिस मैनी पीपल भाई? मैंने तो लाने का सोचा भी नहीं था कि अर्जुन ब्लूआ मैच का इंतजार करना है भाई. वाई मेनी पीपल? कौन है मेनी पीपल? मुझे वो टॉम क्रूज का इंटरव्यू याद आ रहा है. वो कहता है कि मेनी पीपल वांट टू नो व्हाट्स योर स्टेटस विद व्हाटएवर निकोल किडमैन. आई एम लाइक भाई, वो कहता है यू वांट टू नो, डोंट पुट पीपल. अर्जुन का गेम
Correct
लगाओ
भाई.
ना सहज भाई. एक नजर मार लेते हैं सहज भाई अर्जुन के गेम पे, देन वी रश बैक क्विकली बिकॉज आई थिंक ये भी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है.
अर्जुन की गेम में, like I think we left it at king e2, king e7, bishop d2 आया, rook d8. He plays rook d1, gives a check, bishop f3 and h5. Bishop
ओह,
g4 and h5 तो देखा था हमने. But yeah, shifting towards I think an equal position. बहुत जल्दी draw हो सकता है यहाँ पे. And Arjun could actually play Title Tuesday then.
honestly, I love this h5 move. It's a claim. For example, chat question to you. Should Arjun take on g4? Yes or no? Simple yes or no सवाल. Should he take that? Because picture exchange है ना, 3 points versus 3 points. Should he do it?
Should Anish do it, you mean, bishop g4?
Should Anish, sorry. Yeah, should Anish do it? Yeah. Peak Tikku can defeat Stockfish, but he's not even trying. Yeah, भाई, I think Stockfish को तो मैं कभी भी मार सकता हूँ. Off button ही दबाना है. Yes, कह रहे हैं GM Magnus. भाई नाम चेंज कर लो अपना
नहीं,
प्लीज.
आप कर
GM Magnus.
सकते हो. His logic is right. You can do it, but you shouldn't. That's what he means.
वाह, इंग्लिश पे खेल गया मतलब, बताओ यार. इंग्लिश पे खेल
Exactly.
गया लिटरली.
Exactly, भाई. But bishop g4 actually is a bad move here, chat, because black can go pawn takes g4 and suddenly your pawn on h2 becomes a target for me. मैं ये रुक वापस h8 पे लेके जाऊंगा and maybe I'll double up on the h file as well, and soon you will lose the h2 pawn. So you will have to defend for the rest of the game then. So
Yeah.
not the best idea there.
Yeah, and famous game between, I think it was Alekhine की game थी जहाँ पे he takes on f6 with the g pawn and then takes on e5. Quite famous game, one of the classics. That was made a huge impression on me कि भाई ये जब भी pawn center के कैप्चर करते हैं ना कोने वाले, just be a bit careful, just be very careful.
भाई आधे घंटे का फर्क आ गया यहाँ पे भी. Anish, like between Anish and Arjun. I really think this match will be finished before Title Tuesday. I think Arjun plays Title Tuesday today.
So that, yeah, it's possible. I think it's possible. I think depends on Anish. Does he want to accept a draw quickly? Then I think he can liquidate matters and it should be okay. And he would be happy with that draw, I think. He needs a couple of draws under his belt, some confidence back. Blunder नहीं चाहिए उनको. And h4 खेलते हैं. That's a nice move because now you can at least entertain taking on g4 because your pawn on h2 will not be a target.
Exactly. Very nicely. Set there. Bishop G4, H4 तो फिर भी खेलेगा वो. But yeah, this pawn on H4 is no longer a weakness. But yeah, very very equal. And wouldn't be surprised. दोनों player board पे ही नहीं है भाई.
या वो अगले गेम की तैयारी कर रहे हैं आई थिंक. ये तो गेम ड्रॉ ही होगी. Meanwhile, Sahaj Bhais, why is Thai Dai Vance better against Nodirbek? What's happening there? क्या ये upset हो सकता है?
Huge if true. But I think एक Nodirbek ने कहीं पे एक C5 खेला था, which was probably a mistake there. But don't think he's better though. Don't think
But
वो
F5 आ रहा है.
bar is not telling the full story. Yeah, but knight C3, knight E5, I don't know. I don't think he's better yet.
But
क्योंकि ये
still,
D5
yeah.
F5 can be a weakness also, like in the long run. क्योंकि
हाँ,
E5 का
true.
square आपका weak हो जाएगा.
True. But still very interesting to me कि Nodirbek is, Thai Dai Van is playing very well in this tournament. Has
Someone is
impressed me a
saying
lot.
big news: Magnus Carlsen to play to 2026 Sigmund Chess tournament in Malmo. Is that true?
Really?
I will check.
That's yeah, actually. Okay, I'm not sure. किसी ने I see a Reddit post, but
Oh yes, in their website also it says so that Magnus
but
Carlsen
बाकी
will play.
प्लेयर कौन है? बाकी प्लेयर कौन है? कोई इंडियन है क्या? Because Magnus आ गया तो suddenly everybody will play, yeah? And May 1 to 7, is he playing classical?
Yeah, it's classical.
What?
Hi, crazy, no?
भाई that is insane. This Magnus playing classical. भाई कल को पता लगे अगला कैंडिडेट्स खेलने लग गया मैग्नस. भाई this could be like a big step in the right direction.
Wrong direction क्यों हुआ भाई? तो बढ़िया direction.
For Indians.
भाई कहाँ पे है ये tournament?
This is in Sweden, I think, as far as I remember. But I
भाई
think
खेलूंगा ये
Arjun
तो
played
मैं.
this. Vincent
Let's
played
go
this.
भाई. ये तो खेलूंगा भाई मैं. अगर ओपन है तो. ओपन सेक्शन खेल लूंगा मैं.
नहीं वो तो
Crazy.
खेल दो. अगर इंडियन खेल रहा हो हम कमेंट्री भी कर रहे होंगे ना भाई फिर.
Oh, that's also true. That's also true.
Huge if true. But okay, I mean, I'm trying
Huge
to
if
find
true.
out कौन से प्लेयर और है पार्टिसिपेंट्स की लिस्ट में. मैं गया बट क्लिक नहीं हो रहा है अभी. सो क्वाइट इंटरेस्टिंग.
Also it takes me to the 2025 link, वो chess.com पे.
Wow.
But yeah, he is playing. Yeah, thanks, bhai. Thanks for letting us know. But yeah, bhai. Okay. Switching back to Pragg because it's a critical moment for Pragg. Remember everyone that यहाँ पे bishop takes a3 is the move that he should play. If he doesn't go bishop takes knight, then Gukesh is basically back in the driver's seat because knight will go out to c4 and that's or maybe knight b5, and that's exactly what he wants.
And I think this is classical. I'm genuinely shocked. Yeah, I'm still shocked. Wow.
Okay, that he's playing.
Yeah, I'm still shocked.
But it's good, no? Like he's playing for fun.
It's amazing, but classical event. I'm still in shock actually.
Because last year Erdogmus खेला था, so maybe he wants to see, yeah. Maybe he wants to play Erdogmus.
जाके मार रहा है. I'm checking the last time's tournament. It was classical, and last year I think they were knowing. Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chess.com. वही link बोल रहा था मैं आपको. It was won by Sindarov last time. And Erdogmus second आया था.
Wow, that's
Rapport also played last year.
That's amazing news actually. Wow, glad to see that. So another event, Sahaj bhai. I'm going to quickly add it to the list. आप जरा commentary करो भाई. I'll quickly add it to the list.
भाई सही कह रहे हो.
भाई साहब ये साल है क्या है भाई?
Crazy. And this is happening right after candidates, no?
Yeah. It's right after candidates actually.
Yeah, basically. Because एक और event भी होता है वो इटली में ना. The one that Harshit also played last year. Which is around the same time. Because I was thinking कि इस forum में कुछ इस time में कुछ tournament खेलने का सोच रहा था मैं. I think it's called Sardinia Open.
हाँ. Right. You told me.
उसके भी same dates हैं.
Sahaj bhai, are you planning to play any tournaments as Harshit bhai entered the Rapid and Blitz earlier?
I'm playing as मतलब ये first को खत्म होगा and then second को I'm playing like one of those closed events just to get back into
Budapest
the game. हाँ, बुडापेस्ट में.
Oh, that's nice.
Can't really play anything else because too many events are being lined up.
बट
So
उसकी डेट्स क्या इवेंट की?
2nd to 5th, actually 1st to 5th, but first match मुझे बाद में खेलना पड़ेगा.
अच्छा,
Like
ओके, हाँ, देयर इज शेड्यूल इट, या
तो 2nd to
या
5th रहेगा. तो it's like double rounds every day.
या
I'll try to stream it as well actually.
वाओ, डबल राउंड्स अ डे भाई. साज भाई की अलग ही स्ट्रगल चल रही है भाई, साइड हसल.
मजा
भाई
आता है लेकिन बट आई एंजॉय इट.
रेटिंग बढ़ा के आना भाई, 2450 मत कर लेना प्लीज.
नहीं भाई, होपफुली नॉट.
So, meanwhile, knight a3, a move Sahaj Bhai has huge trauma about. But Sahaj Bhai, yahan pe maybe it's not that great, and black can just chop it off. Let's go deeper. As we should usually. Bishop takes a3, pawn takes a3. Black, I guess, some point will castle. Yeah, let's just get it out of the way. Rook b1 looks very logical. Rook on the half open file. Now, how does the game progress? अगर sample line देनी हो आपको अगले 5 move, how would you move forward?
You want to play queen f6 basically, and because you want to connect all of these all this entire situation on the king side together, queen f6 knight f4 करके. But the problem is queen f6 खेलते ही आप bishop g5 allow कर रहे हो. तो इसके लिए h6 खेलना जरूरी. By the way, he just took bishop a3. He just took
Wow.
it. So we are actually seeing this in action. But yeah, just coming back to my point, you have to go h6 to stop these bishop g5 ideas. And उसके बाद white कुछ करेगा queen side पे, let's say rook d1 for example. Black can go queen f6 and then aim for these knight f4 ideas in the future. I think if this happens, then Pragg is very comfortable. Taken by the way on ba3 as well.
Yeah, okay, should have thought for longer. It was a difficult choice, but he chose that quickly. Yeah, b takes a3.
More or less, yes. Up short castle is what we are expecting, or maybe just h6 or queen f6. I think ye teen moves, h6, queen f6, and short castle. This is what Pragg will play, but not necessarily in the same order.
Also, castle करना जरूरी है because at some point you might have a4 and bishop a3. Then you can't really
Yeah.
castle ever. So I think okay, you can, but it will be a bit more problematic. So maybe just castles first is something I would prefer. But okay, let's see how Pragg does it. And as of now, Sahaj, I mean, do you want to bet Maggie's or do you want to play it safe for now?
What's your proposal?
Proposal. I'm thinking actually. Because while I like Pluck's position, I still feel like it's not that crazy. Like Gukesh is okay, but he's okay, nothing more. So I'm gonna bet on a draw. So if you want to bet on anything else, you can take me up on that offer.
Time is equal. Slight imbalance on the board, bishop versus knight, and pawn structure टूटा हुआ है. I think Gukesh will push here. I still have a feeling Gukesh is going to push here.
So are you in for the
Something
bet?
like you're saying draw and both of the results are mine.
I mean, not both, I would say. Just choose
Give
one.
me both, and at least I'm giving you the
अरे
preference
both
of the
कैसे?
result.
चलो ठीक है, I'll give you both. I'll give you both.
ठीक है, I'll take it. Done.
Yes. So 2 Maggie bet. Are you in?
एक पे I'm in.
एक क्या? ठीक है, चलो
एक पे.
one
Making it safe, playing it safe. +5 पे भाई, तो वो streak टूटनी नहीं चाहिए. But yeah, personally, I think in a couple of moves, I think it looks like Gukesh will have the initiative because like moves like bishop e3, g3 just to stop knight f4, then a4, rook d1, ऐसे rook b1 करके looks kind of nice. Maybe you can throw some c4, c5 also in the game as well. I think this is looking pleasant. Yeah, of course, the pawn structure on the queen side is not nice. I agree there. But yeah. चल भाई मैं 1 सेकंड में आया. Be right back.
हाँ. Chat, come on, let's go. मजा आने वाला है. h6 on the board, bishop g5 रोक दिया है. I think Sahaj का plan you will see in action soon. Castles, queen f6, and he's going to launch an attack on the king side on the world champion. क्या Gukesh defend करेंगे? Sure win game बहुत जल्दी दिखाएंगे. फिलहाल Pragg not at the board. पीछे crowd आज थोड़ा कम लग रहा है for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why the crowd is, less in number. Chat, any predictions on that? Why that's the case? आज ठंड ज्यादा होगी I think Tata Steel में. Let's not forget कि वहाँ winter चल रहा है, peak winter. मैं खुद यूरोप में था भाई, अभी वहाँ पे -8 था भाई जब मैं वहाँ पे था. It was like crazy cold. Like I was there. I ordered some French fries. I sat down in the open to eat. I just couldn't eat them. Like it was that cold. It was freezing. So I can understand why maybe ठंड बढ़ती जा रही है, लोग कम होते जा रहे हैं. Protest effect नहीं भाई. Day one को भी protest थी, बहुत लोग थे. And it's not gambling भाई. It's only Maggie's. पेट भर रहा है किसी का तो आफा कहे जा रहा है. He never won. I mean, Magnus has won everything. I don't think he's anything to prove right now. I'm not sure why is he playing Tepe Sigman. कोई curious reason हो सकता है. So will be interesting. But yeah, he seems to be in good form, at least when well. So doubt unless he goes little time. Yeah, the thing is, time. See, time will be a factor here. I think game काफी unique है. It's not something players have seen before. So because of that reason, I think players will think for a long time for every move coming up. For example, right now, Gukesh, you can already see, he's thinking, HS के बाद, what is his plan? Where will the bishop on C1 go? Where will the rook on F1 go? D1 खेलना है क्या? E1 खेलना है क्या? You know, do I want to push one of my pawns on the king side, S3 or G3? You should be very careful about pushing those pawns. अगर G3 खेला तो H5, H4. अगर H3 खेला तो Knight F4. So there are drawbacks to every move. So not an easy idea. Black के moves थोड़े logical है. It's very simple. Castles, Queen F6, Bishop G4. The moves come naturally. White का एक दो move है. Rook B1 maybe it's obvious. Rook D1. But उसके बाद क्या? It's not so clear. I think A4, Bishop A3 is one idea, Bishop E3 is one idea, but Bishop A3 खेलोगे तो Knight F4 becomes very strong. So I think काफी tough choice. And chat, do like the stream? Let's get to quickly 500 likes. एक बंदे को donation देंगे हम जल्दी से, और किसी की तो life बन सकती है एक महीने के लिए. He can become a stronger player. You can help his chess journey. क्या पता वही बंदा आगे जाके अगला गुकेश बने, and you will have a role you would have played in their journey. So like करो stream भाई, let's do 500 likes.
क्या बात है भाई, यहीं से आपने उसको कनेक्ट कर दिया भाई.
भाई ऐसे ही होता है यार, ऐसे ही होता है. यू नो व्हाट, लाइक इट्स नॉट अ सरप्राइज कि जो भी प्लेयर्स हम देख रहे हैं, प्रग, गुकेश, अर्जुन, निहाल, लाइक मेजॉरिटी ऑफ देम वर देयर एट द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप बिटवीन विशी एंड मैग्नस. Even though Vishy lost, like that championship would have been so inspiring to see, right? कि हम कितना crowd है, कितना hype है. This is the pinnacle of my sport, and this is what I can achieve if I win the world championship title. So कितना motivated रहा होगा साज भाई. You have met so many of your fans at these events. Like I'm sure you inspired somebody to take up the game, and वो बंदा आगे जाके एक बहुत strong player बनेगा. And maybe commentary भी करेगा, who knows? Maybe world champion, and then he'll look back and say कि सहज भाई से मिला था वहां पे वर्ल्ड कप में, and वहां पे maybe that inspired me to someday kind of travel the world and reach South Africa and then Budapest and then become the world champion.
Nice. Wow. Nice. Very nice. Smooth भाई, smooth. But thanks भाई.
Thanks भाई. स्मूथ चीजें करने की लाइफ में आदत है भाई. It should always be smooth.
कैंडिडेट्स में किसको सपोर्ट करने वाले हो आप?
कैंडिडेट्स में किसको सपोर्ट करने वाले हो?
Yes.
That's a very tough question actually. I think I have to do like a proper data analysis with ChatGPT and tier list. Only then I think I can tell you this. Sajay, what are your thoughts on this?
नहीं भाई, मुश्किल है, but
मुश्किल है यार.
बहुत मुश्किल है भाई, बहुत मुश्किल.
बहुत मुश्किल. As an Indian,
yeah,
who's very patriotic.
You know,
I'm not sure.
It's not even like a मतलब एक ही इंडियन खेल रहा है, because एक ही इंडियन खेल रहा है. So it is crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, imagine if Magnus was playing, then the choice would be like, I mean, it's somehow difficult. Yeah, now it's even more difficult. Like, like there is nobody who stands out clearly. But yeah, I'm very confused, Sahaj bhai. What to do about this choice? कि किसको support करेंगे हम?
Maybe they meant in the women's section भाई, because वहाँ पे 3 है.
Interesting. Yeah, possible. Women's का तो easy है तो.
Easier.
Very easy.
Really?
Yeah, very easy. तीन ही ऑप्शन है यार. 3 ऑप्शन चूज करके इतना आसान है. अगर एक ऑप्शन होता, that's where the difficulty lies, Sahaj bhai.
Tough भाई.
Tough. बताएंगे भाई. I think I'll tell you after the candidates. Meanwhile, पराग कहाँ है भाई? वो भी कैंडिडेट्स खेलने गए क्या? कहाँ है भाई?
It's not on the board. And Gukesh right now, I think he's gonna think for a long time, because अभी पूरा set करना है position. You have to play. I mean, like there's so many ideas. Yeah, Rook D1, Rook B1. Put the rooks on the open file. Bishop को किधर रखना है? Like whether you put it on A3 after you push A4, or whether you put it on E3. Probably E3 is more logical because it's more central. And G3 कब खेलना है आपको? Because of course you cannot allow black to play knight F4. So but difficult
G3
choice.
पे, Saj bhai, H5, H4. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's too risky, but
maybe you wait for black to castle, yeah, then you play G3.
हाँ, fair.
G3 पे H5 आ रहा है क्या अभी?
Maybe not, but also bishop h3 is a bit irritating, right? I mean, it's
Mm.
gonna sit in front of my king, and
Mm.
Atiti Deva Bhava. But I mean, I've also seen the other movie, yeah, Atiti Tum Kab Jaoge. So I'm a bit like, maybe let's just wait and see what happens.
Yep. By the way, Arjun has not drawn chat. Arjun का अभी भी चल रहा है अनीश के साथ. Still half an hour का
Chess
difference.
game,
You're still in an end game.
chess game चल रहा है. And meanwhile also,
Yes.
one question in the chat कि भाई chat GPT की मत सुना करो. भाई, you are telling me कि chat GPT ने जब मुझे बोला कि you are the best chess player in the world, he was lying? Really? He was lying? I didn't know that, yeah. I feel like I've been lied to, Sahaj bhai. I thought he was he was not lying to me.
झूठ.
Wow. And you thought you know someone or something. But
भाई
anyways,
एक नजर अरविंद के बोर्ड पे मारते हैं because something crazy has been brewing there. After knight d4, he did play this move g4, so launching the attack, and Hans very nicely sidestepped his king. A nice prophylactic move there. Bishop d2 आया, he plays bishop e8 and now knight e4. So an attack is incoming by in this match. But the problem is this knight on d4. इस knight की वजह से ये queen, for example, queen e1, queen h4 comfortably नहीं आ सकती because you are always going to be looking at this e2 pawn.
भाई हैंस ऐसे देख रहा है अरविंद को. Do you really think you can attack me here? Like he had that look. He, bhai,
Hmm.
really? Like, you think you can attack me from here? Like, and he has some point because you want to play queen e1 h4 as you pointed out, but e2 pawn hanging here. And if you play rook f2 or rook e1, then the queen can't really come in.
By the way, he
So it's
plays bishop f7, and now Arvind is in only move territory here, which is rook c1.
wow.
Otherwise, he is much, much, much worse. But not a difficult move, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's more about how is he moving forward after rook c1. I think the moves are not easy. For example, after rook c1, knight b3, rook c3 is the sequence, which is rather awkward. If you look at the rook on c3
But
being
black
there.
ko bhi like knight b3 and knight takes d2 marna is not easy, no?
Yeah, but even black has options. Bishop b3 is an option apparently. Like b4 is an option apparently. Like black has
Hmm.
multiple. This is not like a AI triple E paper. Yeah, मतलब बहुत सारे आंसर सही है. And whites की moves थोड़ी सी I'm unable to
Awkward.
find. Like let's say हाँ awkward moves है white की. Like I think you said it correctly. थोड़ा awkward है white. I think.
Hmm. Yeah, basically, अगर आप ये queen फटाफट अगर आप अटैक नहीं करते हैं यहाँ पे तो the entire structure doesn't work.
Yeah,
Knight on e3 is a bit awkward, yeah, that's for sure. क्योंकि आपको
and
e3
also
खेलना बहुत जरूरी है इधर. But a knight
yeah, and
उठा के
also
अब
rook
अगर if you could just put it on e3, it would be just amazing.
Yeah, exactly. And also rook f3 possible nahi hai because knight controls that square. So how do you really attack even
Exactly.
if the queen comes to h4? How do you bring one more piece? It's just not possible. So I think Hans Niemann, as of now, in the driver's seat, and if he wins, he could be in sole lead at the Tata Steel after round number 4. So let's keep an eye on this game. Meanwhile, are there updates in the Anish Giri game versus Arjun Sahaj?
Yeah, some updates. He has taken after h5, h4, he went bishop b4 and Anish took on g4. Pawn takes g4 hua because knight takes g4 was not working. Chat, I mean, it's a pretty simple question, but I'm still going to show you anyways. It's knight d5 check was the problem. And look at this follow-up. Takes, bishop b4 check, rook is attacked. So you have to play king e6. And now rook takes rook, king takes rook. And look at this cute move, e4 check. You cannot take it, of course, because there's f3 and you will lose the knight. And it's a bishop versus knight ka imbalance aa jayega, which definitely favors the bishop because pawns are on both sides of the board. And this is why Arjun didn't go knight takes g4. He goes hg4, which was the best move. And now he played a very strange move, knight b1, to exchange the bishop
Yeah.
as well. And Arjun says, okay, let's trade.
Yeah, this is a sign Anish wants a draw. He's happy with the draw, yeah? And to be honest, now you have to be careful, by the way, chat. If you capture with the knight here, after rook a c8, I think, or rook, one of the rooks to c8,
Rook
Arjun
dc8,
is
no, because
actually.
the other rook is looking on a2.
Yeah, right. If rook dc8, let's have it on the board. Let's say knight d2, rook dc8. Black is actually better suddenly.
Yeah, because rook c2 is coming and you cannot play rook c1. Rook c1 खेलते हो तो I can take and play rook a2, essentially. And you will lose the b2 pawn as well.
Yeah, and if king d3, then rook c7, the other rook comes to d8. So you will get to
Ooh.
c2 anyways.
Yeah, rook d8 check, and rook c2 is incoming. So tough move, a tough decision. Don't take with the knight. It looks the most obvious, but rook se marna is important. The
Wow.
problem is, by rook d2, and knight d2, rook c8 ke baad, am I not getting rook c2 anyways in this
King
position? How are you
d1
sorted?
was my thought.
But that looks ugly, no?
I mean, it is ugly. I mean, I think Anish has given a couple of concessions for no reason. If the pawns were not doubled, I would be worried. And Anish is trying to force a draw, but it's a bit uncomfortable now because वो f2 pawn हमेशा weakness है. If you move the knight from d2, knight e4, and suddenly black is
Hmm.
creating some real threats.
Knight e4 will, and rook c2 looks very, very scary. Still, though, both positions looks like Arjun is gonna be dominating here. So Arjun could actually play on here.
Hmm. It is possible. It is possible. I think he will wait for wait for Anish's move to decide whether he
Hmm.
wants to push. And correctly, Anish is taking a pause here. He realizes this is an important moment. Magnus said in an interview that he wants to play classical against the greats. GM Sahaj Gova NM Sahil do so that he can retire peacefully. Main reason to return to classical chess? Question mark. Sahaj Gover.
हाँ भाई, agreed, agreed. I think वो हमको हरा के थके नहीं है अभी तक. So yeah, could be possible, right? But actually, this whole news about Magnus playing the Sigemen Open, it really has piqued my interest in playing him. Playing this event. But let's see.
If there's an open, I mean, that would be tempting for sure. I don't know if there's an open
Yeah,
there.
open होगा भाई. I think होता है उसमें. Usually होता है.
Sure. Okay. Very curious. I hope an Indian plays. Then we potentially could cover that as well. But it, I think, also clashes with the GCT tour. I think there is one event, GCT Poland. It clashes with that. So I don't know how that will turn out. No, I mean, we don't have camps for that one. So if we get camps for this one, then we might as well do it. So let's see. Um, Huge if true. I don't know what's huge there and what's true, but I'll take it. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, आज crowd कम क्यों है?
और 4 राउंड हो गए ना. Like I think maybe towards the end we'll see more people coming in.
Hmm. Hmm. True.
I think that's Arun in the background. I think he's one of the founders of a chess academy. I think I know him.
Got it.
Goes
Got it.
knight
Got it.
d2. Wait, what? Anish with a
Wait,
mistake.
what? Oh my God. Anish cannot stop the bleeding, Sahaj. He cannot stop the bleeding. That's a mistake. And I think if Arjun is tuned in, he's turned on to the actual essence of the position, he will find Rook DC8. I think
The
he
only
will.
move in the position, by the way,
Wow.
to keep an advantage. Only move.
It's only because that अगर white ने a3 खेल दिया ना, then after rook c8 there's simply rook a1, rook a c1, sorry. Then there's
Hmm.
nothing to do in the position. It's just dead equal because black also has double pawn. So this is the only move. Rook
Hey, this is not looking
dc8.
good for Anish. Like I think Anish not in the best shape, yeah. After that blunder in the first round, I think wo hasn't been able to find his footing.
And the thing is, he's also making strategic mistakes, Sahaj, which is not common. Like tactical mistakes, sometimes you have those moments, right? It's not going well for you. You're not
Hmm.
seeing things clearly. But strategic mistakes, like for example, then he thought for a while here. That's what's
ये
surprising
तो
me.
लेकिन tactical mistake है ना भाई. Wow,
But
rook
I mean,
c8
it's also
played bhai in a second.
wow. Wow.
We
I
could
mean,
see Arjun like taking over very, very soon here.
and chat, I want to show you the engine's first line. I'm telling you, you will realize the problem. The best move for white here is knight b1. First of all, how difficult that is clear. The idea is rook c2 check pay, rook d2 you want to play. Now black can in turn not play rook c2. He can play knight e4, control the d2 square, and next threaten rook c2 with devastating attack. So white now is supposed to play f3. I am sorry, what?
Knight g3 also with the check you allow. King f2, knight
And then
f5. This
knight
is not
f5.
easy.
Yeah,
Not
this is
easy
not
whatsoever.
easy. And then fg4, rook c2 check, and the variation goes on. Now rook d2 you are supposed to play. I mean, this is not easy to calculate. And I think with Anish not having the not being high on confidence, I think this could go south very quickly.
I think it's already going south, right? Also, just the time difference is very, very worrying to me. The position and the time, doesn't look like Anish.
Yeah, you can see he's not happy. He's nodding his head. He literally nodded his head. He's like, okay, I have to lock down right now. Otherwise, this could get serious. You can see he's more focused now. He missed Rook D8, I think. He just missed that move.
Tactical, I think, error from him. By the way, Gukesh has also played a move. He has gone G3, and G3 ke baad, Pragg has played short castle, and now he goes knight D2. So that reroute phase, yeah, knight C4, bishop E3, something like this could be on the cards, and maybe he's looking to play F4. But this was not the best move, according to the engine at least. I see the bar taking a huge dip there. 0.6 is what I'm seeing on my screen.
I think Gukesh is in trouble, Sahaj. Knight D2 moving towards the center and the queen side, away from the king. I think bishop H3
Oh, really?
is the move attacking the rook. The rook has to move. Let's say to D1. And now queen F6 or queen G5. Okay, queen G5 feels tactically scary. So let's go queen F6. And now, like, even knight F4 ideas like could be possible in some cases. Maybe not right now.
No, it's working
And
right now also. Why? GF4, queen G6, queen G2 is mate.
yeah, so that tells you, I think, kahin na kahin pe, this looks more scary than it should have been.
Yeah, I
And
think Gukesh is taking risks for that. That's for sure. But I think I'm not sure if it actually pays off this time. Bishop H3, queen F6 looks very, very typical. Also, knight D2 का plan was to play F4, right? So bishop H3 makes sense because you're kicking the rook away. The rook को आपने हटा दिया तो F4 will be less likely.
oof, I think Gukesh into trouble, Sahaj. And आज black pieces का दिन लग रहा है. Jordan better with black. Arjun better with black. Pragg better with black. I mean, Hans is like
Hans.
winning with black almost now. If he can switch quickly, it's minus 1.6.
Baapre, that's crazy. That's a huge dip, by the way. Bishop C3 was played by Aravindh here, and now I think he just didn't want to allow knight B3 and knight D2. Remember, chat, rook C1 was the only move for Aravindh, which he didn't find. And now knight B3 looks still very, very scary.
Oh, and bishop C3 is a weird move because B4 is possible. Are you going to take the knight on D4? I don't think so.
Maybe just provoking it and then you play bishop E1 or something.
But it just feels like you don't have the time for this. Like you already you need extra time to attack and you're just defending. Like basically, if B4 happens, you're defending now. Like there is no attack to speak of.
I think for Arvind, the game has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
You're right, भाई black का ही दिन लग रहा है आज तो.
Yeah, आज black का दिन है. And I think more so for Arvind. I think Hans Niemann is about to take lead or at least maintain his lead at the Tata Steel Chess 2026. So Arvind, hopefully fighting it out. Let's jump back. I don't know to which game because every game now looks interesting. Maybe to Anish's game, maybe for the time being. Sahaj, what do you think?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at Anish. Because Anish is now doing a deep dive in this position in the end game. And for Anish, this is like very less room for error. Because end game में अगर आप गलती करते हो तो it can be fatal. There's a saying कि opening में गलती करते हो तो middle game में संभाल सकते हो. आप middle game में गलती करते हो आप end game में संभाल सकते हो. But end game, you have to be precise.
Wow. This is an exciting day, Chad. I think आज थोड़ा सा build-up हो रहा है starting में ही. Like we've been live for what, less than 2 hours, and already like 1.5 hours, in fact, I think roughly, just more than that. And already we can see contours of some games shaping up to be incredible results. Yeah, I think. And white pieces losing, that's always rare in a classical chess game.
Yeah, for sure. So many, like 4 games looks like white is suffering basically out of 7, which is a lot. Nodirbek also, I think, maybe Bluebaum is the only player who's maintaining that advantage still, but very, very dynamic position against Sindarov.
Yeah. Is it my internet or is the stream lagging? It's your internet buy. I think you have to move from Nasik now. With it also moved. Hans Niemann shining like a pearl. Yes, by definitely. Like a shiny, shiny pearl. Yeah, pearls are valuable by. Don't know what else to say there. Want to say, but can't. Oh, okay. Don't want to say.
Yeah, but just leave it by. Sindarov also just walked off. His is the only game I think जहाँ पे white का थोड़ा advantage है, but very, very dynamic. So the leaders are emerging basically. Yeah, There is Bluebaum, who's looking to extend his lead. Then there is Hans. Both of them looking to extend, and Arjun also looks a bit better. So like I think leaders are already.
And it's very interesting कि Anish, like, he had a fabulous second half 2025. Like, it was amazing to see his rise. And to see the impact one move can make. I think Sajbhai, like that one move against Vincent, yeah, Bishop D4. I think it
Hmm.
shook him to his core. Like now, suddenly, he's doubting himself on every move. Okay, am I making a blunder now? Am I making a blunder
Hmm.
now? Am I making a blunder now? And you don't trust your natural instinct in that case. And I mean, his intuition would have told him knight b1 itself is not the ideal move. You don't need to move the knight back. You don't need to force a draw. Just play a3, just anything else. But
Hmm.
somehow he convinced himself that knight b1 was required, and suddenly it's a wrong step in it's a step in the wrong direction, and now another tiny step, another small step, and suddenly you are losing. It doesn't take long.
Yeah, I think very easy to go wrong. Knight b1 still coming up to be the best move in the position, which is very very difficult.
I think
Very
impossible.
very
It's
difficult. और अगर आपने
impossible.
नहीं खेला then rook c2 के बाद I think you're definitely losing a pawn by force. I mean at least you lose a pawn, yeah.
I mean, there is rook db1 as a choice.
Why? But come on, you would rather lose the pawn than play a move like rook db1.
Yeah, I know. But I
ये
mean,
क्या चाल है भाई rook db1? Come on.
desperate, desperate
नहीं भाई
times.
इतना भी you already I mean you're taught this, yeah, like if you have a choice between playing passively or giving material and playing actively, you always give the material.
Yeah, but it's an end game, Sahaj bhai. I mean, if I give a pawn, I know like I'm suffering. At least I can hold on and force you to find that way. I agree with you. I
pawn तो
think my
मरेगा
plan is,
लेकिन भाई force I think from what it looks like pawn तो मरेगा पक्का.
but Turdi पर नहीं मर रहे थे. I think you're saving it just barely. Like rook c2, there is king d1.
Hmm.
You also don't allow knight e4, which is the major threat, I think, which I want to avoid at all cost. And our plan is like a3 and then rook c1 back. So let's play rook
Hmm.
db1 on the board. ताकि थोड़ा
नहीं
आइडिया लग जाए
नहीं
आपको. And
यार
now,
भाई क्या चाल है भाई
तो
घटिया चाल.
क्या खेलोगे ब्लैक से क्या खेलोगे.
Black say after rook db1.
हाँ.
The rook c2 was I was thinking.
But then king d1, and I kind of get that tempo.
Rook c8 पे rook c1
Rook
you
c1.
have.
हाँ, exactly. So if the king was on d7, then this would not work.
Hmm. Okay. So rook db1. I mean, it looks like a really bad move. Let's play rook c6. Probably.
Rook
Not. I'm not gonna give you
c6.
king d1.
Okay, I'll play. Can I play
a4 या
a3 or
only move.
a3? a3 कर
a3 तो
सकते हैं.
मतलब पॉइंट क्या है लेकिन आपका भाई दोनों रुक इतने घटिया पड़े हुए हैं.
अब है मेरा
रुक
आइडिया
d8.
rook c1 next.
Okay, rook c8 then.
Rook c8. Now I will play, let's say, can I play king d1? Okay, but rook c2 now is working, kya? No, rook c1 I
King
still have.
d1. Apparently king e6 is just winning.
क्यों
Rook
rook c1 पे
c1
endgame
खेला
lost? Oh,
आपने.
king d5 आ रहा है क्या मारने के
You
बाद?
take. Oh, the knight endgame is lost. That's actually a huge. This is huge news. If this is winning for black. Yeah, it is, no?
Wow.
Because you will bring the knight to e4, go into the king pawn ending, and black का king super active है, and you have a bunch of reserve tempis. Chat reserve tempis होते हैं जो आप pawn moves खेल के आप opposition gain कर सकते हो. So for example, if I go king d1, black plays knight e4, takes king e2, इस position में black की चाल है, right? But black के पास बहुत सारे reserve tempis है. There's b5, the other pawn can go to b6, there's f6, f5, g6, 5 reserve tempis, whereas white only has like 1, 2. That's it. So this is the reason why black will win opposition each time in this position. And king pawn ending में ये completely winning है by the way. And you remember by the way Anish का पिछला match against Sindarov, which was also he was also defending in a worse king pawn ending position, and it was lost for Anish. He actually made a blunder which Sindarov didn't see.
True. And
Which is true.
some people are saying, why not rook c3? Wait, rook c3 what?
Rook
For
d8,
Anish.
knight b1. Sorry, rook d8 पे हम खेल रहे थे rook b1, rook c6. कहाँ पे rook c3 भाई?
Rook c3 तो
There's
आ
no
नहीं
rook
रहा है, I
c3.
think.
There's no rook c3. Yeah, rook c1 आते हैं. I'm just taking it.
Yeah.
So basically, he has to keep the rooks on the board, and he should sacrifice the pawn somehow. And by the way, the best way to play after rook db1 and rook c6 is to play a4. apparently, to have rook a3 and get activity for the rook, which, okay, makes sense.
Ah. But also not easy, I think. Rook a3.
Eventually, like after rook c8, rook a3, I'll go knight d7 or something. And like the comp says that eventually you have to play rook c3 and just give up the pawn. So I think pawn marega for sure. Arjun is going to be a pawn up. And he's also up on the clock by a lot now, like 45 minutes.
Wow. So Anish in desperate measures now are needed from Anish Giri here to save the game. So let's see if he finds it. Knight b1, as we discussed, is the best move, but it's not going to be easy to play that. So meanwhile, Pragg has played b6. एक move आ चुकी है उनसे, not bishop h3, which was the best move, but also a decent one nonetheless. Now the bishop on c8 is free to move. Rook b1 does not have the same impact. And
Hmm.
Gukesh still struggling a bit.
Not sure what his idea of b6 was. Like, is it just preempting rook b1 and just preparing for this, or what's the plan? Or is he just stopping knight c4 somehow? Because bishop a6 ka plan perhaps. Trying to make sense of this. What happens if I go knight c4? Ah, Sahil bhai, look at this. After knight c4, f5 is the move. I told you this move is coming.
Wow.
That looks scary actually.
But it feels like white के piece कुछ कर ही नहीं रहे actually. Like they're not
Setup करने में time लगेगा भाई. Maybe he goes
not
f3 and h4 perhaps. How is that? Like if I go f3 and then I go rook f2, knight f1, ऐसे h4 h5 करके. Does that make any sense?
साले में एफ पॉन तो मुझे कहा था किसी ने कि एफ पॉन पुश नहीं करते मतलब ऑलरेडी
अब तो भाई desperate measures.
या नॉट कन्विंस ईदर वे बाय द वे दोनों प्लेयर्स है कहाँ मुझे पता नहीं अनीश गिरी और उसमें बट वी हैव गुकेश एंड प्रग एटलीस्ट
Anish ने चला. Oh, Anish played rook db1 भाई.
ओ वाओ
What? Your move on the board भाई. क्या crazy. Yeah, I
ओके
don't
बट
think he
नाउ
liked playing this move, right? This is
बट ही
him admitting his position is worse. Just
but he
putting it
has to
out
find
there.
a4 now or I think he's close to lost he has to find a4 on the next move like
Yeah, but when you
literally
play rook db1, right, you are telling your opponent, okay, I know my position is worse. Can we at
हाँ of
least?
course
So, like,
of
this is
course
him admitting.
but it takes courage to admit that as well कि भाई okay I went wrong I'm going to admit my mistake and I'm going to find the best move now so Anish did that part but I hope he has seen a4 because chat the interesting detail here is for example the engine will tell any move for black here it's okay ठीक है doubling up उसके लिए कोई move चलो but
Yeah.
white का next move एक ही है and that is a4
Black,
nothing else
what he
works
means by this is rook c7, rook c6, rook c5. All of them have the same impact in this position because you want to double up on the c
yeah
file. But white को a4 खेलना जरूरी है.
yeah if you don't find a4 then I think it's -1 territory which is already very dangerous for Anish like it could, and with the time difference as well I think it could be a situation जहाँ पे Arjun just grinds it out yeah
Yeah, could be. Sahil bhai,
Anish
what is
just
cloud analysis? By cloud, I think cloud में अगर आप deep analysis करोगे तो it's probably still not as bad. But मैं check कर सकता हूँ if you guys want.
हाँ करो भाई but I think yeah it's probably still a draw but it's getting closer and closer to trouble for Anish. All right, these guys are interested in covering Gukesh's game, bro. We just were there, bro. Like literally 1 minute back, bro. ये ऑल राइड क्या होता है भाई ऑल राइड की स्पेलिंग तो कुछ और है ना
हाँ भाई. भाई तब से गुकेश की बोर्ड पे बैठे हुए थे भाई. We just switched.
लिटरली बोर्ड पे बैठे हुए तभी खेल रहे थे ये लोग तब से आई बेट 5 मैगी इफ
So
गुकी विंस
why it's bad actually. Just taking some time for it to settle down. Depth. Yeah, जो prediction था वही है भाई. मतलब जितना ऊपर जाएगा उतना कम दिखाता है basically. Yeah, it's equal. 0.2 essentially at depth 33. So basically वो लेकिन वो बहुत hardcore calculation है. Like by the cloud. Humans के लिए खेलना might not be as easy.
Yeah, I agree. Rook c1 would have been better than what Anish played. Now, Rook c1 would have been just a lost pawn in the lost game because Rook c1 pe You could have just taken it and taken on a2. The a2 pawn was hanging. Maybe there's rook c7 check. I don't know how that
But
can
b2 मर
work.
जाएगा ना. So let's
हाँ,
say
there's
rook
94.
c1, rook c1, rook c1, rook a2, rook c7 check, knight d7, rook b7 and rook b2. Actually
नहीं
no,
नहीं
भाई
नहीं
king d6
94 आ रहा है ना
taps the
भाई. Oh, that's so nice.
crazy.
And also, I think you can just give up the pawn, Sahaj bhai, because knight e4 wins the knight on d2. Instead of
Knight
knight
e4.
d7, let's just move the king somewhere. Can we move the king to d8, for example?
But rook b2 नहीं मारा ना आपने अभी तक. King e6 and rook b7.
Rook
Rook
b2.
b2. Okay, now you have knight e4 as a threat. Yeah, this also works.
But okay, that was nice, yeah. Knight d7 and the rook is trapped. Wow.
Yeah, knight d7 is very nice, I think. Good tactics. But he didn't play it, of course, because he has to defend anyways. And he doesn't want to give up the pawn. But yeah, position is equal still. But of course, practically, Arjun is pushing, and that's an understatement.
Yeah. Anyone who loses is out of form. Yeah, right. भाई accent में लोग बात क्यों कर रहे हैं comments में? I can hear the accent literally. नहीं, I think Anish is out of form 100%. I mean, he blundered a piece in one move in round one, then lost another, like barely survived in game two. He blundered twice and drew that game. Then he lost another one. So he is definitely out of form. Like there is no doubt about it. Like the way he's losing tells you he's not in form right now. And even in this game, yeah, would have been a comfortable draw, but somehow he's worse now. Like it was weird
Yeah.
to.
Maybe that
We thought this
first
have
game
been.
shook him up a bit. That could be possible.
हाँ हमें लगा अब तक खत्म हो गई गेम. याद है डिस्कसिंग अभी गेम पहले ही खत्म हो जाएगी, ड्रॉ हो जाएगी जल्दी से. लाइक वी जनरली थॉट दैट. तो
Wow. So yeah, looks a bit scary. By the way, Nodirbek taking advantage against Van with the white pieces. But Gukesh अभी भी सोचते हुए उस पोजीशन में यहाँ पे हमने छोड़ा था. Arjun is the only one I think who has good chances to win. Arvind, by the way, in deep. By the way, some updates in the Arvind board. Let's take a quick look. Look at this, bhai. Bishop c3 के बाद b4 he plays on the board. This is where we left it, and he plays ab4, cb4, brings the bishop back to d2, and now the blue arrow shows like bishop b3 was the best move, and he plays it. Queen e1 and knight cb5, and look at these two pawns, the a and the b pawns. Like a5, a4, a3, and suddenly you are in deep trouble, essentially. Is
and
Arvind just lost here?
I think objectively he might be lost. Practically, maybe he will put up some resistance, but honestly, the accuracy tells you the story in a nutshell. Yeah, 94.4 for Arvind and 98 for Hans Niemann. He's just played this game so well. And the only question is, can Arvind create some counterplay? Can he push the queen to h4? Right now, the answer seems to be no, because knight e2 is hanging. And if e2 falls, then d3 falls, and then everything collapses like, like a pack of cards. And b4 hanging as Sahaj Bhai, is that a real threat? Not really, right? Because again, e2 hangs. So I don't know what the
Yeah,
plan is for white.
b4. If you take, then I go bishop b4, queen b4, and same idea, knight e2 check. And I think the point is that after king h1, this knight can also potentially join on d4. Okay, but queen d3 is just like very, very good as well.
Exactly.
So,
So I just feel like there is no plan. कोई plan ही नहीं है
by
यहाँ
Hans
पे.
is looking good. I think he could win this match. I think he looks completely. To me, I think Arvind is already lost.
Wow. So chat, I think Arvind under huge trouble. यहाँ पे कुछ tricks ही बचा सकती है उनको. And it's surprising actually, because it's just been like, what, 2 hours, less than 2 hours into the
Yeah,
game.
he was a
1.5
bit ambitious, with those f5 g4 moves, but it hasn't worked out well. And अगर ये pawns यहीं पे रहते, अगर जितना यहाँ पे pawns रहेंगे उतना खराब होगा. You have to generate the attack quickly. Like g5, for example, just throw it and see what happens.
And by the way, Sahaj, Arjun does not double up the rooks. He plays king e6. Not that that is
Okay.
the end of the road, but it does mean Anish has some chances to fight back now.
Actually, this was the best move, like on depth 34 for Arjun.
Really?
Cloud pe, yeah. King e6. So it's the best move that he played.
So just to compare, the cloud engine Sahaj Bhai is using is at depth 33. The Chesscom engine, for example, which I'm using, is depth 20. So the beast move आगे सोच पा रहा है वो. Beast move आगे पे, the best move was rook c6 or rook c5, just doubling up rooks. And 33 move deep is king e6. And Arjun 33 move deep wala khelta hai after thinking for 7 minutes.
Crazy, no?
Yeah, feeling great about my chess right now, Sahaj. Like, I don't know about you.
But still, I think for Anish, nothing changes. He still has to play a4. He still has to go a4, develop his rook via a3, and we will just transpose. Yeah, Black will play rook c6 at some point, and exactly what transpose jayega.
Wow. I think chat overall, Arjun has impressed us all. भाई क्या बंदा है ऐसी माइनर छोटी सी एंड गेम में भी he finds these ways to put pressure on like a world class player. It's crazy to watch. Yeah. It's like magic. I think luck as well as confidence. कोई भी issue था अर्जुन के अंदर, it's vanished now after World Rapid Blitzkrieg victories.
For sure. So yeah, right now I think all the leaders are doing pretty good. Bluebaum, Arjun, and Hans as well. I think इस round के बाद we'll get a clear leader. Like we'll get a clear idea of who is on the top. Because अभी तक बड़ा वो balance सा लग रहा है. Because 2 point पे काफी सारे लोग हैं. But I think we'll see a couple of results today.
I think we'll have 2-3 people who are going to kind of, outshine the others. And a couple of questions in the chat. One is, with candidates near, I'm worrying for Anish and Pragg. Are they playing their instincts, just not opening up their preparation? A bit of both. I think it's too much pressure combined with hiding their prep and combined with just bad luck, where you don't have a good game one. Because dhyan rakho, both Anish and Pragg were the ones who had a horrible game one. Pragg got out prepared by Arjun and Anish just blundered. So start is very important. That tells you, well begun is half done, and it's absolutely true. And second question, is it possible to Pragg and Anish might be bluffing to struggle so that people target them at candidates? Absolutely not. I think we discussed this yesterday, Saj Bhai, as well. Nobody will lose on purpose in the chess ecosystem. They know how much it hurts.
I also like it's not simple to fake something like this. Yeah. I mean, there is no like throwing or anything along those lines in chess.
Yeah.
And by the way, speaking of that, he goes rook d1, Gukesh ke board pe. And I feel that advantage that Pragg had, that momentary advantage, one move advantage with bishop h6, it's not there anymore. And I'm starting to like Gukesh's position more somehow.
I mean, I'm still not completely convinced, Saj Bhai. Like, how does Gukesh play? Like, let's say I play bishop s3. Like, that was the move I always wanted to play. What do you play as white?
Like, I was thinking something like putting the knight on f1, putting the knight on e3, and then maybe going f3 and h4. And then this knight on e3 can go to d5, attacking the queen, and so on and so on.
But h4 possible nahi, Saj, because I'll put the bishop on h3.
ठीक है, तो I'll go knight f1, bishop h3, आप लाओगे knight e3, and f3, and knight d5 still is a big threat. And yeah, I like the double bishops here. I don't know, I like Gukesh की पोजीशन में ज्यादा पोटेंशियल दिख रहा है मुझे.
लेकिन डर है, जैसे बिशप c खेला साज भाई हमने बोर्ड के ऊपर, knight f1, and I'm going to take
Black's
the
move,
engine's
yeah.
help.
So let's play like bishop
h3.
h3. Yeah,
knight f1. I'm going to take the engine's help for this move because I think I wasn't sure.
Wow.
So rook f d8.
But it's really important, yeah, because rook f8 is the only move here.
It's the only move. That's why I'm just...
Any other move is actually better for white.
And rook f d8 के बाद, whatever white does, because I wanted to play this move, but somehow rook f d8 is important. Let's say you play, I don't know,
knight e3.
Knight e3, knight f4.
Yeah, so basically Pragg has to be tactically very sharp to not allow Gukesh to set up his position, yeah? Nahi to Gukesh has more flexibility. This makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and that means कि basically Pragg के पास chances हैं, but he has to be tuned in. अगर वो chance miss कर दिया, then maybe you are correct, Saj bhai. Like long term, Gukesh's position has potential.
For sure. But I think overall I still like Gukesh's position more, but let's see what happens. By the way, just 2 moves for him, bishop h3 and rook d8. So kind of transposing into one another. And yeah, bishop h3 and knight f4 वगैरह भी कुछ फेंकना is very, very important here for Pragg. Maybe that b6 move is the one that kind of, tilted things in Gukesh's favor. That's my take.
Yeah, possible. I think maybe it was maybe slightly slower than what was needed. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai...
bishop a6.
What?
No bishop h3 whatsoever.
But
I think
that doesn't make any sense to me.
I think it
Wait,
does, yeah, because if you have double bishop advantage, then you want to sacrifice or you want to exchange one of the bishops to take away that double bishop advantage. And I think that's what
but
Pragg is thinking.
but Sahaj bhai, if the bishop is on h3, at some point you're kind of forcing white, no, to exchange bishop f1, and that means white has to spend a move playing bishop f1. So that's one move you
But
gain.
जरूरी नहीं है ना कि मैं bishop f1 खेलूं उधर. Like, that lines with rook f d8 and knight f4, those are not easy moves to play. It's
Yeah,
very,
I
very
know,
difficult.
but I
So
feel
much.
like rook a6 आ रहा है Sahaj bhai. Like rook a6 फिर rook a8 वापस खेलना पड़ेगा. I'm just wasting too much time for this exchange. Like it just feels like it's too slow.
And another thing which probably should be mentioned is that white can play knight c4 and say no to the exchange whatsoever,
Oh
like
wow.
completely.
Wow.
अभी बिशप कर क्या रहा है यहाँ पे?
गुड क्वेश्चन. मैं पूछ के आता हूँ बिशप से साज भाई. मैं तो डिनर करके आता हूँ
भाई
साथ में, एक दो
मतलब
मिनट.
नाइट ई3 नाइट डी5 तो फिर भी मेरा प्लान था ही ना. मैं नाइट c4 से आऊँ या f1 से आऊँ, मतलब फर्क क्या पड़ता है?
I don't like bishop a6. I think the tide is turning again and it's gonna be in Gukesh's favor. So हल्की फुल्की advantage आगे पीछे जा रही है chat. साज भाई, as he thinks, can we have one look at the Anish game? कुछ हुआ क्या वहाँ पे?
He played a4.
Wow.
Yeah, so he plays the best plan there.
Wow, look at Arjun, yeah? He's zoned in. Can we go full screen chat? Sorry, bhai. एक बार would love to see both players locked in. I think they know this suddenly went from a drawn end game to quite serious defense for Anish. And 40 minutes on the clock for the white pieces. Saj bhai, I'm gonna be back in 2 minutes. जल्दी dinner करके आता हूँ.
Yeah,
But
sure,
yeah,
sure.
this game is gonna be a lot of fun to watch.
For sure, bhai. For sure. I think, but Arjun is putting some pressure, which is a great thing. Especially with the black pieces. 0.5 का advantage दिख रहा है अभी यहाँ पे. And the move is rook c2 and rook c6. I think basically कहीं पे भी रखो, it's fine. But rook c2 I like, because rook c2 के बाद आप king को d1 पे force कर रहे हैं, then you'll put the rook back to c6. And then the king is basically in a worse square. And you have to waste a move by going king e2 again. So yeah, tough decisions for Anish ahead. But अभी के लिए Arjun thinking 40-minute advantage is too much, भाई. It's too much. साहिल भाई, forget about my cookie. भाई कौन सी cookie की बैठ थी भाई, हमें भी बताओ. Congratulations समय भाई for winning 7 crore. बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल. That was a fun stream भाई. किसी ने देखा क्या by the way chat में? I was watching like the second half of it, like the whole thing. लेकिन बड़ा मजा आया. With candidates near, I'm worrying for Anish and Pragg. Are they playing their instincts or just not opening up their prep? I think they are not. I think prep का point तो समझ आता है मुझे. Maybe they are not playing their candidates prep. If they have started, which I think they have, they must have. But yeah, इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ना चाहिए उससे. But I think when a couple of more rounds have been played, I think you'll see a change in this leaderboard for sure. I think Anish आ जाएगा better. Arvind better? क्या बात कर रहे हो? नहीं भाई, अरविंद इज लाइक डेड लॉस्ट स्टिल. दिस इज द पोजीशन चैट. एंड वहीं उसके बाद रुक c1 उसने एक और मिस्टेक किया एक्चुअली. एंड अब बिशप g8. दिस इज लाइक डेड लॉस्ट बेसिकली. आप a5 a4 a3 खेल सकते हो. एंड दिस pawn is going to be a huge problem in the future. Very soon he has to come up with some creative ideas on the king side. Yeah, I think he's in deep trouble. Knight c4 by Gukesh. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Switching back, by the way, knight c4 is a good move. ये हम सोच भी रहे थे यहाँ पे, because he doesn't want to trade off the, or doesn't want to give away the double bishop advantage. And knight c4 also aligns with his idea, because he wants to go knight e3 and go knight d5, or maybe put the knight on g4, or maybe on f5. But knight e3 is good, very good. And then his bishop on c1 can go to a3 perhaps. And this is good, I think. I really like this for Gukesh. I think good chances. अब आपको f3 खेलने की भी जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ पे. You can just go h4 h5 straight away. Like like imagine this: knight e3, bishop a3, h4. That looks amazing for Gukesh, I think. कोई threat नहीं है king side पे. Pragg is in trouble, I think, here. Shahid bhai, any practical chances for Erwin? Nahi bhai. I think that looks borderline lost to me. Like, of course, when there are pieces on the board, then there is always going to be a chance. But it's for me, to me, it looks practically lost. I will take the position, for example, of Anish over Arvind any day. वहाँ पे एटलीस्ट ड्रॉ के चांसेस मेरे ज़्यादा हैं. What's your opinion on Alien Gambit? भाई बढ़िया है. I've played it in faster formats. It's good, but it's refuted. So अगर थोड़ा सा आपका opponent prepare कर लेगा, then it doesn't move. It will not work. And classical में for sure it will not work. Maybe like Blitz or Rapid. Rapid में maybe you can try, but you have to be very very careful. Blitz में you can play it, yeah. How can Arjun convert this? I think we will see very soon. But अभी के लिए I think Gukesh also having very good chances against Pragg. Have to say. Arjun अभी भी सोच रहा है. His time difference is I think the more uh, like it's something that is much better for him. 40 minutes advantage. Basically, he has double the time of his opponent. That's why I don't move pawns in front of my king. When to move them? But when you think it's safe, or when you want to launch an attack, basically. You mean because मैं h4 बोल रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, that's why. This is not necessarily an attacking move, it's a move to gain space in the position. And because knight g6 पे पड़ा भी हुआ है, you can always kick. And this option of always, being able to kick the knight is very nice. You can change the structure of the game on your terms. Who do you think is currently stronger in classical, Guki or Pragg? भाई बहुत close है I think ये दोनों एक दूसरे से, very close. But like okay, like ratings also is very very close, yeah, 2754 2758. तो like 1920 का फर्क. Can't really say anyone is stronger right now. What are the best moves for Pragg now? So probably rook d8, one of the rooks for sure. I'm more inclined towards playing rook fd8 because white can play bishop a3 and gain a tempo by attacking this, and उससे rooks भी आपके connect हो रहे हैं. So I like rook fd8 more. And if we go a bit deeper, like bishop a3, some knight e3 ideas, maybe black can go knight ce7 in this position just to connect the knights, and also covering the d5 square in the future. Kabhi agar knight e3 aaye to, I think Gukesh will go h4 or something. And very soon I'm running out of moves for Pragg. Like, what do you play? Maybe you go queen e6 perhaps to kick this knight finally. You play this, I take, and this is the type of position we are looking at. And the problem here is कि जो knight g6 पे पड़ा हुआ है, it is really really bad. Like it's been completely dominated by these pawns. कोई घर ही नहीं है knight के पास. You probably have to go knight f8 at some point, which is not ideal. And probably the idea of knight f8 is also कि आप knight h7, knight f6 करके knight को वापस activate करो. Remember, I was saying it in the beginning also that knight g7 looks like a strange move. Knight f6 पे होना चाहिए था. I think in this position for sure knight f6 पे होना चाहिए because it controls d5, it attacks the e4 pawn, and I think it looks like optically it looks a lot better. But yeah, I think position stabilized हो गई है and it's favoring Gukesh for sure. How Arjun always be ahead in time irrespective of the opponents. I'm very surprised who is Arjun's second. Bhai, it's just monster prep. Yeah, I think it's hard work, yeah. Like monster prep. He comes up with these creative ideas which are often overlooked by the engines and often overlooked by the players as well. And that's what it is. Goes rook f8, by the way. Is connecting knights as important as connecting rooks? No, bhai. Actually, connecting knights is generally not a very good thing. But in this specific scenario, knight ce7 say you are also defending the d5 square and the f5 square and so on. So that's the reason why knight c7 is a move that I'm thinking about. But he goes rook f8 abhi, but this was the easy move. Yeah, bishop a3 played by Gukesh as well. So we will see that idea जहाँ पे वो queen e6 खेलेगा at some point and he will force a trade of the bishops. And I think Gukesh's position looks fantastic. Shahzad, if anyone from Gukesh's team 2024 goes into his opponent's team for 2026, how much does it decrease the chances for Gukesh? Not sure कोई ऐसा scene होगा because I don't think you can swap, and even if you do, like I don't think any second will like share कि भाई ये files हैं. And also अगर आप share कर भी देते हो भाई, you're not using them for this match. Of course, you'll come up with new ideas. For each World Championship match, you're coming up with new ideas. It's a new team, new ideas, new players. So उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. Like of course, like if अगर main coach अगर आपका change हो जाता है, then it's a different story. But okay, that never happens. So Hans is winning. Yes, bhai. Hans is winning. Let's take a quick look at Hans's board. Same position, yeah. He plays rook c1, bishop g8, and rook d1. Okay. I'm not sure what the idea of rook d1 is. Maybe he wants to take on b4 and knight e2 के बाद वो जो queen d3 मर रहा था. He's defending that. Perhaps that's his plan. But what if I just play a5 here, for example? Isn't that just bad? Because आप bishop b4 नहीं मर रहा. And rook on d1 looks very, very awkward to me. Yeah, I think he's lost, bhai. I think Arvind is lost here. Yeah, I think this looks lost. Duda का मेरे को पता नहीं भाई, but Vincent was previously there, but I'm not sure if he will be there, this time around. I'm not sure. He could actually also help Bluebaum, for example, because they're from the same country and all of that. But that is if मैं candidates की बात कर रहा हूँ, World Championship की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
यो भाई, ये अरविंद के पीस थोड़ा वो हडल में क्यों बैठे हैं इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम की तरह?
Good question, bhai. He just played rook c1 and rook d1, bhai. Look at
ये
this.
क्या?
Rook
What is
c1
this?
and rook d. भाई मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा भाई ये गेम.
I'm sorry, but this is so weird. Like I feel like Hans Niemann must be licking his lips right now. ये गेम तो मेरी जेब में है भाई, literally.
Yeah, bhai. I think two miniatures. Yeah, this could also be a miniature. ले 1 घंटे में खत्म हो सकता है मैच.
But chat, you know what? It's -3 for Hans, and कई बार ना एक बंदे को एडमायर करना ही पड़ता है. बंदे ने कह के किया भाई, मतलब लाइक करूंगा and he reached the top. I have to admire him for that. And कैसे यहाँ पे outplay किया है, somebody like Arvind who's so strong, yeah, so strategically sound, and just every move like is so on point. 98.1 accuracy and strategic moves, logical moves, and he just like if you make a mistake, he punishes you. You know that in your mind, कि वो punish करेगा. That is such a difficult thing to handle as white. And look at the rook on d1. I mean, look at the white pieces, yeah. I chop off like ये हल्का सा huddle and white के सारे pieces board के बाहर है like this. ये सारे एक साथ चिपके हुए, फेविक्विक चिपके हुए भाई. Literally, we should do फेविक्विक sponsorships now, साज भाई. ऐसे लग रहा है ये.
Yeah, this looks weird, bhai.
This slide looks like कि कोई पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है भाई. Anyways. So yeah, I think Hans set to convert that game.
Hans is looking completely winning to me, yeah.
वही black pieces है. So tomorrow he will get white. And who does he play tomorrow? I'm curious. He plays Nodirbek tomorrow. Wow, that's going to be exciting. And
Hans still has to play against Arjun, Pragg and Gukesh, yeah?
Yeah, those games will be crazy, by the way. And Hans, by the way, had insane number of fans in India, Sahaj. I think after the Indian players, this time Tata Steel India mein, I think he had the most number of fans. Like you would get a huge cheer every time he would get out, and he was smiling and blushing half the times. It was so much nice to watch.
For sure, man. Duda is from Poland and Bluebaum is from Germany. हाँ भाई, I was talking about Vincent helping out Bluebaum, not Duda. Duda का नाम I think मैंने लिया ही नहीं भाई. It was in the chat that someone was saying. By the way, Carissa Yip completely winning against Vedant Panesar भाई.
भाई वेदांत को क्या हो गया यार? I think that
Taking a look at the game, look at this. It's like really really bad. वो g4 तो आ गया बोर्ड पे. अभी रुक a3 करके कुछ अटैक आ सकता है कोई किंग साइड पे. Some f4 plans as well. Yeah, this looks very very hopeless.
I think that game against Liu maybe broke him यार. मतलब वो क्या ही वो, he was like a second away potentially from winning that game, but he's not able to calm the horses a bit. Like थोड़ा calm रहो, draw, like that's what Anish was trying to do, right? I think वो चाहिए, बहुत ज़रूरी है, बहुत ज़रूरी है. So yeah, this looks difficult. Maybe he somehow survives, but as of now, Carissa Yip looking on the path to get that win under her belt. So meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, I think it's time to go to the Gukesh game. Do we have any updates there? I see a bishop on a3.
Yeah, so rook f8, bishop a3. We looked at this position. I was just to like sum up everything. I feel like Gukesh has a very very comfortable advantage here. And मेरी मैगीज आते हुए दिख रही है मुझे भाई. अब तो मैं 2 पे भी रेडी हूँ भाई.
Sahaj bhai, you know what? If this game has a result, that's gonna be such a crazy game. Even from here to get a result, I would genuinely give you 1 extra Maggie for that. Anyways, I am in for 2 Maggies, bhai. Let's go. Let's do 2 Maggies. Are you in?
I'm in, bhai. I mean,
Done. Two matches
no
की bet
draw
हो गई भाई
possible.
once.
I think this is exactly the type of position that Gukesh loves. Nice imbalance, but he has scope to improve, but Pragg doesn't have that much scope there. Yeah, I think Gukesh has very, very good chances.
Let's do it, Gukesh. Let's do Pragg. I think time could be a
भाई
factor also in this game.
ये स्पेनिश लिख रहा है कोई या फिर इटालियन में लिखा है किसी ने? I think this is Spanish. No, it looks Italian actually.
एक्चुअली हर्षित भाई तो है नहीं हमारे पास तो
हाँ, हर्षित को होना चाहिए भाई.
hmm,
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ डुओलिंगो अपना चेंज कर देता हूँ
स्वीडिश
हंगेरियन से
भाई.
स्पेनिश.
Is it Swedish? No,
नो
Portuguese. I
भाई.
don't know. It's
नो भाई, इट्स
Portuguese.
स्पेनिश.
It's Portuguese.
Portuguese. Oh, lovely. Welcome भाई. Welcome to the stream.
Bullet, Blitz, Rapid, Gukesh, and Weak. What? And Weak क्या होता है? He only has one world championship because Goat Magnus doesn't play anymore. I mean, I think if Magnus played everything to his best strength, then nobody would have any title apart from
भाई
Magnus.
पोर्चुगीज में बोलो ना.
So,
Trans-
Ilna who, no, bhai, I can't, sorry, bhai. But the point is, you can't really blame Gukesh for that. He can do his best against the opponent he faces. If somebody is not there, then he can't really do much. Meanwhile, कोई कह रहा है सिंदारोव ने भी गलती कर दी है भाई. And now Bluebaum is close to winning. भाई Bluebaum is just भाई opponent पे बाम लगाओ भाई इतना दर्द हो रहा है क्या चल रहा है साथ वाले की he's
40
just
मिनट
playing
का
amazing
डिफरेंस
chess.
भाई फिर से. What is going on? Bluebaum looking very solid, eh?
He's shocked by his opponent's move. Okay,
Yeah, he
chat,
doesn't
I have a
like it.
question. Oh, look at him. He's disgusted by his opponent's move. He can't believe what Sindarov just played.
Yeah, for sure. F4 is the move here, by the way, chat, which is very, very good for white.
And you know,
Good game.
Saj, F4 and then F5 just going for the kill straight away.
Look at that reaction, by the way, by Bluebaum.
Wow, that is hilarious. Wow. Wow.
Are you serious with that move?
Oh my God. But what is that reaction?
You call that a move?
You call that a move. That's a nice caption. Oh, he's like, oh, I mean. Wow. So Sindarov बेचारा वहां खड़ा है वर्ल्ड कप विनर वो रिएक्शन देख रहा है व्हाट डू यू थिंक ही इज थिंकिंग अबाउट हिज रिएक्शंस
Bhai, I don't, he's not even on the board, so tough to say.
no he's
But I
there
think,
he was standing right in front so he is seeing the reactions 100%.
I guess we'll find out very soon.
Wow. He's yawning. Sindarov अलग yawn कर रहा है. I think that was the most intentional yawn. इतना मुंह खुला था ना Sindarov का. You can fit like a big burger in that. I think that was an intentional yawn. It didn't feel natural, Saj bhai.
Hmm. Legs by. By the way, Hans ने A5 kill दिया and his advantage is just increasing with each move that he plays. And big trouble for Arvind. I think that might be the first game to finish.
Wow. So, okay, we'll come back to this. I think we're going to see some fun reactions from Sindarov as well once he takes his seat. Okay,
Yeah.
Oro.
Let's go to perhaps Arjun. Yeah, because Arjun is, I think, should play a move relatively quickly. He's been thinking for almost 20 minutes now.
Bad for Arvind. Yeah, I think that one is unfortunately just gone. So we'll come back to this later on. But for now, let's stick to Arjun's game because I think he's the okay. Gukesh Pragg, I think, could go either way, but Arjun has a chance to win as well potentially in this endgame. He has the open C file, and in an endgame, rooks belong on open C files. That's very important. And White can't challenge him just yet because rook C1 again, the A4 pawn is hanging. Yes, Pragg is playing novice chess. That is confirmed.
Saj, were you second to any distinguished chess player? If yes, how was the experience? No, not as much, to be honest. But it's a pretty difficult job, I have to say. Like I've seconded in a couple of tournaments before, and it's a very difficult job. I think very like you have to all you're working basically all the time, and it's good for your chess. To second a stronger player because आप constantly opening के ideas आप मतलब study कर रहे हो, practice games खेल रहे हो, and all of that.
सिंदारो वॉकिंग ब्लैक, जल्दी करो, पनवेल को निकलना है भाई। पनवेल में बैठा हूँ, अगर आएगा तो यहीं उसको वापस भेज देंगे, डोंट वरी, इधर ही हूँ मैं। Bluebaum turned
Yeah.
Hikaru. I mean, he is playing like Hikaru though. I mean, he's playing some fabulous chess.
For sure, but okay, like still early days. It's a great position though for him. I think सबके गेम में I think maybe it's only Erdogmus जिसका ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ने का चांस बहुत ज्यादा हाई है, and then Arvind who's I think basically dead, like dead lost.
Sahil can be second to his wife. Actually, that can be actually true. That would not even be too far-fetched because she's also rated around, I think, 2150 classical. So if she wanted to, she could try and get the IM title also. But okay, I mean, it's a
Hmm.
debate. But okay, I would still not be a good second, maybe. I mean, that would be debatable.
No, it's a fun experience though.
My opening lines is.
No, I would be
uh,
very interested, I think, to second someone like in the future. But
so if you had the chance, let's say, among the candidates right now, who would you second?
I was gonna say Arjun like very easily, just to try and decode how he thinks by. Yeah. In the candidates, like of course I'll choose Pragya.
Hmm. If anybody works as second, will they play tournaments? They will actually, because their identity is secret. So nobody knows, in most cases at least, that they are the second. But they will, of course, not play the opening lines, which they are preparing with their first, let's say. So they will stick to their own opening lines and बोलते हैं ना वो साइलेंट गार्डियन की तरह ऐसे सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे अपने फर्स्ट को.
Hmm. Bluebaum, by the way, still thinking. By the way, एक प्लेयर एर्दोगमस का थोड़ा टाइम का इशू आते हुए दिख रहा है मुझे. He's on 35 minutes and he's still thinking. तो वहां पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम बढ़ सकता है. And by the way, I think Gukesh has played a move. I'm not sure. No, actually, Bishop A3. Yeah, this was the position. So Pragg is still thinking at this point. What? How much time?
He's
14
keen.
minutes for Pragg.
ब्लू बाम फेस कैम वाज रियली फनी. वी कैन चेक इट आउट वंस कि क्या चल रहा है
Yeah,
वहां पे.
sure.
Because his reactions were hilarious. Salva
So
should
this is
choose Fabi for second. So Plug has a better chance. Bro, I would work for Fabi for free. If he wants my services as a second, agreed. Done.
accent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have to, like, I would drink water and then find out 94, Bishop G4, and all that stuff. It's not easy, Saj. It's deep work. I care about Saj.
The knight a4 is not working, of course. But why? It's a bad move. It's definitely a bad move, but I'm just trying to think why. Is there some takes, queen g5 or not easy? Yeah, knight a4 में क्या हो रहा है भाई? Free का pawn नहीं है क्या?
Apparently, it is knight d4. Simply knight a4, knight d4,
Bishop d4.
bishop d4, bishop d4, queen d4, and queen g5.
Oh, बढ़िया. Nice. Instinct is on point.
Yeah, with bishop h3 incoming and then knight f4 incoming, and black is apparently just better there.
Hmm.
So knight a4 would be kind of a mistake here
Hmm.
from blue
He's
bum.
not even looking at that move. Yeah, his eyes are only on the king side.
Yeah. And I think maybe that's what Sundaro felt. Like he might fall for this trap. Like he's banking on this.
Hmm.
And that's what happens, right? You're playing somebody who's weaker on the ratings. Okay, weaker is subjective here, but you think maybe they will fall for this. Like you kind of underestimate their potential. And
Like someone below like 1800 maybe, but not in India, maybe below 1600.
no, yeah, I mean, I still can imagine people falling for this. Yeah, like even I am
In
falling for
India,
this. Like,
below 1600. Above that, नहीं भाई. आप खेलो कोई tournament भाई. 1600s are not 1600s in India.
so you're telling me कि कोई 2000 नाइट एफोर नहीं मारेगा यहाँ पे?
Wait, what?
I told you! I told you, brother! I told you! Wow!
Okay, I am genuinely shocked by
Oh,
this.
oh, look at him. He can't believe it. Wait, he's like, क्या कर दिया मैंने?
भाई इसी गेम पे रहते हैं.
Wow.
बड़ा कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा है यहाँ पे.
Wait, he looks like he's seen a ghost. वो भी Conjuring वाला. Not like
भाई
those lame movies.
I'm genuinely shocked by this. But why would you allow this Queen G5 stuff though?
इंडिया का 1600 साज भाई मैं कह रहा था भाई यार भाई लेकिन that pawn is too tempting भाई.
It was tempting for me also, but once you did the calculation with Queen G5, I mean, it was pretty obvious. Yeah, यहाँ पे कुछ problems हैं. Like Bishop D4, Knight D4. Queen A5 नहीं मर रहा है यहाँ पे. Because I have Knight F3, I guess. Or Knight E2 check, yeah, Knight E2 check. Because King F2 के बाद अगर King E2 मारते भी हो तो Knight G3 check रहेगा मेरे पास. So Queen D4 is forced, and then I go Queen G5. I don't like this for white. Like this Knight F4, Bishop H3, it looks so scary.
Wow. And that's why he was shocked. He was not shocked by the knight h5 as a blunder. He was shocked कि pawn काहे दे दिया. And to me, it's so like cliche कि जैसे ही उसने वो pawn मारा, he realized the problem, I think. जैसे ही pawn मारा, he realized the problem.
Maybe. Basically, after this capture, white has to go Rook D2, only move by the way, and Knight F4, and King H1 only move. King H2 is losing for some reason. Why is it losing?
Is
Why is King
c5?
H
No.
C5 पे तो Queen E3 I think I have. So King H2 is supposedly completely lost for you. Why is it lost? हाँ, Knight E6 maybe, yeah? No, Knight E6 पे Queen F2 आ जाएगा. Or maybe Bishop H3 and Queen H4 is what I'm thinking. So let's play King H2. क्या हो रहा है इधर? हाँ, Bishop H3 है भाई. GH3 and Queen H4. Basically, this is very bad. Oh, Rook is also joining the attack with Rook
अच्छा
E5.
हाँ,
Rook
oh, rook
E5
e5.
even.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow. So Sindarov, I think probably will take down the tournament leader. Okay, there are many, but still. Okay, it's too early to say heavy, but yeah, that was a shocker. Meanwhile, let's switch games, Sajbhai. Maybe time to check out one of the others, the
Yeah,
Indian games.
Arjun ke match pe because he's been thinking for almost half an hour now. I mean, I think we should expect a move very soon. Yeah. Still, that's a long time that he's thinking in the end game.
अगर सोचना था तो he should have thought like 2 moves prior. I think after Anish played Rook DB1, I think.
No,
Like for
but
the
King
last
E6
move.
was normal. Na? King E6 is just, I mean, it's a move that will be useful everywhere. But A4 ke baad,
Huh.
I think you have to start making some committal decisions.
I think he didn't see A4, Saj. If he had seen A4, he would have thought for that much time for that King E6. He still played King E6, but he would have thought for longer then. I think he missed A4. Or
I
at
don't know why
least
Rook
didn't
A3 feels so
realize.
logical though.
But maybe he underestimated a bit. Yeah, मतलब कि it's equalizing in some way, which in a variation he thought was better for him, but it's equalizing. So now he's gone deep. Okay, I that's not working anymore. So what else do I have?
Yeah, good point. By the way, some trades have happened in the Gukesh Pragg game. Actually, we should definitely switch there because a lot of trades have happened. Look at this, by the way. Rook F D8. He plays Bishop A3, Rook D1, Pehla Rook, and the second Rook also being traded off. So Knight E3 takes this, and Queen takes, I'm guessing he's going to go. And we are in the end game, basically.
Sahaj bhai, I mean, I don't know. Like it feels like कि जो attack बनने वाला था, that's evaporated.
No. Still a lot of chances.
No, I mean for black I'm saying. जो attack
Yeah,
बन
for
सकता
black
था.
for sure. वो तो कभी था ही नहीं.
So that's gone. Now I have the d5 square. And let's keep in mind जो ये pawn chain है आपकी a5, b6, c7. That's perfectly ripe for that knight to come to d5. Like it's just going to make it so miserable. You can't push any of those pawns. And किसी से defend करना है. You don't have to ask a bishop. So queen से defend करना पड़ेगा for the time being. Which is so hard. Oh, queen बैठेगी वो प्यादा defend करने के लिए.
Maybe you
And
can
yeah.
maybe you can go knight d8, knight d6. I don't know somehow.
Ah, but then you have to,
Or
yeah,
knight
but then
f8,
you're
knight
still,
d6.
you can't play c6 again. So knight बैठा हुआ e6 में बेचारा कुछ कर
हाँ
नहीं रहा
बट
है.
कुछ वही क्वीन से डिफेंड करने से बेटर तो ये है ना नाइट से करो ताकि क्वीन खाली रहे.
ट्रू ट्रू बट वही है लाइक कहानी वही हो गई लंगा नांगा नहाएगा क्या निचड़ेगा क्या लाइक इट्स जस्ट डिफेंडिंग या कॉन्स्टेंटली मतलब there's no active plan I think for now. Knight on g6 looks stupid, stopped by the pawn again, has no good squares apart from e7 going back. जहाँ पे भी bishop is looking by the way. So I mean it's a draw. I would still back myself to get those two Maggies as we raised it from 1 to 2, but it's also like a position where Pragg is not playing for much I think.
या प्रग के लिए आई थिंक ही इज ओके विद इक्वलाइजिंग. या तभी वो रुक से फटाफट ट्रेड हो गए. बिशप्स भी ट्रेड मतलब प्रग ने ही बोला ट्रेड करने के लिए. But for Gukesh, it's great. I think queen, knight, and bishop. The only sort of downside is the pawn structure. That's it.
And maybe it also helps him here. Maybe like you never know. It can be helpful in some cases. Can Oro be youngest 2600? Well, he can be. He's already like 25, 30 or something. So it's not unimaginable. Oh. Whew, man, as these players think, chat, what's on your mind? Koi sawal kuch bhi, do let us know. Because I think Indians which मेरे को लग रहा है like mostly it ends in a draw. Apart from Arjun defeating Prague, I have seen log battles kind of end up in equality.
Arjun defeating Anish, by the way.
Oh,
but I
is he
think Gukesh
defeating?
can defeat Pragg. Yeah.
Is he defeating him? कुछ change हुआ क्या?
मुझे लगा आप बोल रहे थे ना Arjun defeating Pragg बोला आपने, but I thought you were saying
Ah,
Arjun
round
defeating.
one, no.
Okay, got it. I thought you meant in this match.
Maybe
I think
overall,
here
like,
for
I think,
sure I think Gukesh has good chances to win, and I think Arjun also has good chances to win. Arjun maybe less, but yeah.
Arjun won't be able to winter it. Maybe summer कर सकता है यार. Maybe winter नहीं तो. It's possible, Chad. Don't worry. कपड़े एक एक्स्ट्रा पहन के हो सकता है. By the way, Rook C2 played by Arjun after a long thing. We have a move 32 minutes and 34 seconds.
Wow. It was the best move. And I think the idea is simple. You provoke the king to go to d1 and then you put the rook to c6. That way the king is in a worse square on d1 essentially. So I think Anish ke liye the next move is basically forced. You have to go king d1.
Wow. And king d1 के बाद rook c8 is not that impressive, क्या? Because the engine doesn't like it.
After
it likes
what?
rook c6.
After king d1.
Yeah. Because the engine prefers rook c6, which is okay, but
I think not a. I mean, rook c6 is just a nice square, yeah. But the knight cannot attack it. Pawn, it's defended. I know it's not an easy road to equality here.
And also like as you mentioned, king d1 is the only move. Like that's very interesting to me. Like you're playing in only moves now. Because let's say if you play a random move, I don't know what random moves, let's say rook a3, for example. Like that's already resigns after knight e4. Like you can resign, essentially just resign, like give up the game. So you have to be careful.
To resign, yeah?
Yeah,
You said
like,
resign.
I don't know if you heard, like it was like RESIGNNNN.
By the way, इस पोजीशन में किंग d3 के बाद क्या होगा? साहिल भाई?
King d3.
हाँ.
Oh,
There
nice,
it is.
nice.
There it
Chat से
is.
पूछते हैं. Chat. What happens after King D3? Black to play best moves. अगली दो चालें बतानी है. Come on, chat. Let's go. Nice.
It's always nice, yeah, when this happens on the board.
हाँ.
Tej bro and Sahil bro, I have one question. How chess players manage to stay calm on top tournaments? I'm not talking about Magnus, but how do they control their self in hard situations? I think many a times players are not able to control themselves. But I think with experience, like when you reach the top, you have already faced similar situations many times before. So you get used to it, you get experience with it. Yeah, that really helps. And yes, Rook D2 and F5 by Logan and Kalia. Look
Yeah.
at this
Wow.
beautiful checkmate.
क्या ही checkmate है भाई. King of the Hill तो white जीता था. But normal chess में he screwed. अब, but I think G4 pawn is doing a great job. I feel, yeah, G4 pawn के बिना nothing works, by the way. I think G4 pawn जो black का है, that is the hero of this battle. He's a silent warrior, yeah? Like
Hmm.
making every single task for white a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, for sure. But abhi ke liye, I think by the way, he has to make 18 moves in 36 minutes with no increment. And he has to defend. So might not be the easiest job.
True, true. I think it's all converging on Anish at the same time. And it's going to get tighter and tighter by the minute. So he needs to find a way to escape, like some way to equalize. And then I think he's okay. But if he doesn't equalize in the next five moves, and as you mentioned, with the clock, with the pressure, I think this is gonna potentially go Arjun's way.
Yeah, agreed. At least यहाँ पे 10 minutes हो जाएगा, I think, Anish. And then
Let's do
suddenly
one
you.
thing. Let's check out the Gukesh Pragg game then, because I think
वही सोच रहा है यार वो उधर ही क्यों रुक डी वन के बाद. I just took a look.
इतना क्यों सोच रहा है वो?
I think he's thinking bishop d1 or queen d1 because queen d1 obviously is the more logical choice. Feels just natural कि queen को आप open file पे रख रहे हो, but then the bishop gets traded, yeah. So he's thinking भाई bishops को रखना है क्या नहीं.
Hmm.
Like can I go bishop d1 and because
So,
then maybe his chances to win increases, yeah.
Sadhve, like I know like Bishop D1 is natural, but what about like a out of the box move like King G2?
Oh, क्या बात है भाई.
है
आपको
ना? Like
टाटा स्टील खेलना
looks
चाहिए भाई.
looks different. I think it's a bit
That's such a
different. Like
that's such a stoppable move.
yeah. Like Pragg would be shocked. Like he क्या खेल दिया बंदे ने? Like, King
Hmm.
G2 would be crazy.
Hmm.
Right?
Yeah, भाई crazy. Goes queen d1.
और गुकेश ने कहा इससे पहले एनालिसिस डीपर जाए. जल्दी से मार देते भाई इसको. इतना डीप एनालिसिस नहीं सुनना मुझे सिचुएशन में.
And now I think it's a question of how does Pragg set his knights? Like, does that knight go to e7 to prevent knight d5, or does that knight go to d8 and e6 to defend the c7 pawn and knight d5 पे आप रख सकते हो भाई, no problem.
भाई भाई Anish has made a slight mistake.
Oh,
King goes up, not down.
so the difference here, we were looking at king d1, but king d3 में difference ये है कि अब rook c1 नहीं आ रहा, so you can play rook c8 now technically. भाई ब्लंडर क्यों लिखते हो भाई? आप आपका नाम जीएम मैग्नस है भाई, तो पहले आप स्पैम मत किया करो इतना, दूसरा ब्लंडर मत बोलो यार. यहाँ पे तो क्वेश्चन मार्क भी नहीं दिखा.
First things first, chat. After rook a c8, White's only move is e4 or he can resign.
या e4 चेक मैं खुद खेल सकता हूँ शायद.
हाँ, exactly. So White has to play e4.
Oh, bhai, look at this. Like if rook a3, for example, e4 and knight e4, knight e4, king e4, and can I give this checkmate somehow? Wait a second. Rook d8 maybe? अच्छा नहीं, king f4 है आपके पास. King भाग जाएगा ऐसे. Just rook
हाँ,
f2 या something.
हाँ. But it is winning. It is winning. You are right. You can just take on f2 actually.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, this is dangerous now. Rook c8, and suddenly Anish is feeling the wind on the face of his king.
क्या बात है भाई?
इतना इतना ओपन में नहीं आया था. हाँ यार, सोचा था शेक्सपियर बन जाऊं, बट मैंने कहा छोड़ो, चेस ही कर दे भाई.
By the way, chat, that's not a blunder. Definitely not a blunder. So, by the way, किसी ने super chat किया भाई. Thanks for the super chat. But someone said opinion on Prague prep regarding candidates.
Wow.
I think
I
they
think
wanted our opinion.
that's probably I think the most important question right now, right? In the fans, in the minds of Indian fans. I think he's preparing hard. We also talked to his second at Tata Steel India. He's working very hard on the candidates, the entire team. Um, but the point is key, maybe right now it's not the perfect. He's changed some openings. Maybe ho sakta hai. He's going through a transition phase. बहुत calm चल रहा है. He's playing a bunch of events. He had to qualify to the candidate itself. He's taking a lot of pressure maybe कि भाई, this is my chance, to win, because कोई और नहीं है Indian, and this I can win and beat Gukesh and so on. I think he needs to relax a bit, maybe Saj Bhai. I think that's the only thing. Um, because I think Pragg is a dangerous player, and the way he played in 2025. Why do you think he won the FIDE circuit? Because he won so many events. That's what he needs to do in the candidates. Exactly the same thing. Literally, just win an event. It's not something different to what he's done last year. So why do you think it's so complicated for Pragg, Saj?
Complicated? What do you mean complicated?
Yeah, I
Complicated?
mean,
What do you...
like he's struggling here, for example, right? Like in 2025,
Yeah, but it's
he was
just a
cruising through
bad couple of
every.
rounds. That's it.
हाँ, exactly. वही मैं कह रहा हूँ. Like I think he's taking too much pressure here. That's my take. Like बहुत pressure ले रहा है वो maybe यहाँ पे. That's the problem. The prep wise, he's fine.
Yeah, yeah. I think first round was just Arjun just steamrolling there with this monster prep. Second round, okay, was yeah, I think Nodirbek played, I would say, basically a flawless game against Prague. And that can be tiring also, I think, for a player. It was just an unfortunate two games. Wouldn't really say that it affects his prep or anything along those lines. Still doesn't take away the fact that he is a candidate for the second time. He has very, very good chances, to win.
And also, if Anish is going through the same stuff, right? It tells you ki it's something to do with the candidates itself, the pressure of the candidates. Because Anish also struggling. Now, ironically enough, Bluebaum also blundered. So it's common for majority of the candidates right now. And yeah, hopefully Pragg can be the best at handling that pressure. And once you win the candidates, then it's only one player in front of you, and that gets much easier as compared to this candidates tournament.
Yeah, for sure. बाकी प्लेयर्स कैंडिडेट्स का वेट कर रहे हैं. अर्जुन खतरनाक प्रेप लेके रेडी है भाई. बिल्कुल भाई. Arjun being not being in the candidates is sad भाई. Would be amazing to see him in the candidates.
ओ क्या धोता यार वो, मतलब प्रेप से ही 4 प्लेयर हराया था यार. क्रेजी, बट
लिटरली
ओके.
भाई. और उस इमेजिन वो जो क्रेजी आइडियाज वहां पे निकलते हैं उससे.
सच में. But the good news is he became a world, not a world champion as, but he won a medal. He can still become the freestyle world champion. He can become the total chess world champion all before the actual world championship happens. So he could have 2 world championships to his name, which at least freestyle, to nobody else has a chance, right? He's the only Indian. So among Indians, he has a chance to get 2 titles under his name even before the world championship starts. So it's not all gone for Arjun, I think.
भाई अभी तो शुरू हुई है ये सब कुछ. अभी तो पिक्चर शुरू हुई है लिटरली.
चैट में कुछ और ही चल रहा है. Meanwhile, as they think, I was checking the game of Aravindh, where he's finally brought his queen out to g3. So at
Okay,
least
let's
he
take a look.
succeeded at activating something, like at least the queen is active, like she's doing
बाय द वे
something.
ये था नाइट
हाँ.
b3 ये था वो बेस्ट मूव. नाइट c4 टेक्स द बिशप, टेक्स दिस b3 बिशप b4 का प्लान. एंड वो क्वीन g3 अटैक के लिए नहीं खेला भाई, वो बिशप b4 था इसलिए. अभी भी
हाँ
A5
but at
A4
least,
A3 आ रहा है भाई.
हाँ एटलीस्ट क्वीन आई तो भाई कुछ करने, लाइक एटलीस्ट देयर इज समथिंग. फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स से A4, rook F3.
अरे भाई
Is there something possible, Saad bhai? For example, let's say
A3.
A3, queen H4.
भाई क्या कुछ चेक चेक भी नहीं आएगी भाई उधर.
अच्छा बिशप बैठा G8 पे, ओ मैं भूल ही गया
ऋषभ बैठा है भाई.
था.
कुछ
अच्छा,
भी नहीं है आपके पास.
I was thinking कुछ ड्रामा हो, queen H7,
कुछ
rook
भी नहीं है
H3
भाई,
mate.
कुछ भी नहीं. This looks a very sad position, I would say, for white.
Okay, then let's go back to the other game, bhai. Arjun game, because this is just really sad.
हाँ अभी तो खराब ही लग रहा है भाई.
This bishop
अर्जुन
G8 देखा ही नहीं मैंने. I don't know why I
अर्जुन
didn't see
सोच
that.
रहा होगा तब से भाई आधा घंटे से मैं किंग D1 एनालाइज कर रहा हूँ और उसने किंग D3 खेल दिया.
नहीं, nobody has learned to chat. No moves in the Praggnanandhaa game yet,
समझा नहीं
since we
मैं
saw
ये
it.
चैट का ये पॉइंट. क्या है
कौन सा?
क्राउड में. समझा ही नहीं मैं ये क्राउड वाला.
Crowd. कम है ना crowd इस बार. So maybe they are missing the crowd from yesterday.
अच्छा. लग तो नहीं रहा है मुझे बट ठीक है. आई टेक योर वर्ड फॉर इट.
वही है साज भाई, वही है, समझ जाओ.
कुछ लिखा भी अभी आपने तो आई एम नॉट श्योर भाई.
मैंने क्या लिखा?
वो ग्रुप पे भी डाला ना आपने कुछ टाइम पहले.
मैंने क्या डाला ग्रुप पे?
वो भी
अच्छा,
समझा
ओ
नहीं.
अरे भाई यार, वो तो कुछ और था, वो कुछ और था साज भाई.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
Meanwhile, chat, I think. Okay, so rook a8 is one move. Anything else? For example, even rook c6, the move you're considering earlier, right, comes to mind with the idea of rook d8 check. But maybe rook c1 is a problem now, actually.
रुक
Because now,
D8 E4.
भाई कौन सी लाइन देख रहे हो साज भाई?
रुक C8 एंड E4 ना.
अच्छा चलो वही देख लेते हैं, बिकॉज ये वाली
तो
कैसे
आप क्या
काम नहीं
कह
किया
रहे
अभी.
थे किंग. आप क्या कह रहे
मैं
थे.
मैं कह रहा था rook king d3, rook c6 directly, just to kind of. But there is rook c1 because now the king on e2 is not pinned after you take on b2 in any
So
case. So it's not.
takes rook A4.
Hmm.
Okay, you're a pawn up basically still.
Rook c7.
Knight D7. Knight C5 check है मेरे पास. Don't take on B7.
Like, is it enough? Double pawn है तो.
Yeah, but looks tricky for white for sure. But this is the second best line, yeah, for black. If rook A8 is like even more dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. Because you want to keep maximum pieces on the board, right? You want to make sure कि opponent को सांस लेने का मौका ना मिले. So I like the move rook c8, just kind of not allowing activating of the white rooks. You don't want to exchange the rook from b1 for the rook on c2. I mean, that's insane, yeah?
Yeah. But king D3 के बाद he's still thinking. Another like think 10 minutes incoming.
Chat, I think this is super important, crucial moment for these two players. Anish not having the best of events. He needs that point. He needs at least half a point to keep moving forward in this tournament. This is in his home country, right? At the end, because he's playing in Netherlands. Home pressure भी थोड़ा सा पड़ रहा होगा. He has to move forward, but कहीं ना कहीं पे struggle कर रहे हैं. And Arjun, of course, just brutal. Yeah, I mean, he will just not stop. So he will keep fighting till the end, even with the black pieces. Sajbhai, I think, क्या लग रहा है भाई? If you had to give us a percentage, white win, draw, black win, क्या percentage आप दोगे?
Black win, I think maybe like 30%, 35%. Draw will be like maybe 50,
Okay.
and the
And
rest white
15% white
wins.
win.
नहीं तो ब्लैक के विन का चांस थोड़ा बढ़ा दो फिर 40 कर दो ब्लैक के विन का.
White के winning के chances maybe it's like 1%, yeah, the max.
Very little, yeah.
Uh,
By the way, Pragg is on the cusp of getting in some time pressure issues. Yeah, he has half an hour on the clock, and Queen E2 के बाद अभी भी मैं सोच ही रहा उसी position पे. He's been thinking for almost 11 minutes, and I don't know. This position looks very difficult to hold for Pragg as well.
and also when I came back to this board, somehow the evaluation had jumped a bit. So even the engine is rising, it's not as clean as we thought earlier. So queen d8 played and very logical move. आप d file control कर रहे हो. The queen was not doing much on f6 anyways. But apparently queen b5 now. And we see, pressure on the knight on c6, pressure on the pawn on e5. Knight d5 is still incoming. So there is some real, होता ना वैसे, like you, I don't know how to
लॉन्ग टर्म
compare
प्रेशर
it,
भाई,
but एक,
लॉन्ग टर्म प्रेशर.
हाँ ऐसे एक वो होती थी कहानी बचपन सुनते थे, एक चींटी हाथी को हरा सकती है, वट एवर. आई नो आई एम टर्निंग इनटू अमृता राइट नाउ, बट द पॉइंट इज लाइक, एक मच्छर भी कान के अंदर घुस जाए तो बड़े से बड़े जानवरों को धाराशायी कर सकता है. वो हल्की हल्की इरिटेशन जो एक मच्छर से होती है, वैसी है यहाँ पे पोजीशन. या मतलब लाइक क्वीन बी फाइव, नाइट डी फाइव, यू फील द प्रेशर इवन दो नथिंग इज हैपनिंग.
भाई that comparison was insane भाई, crazy. पॉडकास्ट करना चाहिए आपको.
ये पॉडकास्ट करेंगे करेंगे करेंगे. आई थिंक आई एम लुकिंग
But
फॉर
I
माय
think
नेक्स्ट गेस्ट.
like the problem is ke white has too much control right now. Like you are saying black takes control over the d file, right? But what are you doing with it? You cannot even control d6. Nothing in this file is in the queen's control. Nothing.
Sahaj bhai, Rook A8 played by Arjun Erigaisi. He is on fire right now. भाई बेस्ट मूव आफ्टर बेस्ट मूव. ये रुक्स ऐसे कनेक्टेड है ना, मतलब किसी को अलाउ ही नहीं कर रहे भाई. मतलब every other piece is just useless in this position. These are the two that matter. The rook on
Yeah.
c2, the rook on c8, the king on d3 is just kind of hanging there for no reason. And एक बार वो knight d5 गेम में आ गया, oh my god, imagine knight d5, knight b4, or at some point e4 check, or knight e4 incoming. Like this could be just lost, yeah.
I think because of these reasons he has to play e4 himself. Otherwise he's in deep, deep, deep trouble.
Hmm.
एक और सुपर चैट है भाई. आप कहते हो आपको कोई अच्छे सवाल नहीं पूछता है. देखो भाई इतना बढ़िया
Oh,
सवाल पूछा
अच्छा
आपको.
जब पूछा भी है तो पैसे देके, वाह थैंक यू प्रणय भाई, अप्रिशिएट इट. स्टक एट 1500 पड़ा मैंने, 1150. ये लो टिकू भाई, कैन यू हेल्प भाई? क्रिएट अ न्यू अकाउंट. व्हाट आई मीन इज भाई, वर्क ऑन योर चेस भाई. आई थिंक यू नीड टू, आई थिंक चेस इंप्रूवमेंट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, बट 1000 से 2000 पहुंचने में it's not that difficult actually. If you get personalized help from someone, find a local coach, get them to analyze your games, see the weaknesses, I think you can really improve drastically. And that's true for everyone, not just um, I think Pranay. Like I feel like of course the general advice, opening karo, tactic karo, that always works. But I think such a personal advice can really catapult you into in like a different category very quickly.
Yeah, like personalized coaching is very very useful. And yeah, 1100 से मतलब 1000 से 2000 at least Chesscom पे पहुंचना, it's not very difficult. You
Hmm.
can also create like some consistent routine for yourself and that should help.
Yeah. What would be beyond 2000? That's more difficult. पहले 2000 कर लो, उसके बाद देखते हैं. um Meanwhile chat, e4 played, only move by Anish, otherwise तो game over ही जाती. And now Sahaj, what's our plan? So one plan is I could take the rook back, prepare a check on d8. Second is I could move the knight around. And
Plays it.
is there a dream square for, oh wait, he moves it back, yeah?
Yeah, he plays rook c6 and now I think his plan is that same rook d8 rook d4 and you put pressure on the e4 pawn and suddenly I think Arjun is completely taking over.
Hmm. अज्जू भाई बीच में आ गए मतलब समझ नहीं आया मुझे. I mean, center तो नहीं है, C file है, I think. Like center would be these
Hmm.
four. Center, Sabe, what do you, like center is just four squares, right? Like E4,
Yeah,
D4, E5, D5.
yeah, basically. By the way, एक नजर ब्लूबॉम के गेम पे मार के आते हैं because he has played queen g5 and Bluebaum is thinking right now. I just want to see just from his body language if anything changed.
Uh, I think he's still stressed. इतना तो दिख रहा है.
अब थोड़ा ज्यादा
Um,
स्ट्रेस होगा ना अब तो.
हाँ, I'm
फालतू में दिया है
sure.
क्वीन g5 थिंक.
Yeah, and look at the clock. Yeah, it was way, way ahead for Bluebum earlier. Now it's kind of equalizing. I
या
think it's not easy
सिंडारोव,
anymore.
सिंडारोव एकदम पूरा 10K स्टेप्स इनकमिंग.
भाई वो जीत रहा है Sindarov. I think he's gonna win today. And let's just go back to the Indian games. ये तो I think this is like a 20-minute thing for Bhuvam now.
हाँ कितना मिनट हो गए? 16 भाई, 17 मिनट तो हो गए भाई उसको सोचते
हाँ तो
हुए.
15 मिनट और भाई मान के चलो, 30 मिनट सोचेगा टोटल कम से कम.
बट या टफ पोजीशन फॉर हिम. या And Rook C6 के बाद Anish is still thinking in that position. Gukesh versus Pragg में, I think Gukesh is the one thinking right now. Queen D8 के बाद, and yeah, I think तीनों जगह पे results possible. Yeah.
Yeah, and also I think time pressure will play a role in many of these games. For example, यहाँ पे I think Pragg has 30 minutes, वहाँ पे Anish has 30 minutes. So they will have to be careful. Blunder तो कहीं हुआ नहीं है अभी. We're keeping an eye chat. I don't see any blunders. By the way, let's have one look at the Arvind game. I think Sahaj bhai, that's A3 on the board, by the way,
Oof.
by Hans Niemann. The B pawn is running and running, running and running, running.
I like he has played G5, which is great, but कुछ हो नहीं रहा है उससे, sadly. और ये A pawn, B pawn दोनों इतने ज्यादा advanced हैं. बिशप भी G8 का H7 को बचा रहा है और B3 को भी बचा रहा है भाई at the same time. What a legend this bishop is. Yes, bishop को
Hmm.
मतलब fame नहीं चाहिए, but he's such a key like resource
Hmm.
in black's position.
Hmm. Tiku bhai, which city do you feel has the best chess culture? That's a very good question. I love that question. Sahaj bhai, would love to get your opinion also. Like Chennai में अगर आप नहीं है, which other city has the best chess culture in India?
Mumbai.
Mumbai, yeah? Would you
Yeah.
agree with that, Chad? I kind of feel कि Mumbai is definitely top five, top three
मुंबई
maybe
होगी ना, और
also.
क्या होगा?
I'm wondering if like okay, if you I mean pollution
So
included
many
Delhi, no,
grandmasters from Mumbai. Chess Base India is in Mumbai. Like so many things like that.
but still like
मेयर्स कप होता है मतलब मुंबई में. जीसीएल हुआ था अभी मुंबई में.
maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe recent trends में I think Mumbai is also becoming a hotspot. कि L camera, W camera क्या चल रहा है? मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है भाई.
तो लग रहा है
Not
फिर से
sure.
फायर
Okay.
आर्म के ऑल्ट अकाउंट्स आ गए यहाँ पे.
Oh my God, Chad, what is this? Firearm, you're spamming firearm. Firearm convert कर ही देंगे by the way. Okay, let's go back to the I think the Arjun game. Still wondering what Anish is thinking. 28 minutes by the way now for Anish. So this is time pressure getting real. He needs to find a way to play quickly. He needs to find a way to play well.
Oh yes, for sure. And Rook C6 के बाद like the next couple of moves for Anish is definitely not easy. But he has to play either King E2 or King E3, otherwise he's dead lost. This looks really, really scary. Especially considering the fact that Black का Rook D4 पे आ रहा है.
And by the way, White has only two moves: King E3 or King
Yeah,
E2,
yeah, exactly.
or it's minus 4 already. So he might as well resign. So come on, Anish, you need to quickly. 27 minutes now. Sahaj bhai, it's getting a bit scary. I think Anish. Okay, Sahaj, I have to ask you, what is the most likely result here?
Arjun winning, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think Arjun's gonna win today. And
King
if I'm
E3
checking the
played.
wow, I'm checking the world ranking by the way. Arjun, if he wins, he's gonna reach 2783, I think. 2783, 2784 ki beach, I think he's gonna reach. So
Crazy.
that is crazy. Yeah, that is literally crazy. I mean, he's gonna slowly take that step. We've been saying this for a long time. हम टीचर 3 दिन से कह रहे हैं कि शायद वो क्रॉस करेगा 2780.
Exactly. By the way, people asking, I saw somewhere someone saying, why did he play E4? Because अगर white E4 ना खेलता यहाँ पे तो black E4 check दे सकता था. We looked at this earlier. That was black's plan of keeping the rook on C8 and so on. This is why King D3 was not the best approach here.
सही भाई आपको
Uh,
तारीफ क्यों मिल रही है चैट में? आई एम नॉट श्योर. आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स लाइक डू एन अमेजिंग जॉब, बट आज ऐसा स्पेशल क्या किया आपने यार? आई एम नॉट श्योर.
समय
या
भाई
या फिर समय
अपने
रहना की बात चल रही है? आई एम नॉट श्योर क्या चल रहा है ये.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, ये तो हमारे समय भाई हैं.
ये ऐसा क्या हुआ समय भाई? आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली. मैं भी कर दूं तारीफ फिर थोड़ी सी. हाँ, समय भाई को कुछ पता नहीं है. समय भाई लाइक मैं तो अपना काम कर रहा हूँ भाई. ही हैज नो आइडिया. सो
हाँ, that's exactly what he said. He said, I have no idea
हाँ,
why this is
ये
happening.
कहता है वो तो मैं अपना काम कर रहा हूँ. इट्स चैट इज जस्ट फाइनली
Hmm.
रिकॉग्नाइजिंग माय टैलेंट. Okay, meanwhile, Pragg also watching Arjun's game. Okay, Nisha about to play. About to play. Crucial moment.
Rook C1 and Rook D8
Ooh,
played by Rook C2, another only move by the way incoming.
wow. Bhai, king e3 only move, rook c1 only move, and now rook c2 only move.
And now you can give a check and play rook d4. Basically, just give a check, kick the king away, and rook d4, and you have pressure on this essentially. Then the plan is कि rook d4 पे तो आ जाएगा आपका. Like for example, let's have this on the board. You go king e3, right? That's a soft draw offer basically. And now rook b4 and rook d4, and just you take this. Played by the way, rook d3 check.
Yeah, now rook d4 is the dangerous move. Sajay, what is a soft draw offer though? Like you're kind of not offering.
This is a soft draw offer.
Kind of
this because king e3 rook d3 पे एक draw है अर्जुन के पास.
You're playing the move and saying कि भाई करना है क्या draw basically. You're not saying it out loud, but yeah.
Soft draw offer, exactly.
Pragg कह रहा है कोई मुझे भी draw दे दो.
मुझे भी draw दे दो. भाई आप एक्टिंग इतनी अच्छी कैसे कर रहे हो? चैट को कैसे पता लग गया आप इतनी बढ़िया एक्टिंग करते हो?
कौन सी एक्टिंग भाई? Oh, by the way, king e3 now rook b4 is -1. भाई Arjun is this is not like child's play anymore. I think he's genuinely has created chances.
Yeah, of course. बट आपके इतनी बढ़िया एक्टिंग स्किल्स कैसे हैं भाई? इतने लोग लिख रहे हैं चैट में.
एक्चुअली मेरी डिफरेंट अकाउंट्स को कोई कॉलेज की कुछ वीडियो मिल गई होगी YouTube की
W एक्टिंग
की. वो देख ली होगी चैट ने शायद में भी. चैट वो प्राइवेट वीडियोस है यार. डोंट वॉच द वीडियोस.
बात है भाई, इतनी बढ़िया एक्टिंग.
I didn't know I was a great actor also, but glad to know. करण जोहर तो लोग लिखते ही थे. But meanwhile, प्रग कह रहा है कोई ड्रॉ मुझे भी दे दो भाई. सच में इज लाइक ये ड्रॉ से जो rook a3 only move again. By Anish is literally clutching at straws. Like her move mein he has to find that one resource.
Yeah, only
how
move
tough is
after...
this?
Very tough, I think, because he's losing the pawn by force, bhai. He's losing the pawn by force. लग रहा है ये अच्छा मोमेंट है आई थिंक गुकेश के गेम पे जाने का. व्हाट डू यू थिंक साहिल भाई? ठीक जाते हैं एक बार गुकेश के बोर्ड पे, चेक करते हैं क्या चल रहा है. यू नो like he plays queen b5. Yeah, बढ़िया. Great, amazing.
Oh, he plays queen b5. Wow, he found that move, Sahaj bhai. He found that move, and now suddenly there's pressure on Pragg. That's why he was standing there. He's like, भाई गेम में तो pressure है भाई. वहां पे तो चिल चल रही है. काश मेरी भी अर्जुन की पोजीशन होती.
Yeah, for so sure. Tough. For sure. Yeah, looks like a tough situation for Pragg as well. अच्छा मोमेंट लग रहा है कि अरविंद के मैच पे भी जाएं एक बार. What do you think?
Sahaj, are you skipping games too quickly? I'm not able to understand.
Too quickly है क्या? जा सकते हैं भाई. अरविंद के मैच पे जाते हैं.
चलते.
We haven't looked at his game in such a long time, no?
Let's go. By the way, Arvind
great. Amazing, bhai.
It's very crucial now. He's just played e3. That means it allows the pawn to come to a2. Okay, Sahaj bhai, I mean, how? Okay, I have no words. How can you allow the pawn to come to a2?
Yeah, a2 I think is a great move. It's a protected pass pawn on the 7th rank. How many times do you get to say this?
आज ही शॉट में आया था मैंने इसके ऊपर सहज भाई कि मेक प्रोटेक्टेड पास पॉन्स.
भाई इतने एल सहज ग्रोवर तो आज तक मैंने कभी नहीं पढ़े भाई. क्रेजी.
वेट, एल सहज ग्रोवर क्यों? It's a great move, Chad. A2 is a nice move.
A2 is great. I don't know, Chad, what do you mean?
It's a great move.
A2 looks amazing for black.
And I think A2 is a great move because now your rook on F1 is basically useless. एक रुक बचा है pawn को रोकने के लिए. That's crazy, no?
Yeah, for sure. A2 looks very, very crazy to me, bhai.
Okay, Hans is stare. Okay, he's staring into the distance, calculating variations.
Very dangerous. So good he is.
एक बंदा लिखा Greenland belongs to Bihar. Greenland belongs to Bihar. What? I'm sorry, but what? क्या चल रहा है यार? I'm not sure.
I don't even know. इतने सारे लोग. I'm genuinely confused now. Okay, what's going on in the chat, bhai? Crazy.
साज भाई को तो सब प्यार करते थे. क्या हो गया साज भाई ये?
Okay, anyways, always negative comment. भाई कहाँ से प्रग पे मैंने negative comment किया हुआ है? अभी तो प्रग का गेम ही नहीं है.
Anish has blundered. Oh my God! What a blunder by Anish! He has not been able to find the move. He had to find rook a3. Chat. Go. Let's go back by a move. एक move back, साज भाई. Rook a3. was the move, the only move, blue arrow. And he played
Hmm.
b3, rook d4 and resigns.
Okay,
Anish
not
Giri.
resigns, bhai. Not resigns, but
But
he'll
come
lose
on,
the pawn
minus.
for sure.
हाँ but pawn is enough. e4 गया तो गेम गया साज भाई.
Hmm.
Wow.
अर्जुन बैठ के एकदम सोच रहा है, like that's a good sign, no? Maybe he
Oh, that's
senses the
an
moment.
that's an amazing sign. अगर बिहार को ग्रीनलैंड मिल सकता है तो अर्जुन को pawn क्यों नहीं? Oh my God, I'm shocked. Anish का, I mean, okay, this was already difficult, but it's not just not Anish's tournament.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be half out of 4. Yeah, that is crazy. L Sahaj Grover, always negative comment for Pragg. भाई सही है भाई.
Chat, I think this is the moment you've been waiting for. यही मोमेंट
Yes,
है इसका, आप पूरी स्ट्रीम में इंतजार कर रहे
I
हो.
agree. I agree. Chat has been waiting for this moment.
Wait, what husky रहे हो साज भाई? भाई अर्जुन जीतने वाला है
मैं
ना?
कहाँ हंस रहा हूँ? Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, chat is waiting for this moment. Like chat has been waiting for this moment.
ओके, आई डोंट नो साहज भाई, आज आप वो बोलते हैं ना, मुहावरों में बातें कर रहे हो, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही. बट रुक बिफोर, लेट्स गो. Beautiful move by the India number one, and this is going to point out a major flaw in Anish's calculation. Goodbye to the e4 pawn. उठ जाएगा वो pawn board से, and it is curtains. I feel Anish Giri going down to the India number one, who's going to gain another 5 rating points. Sahaj.
Oh yes, I have for sure. Rook d4 was a beautiful move, capturing the e4 pawn in the next move. एक pawn तो जरूर मर ही रहा है यहाँ पे. I don't know. I feel this is so difficult for Anish to hold. I feel like the game is basically over.
भाई कोई मुझे कह रहा
It's
है
इतना
कंट्रोल.
over लग रहा है कि I feel like हम switch कर सकते हैं game.
Bhai, I am okay with switching, but I think I have to just say a couple of words about Arjun. Chat, can we all agree कि अर्जुन का पिछले 4 महीने में कुछ अलग ही परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा है यार. Like it's just unbelievable. Like every game, like first of all, look at his performance here in this tournament. Forget the World Rapid Blitz and whatever. First of all, defeats Pragg in that insane preparation. Then he draws against Thai Dai Van, where he got caught in some preparation and he was worse. Fought back till the end, जहां पे literally he was the one who was better, right? याद है वो रुक B4 आ गया था साज भाई,
Yeah.
जब
Of
जहां पे रुक
course, of
D4,
course.
like Thai Dai Van had to force a draw. Then he was Gukesh Dommaraju also is better, and now Anish Kath is winning, and now Rook C4 played, but Rook B3 is the tactic. It's basic puzzle rush. Chat,
Yeah, and
has
you win the
Anish
piece. You win the pawn.
Saj bhai, has Anish done puzzle rush? Rakesh bhai, can we check when did Anish last do the puzzle rush? That will be an interesting stat. or when did Arjun do it last? Because this is Rook B3. Can we show it, Saj bhai?
Ah, bhai, Rook takes. I think Arjun will show us with like a couple of seconds. Bhai, just wait. There's no other move. There is no other
Wow.
move here.
Hell, Anish Giri for playing fast. I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, he's playing
राकेश भाई
fast because
saying
he's.
कि वो फिर से थर्ड आएगा भाई, क्या लगता है आपको?
No. I think Chad got career. Not an L for Anish. I mean, what will he do? He has no play. He's losing. He's trying to play on the clock. What else can he do? Yeah, L कैसे
There it
Anish भाई?
is. Rook b3 and Rook c4
Wow.
played.
Wow. Beautiful tactic by Arjun on the board. And now it is already -2 से ज़्यादा for Arjun. And Arjun is winning. It is objectively winning for Arjun. Look at how, forget the extra pawn. Look at how active the rook is on c4 compared to the rook on a1. It's just not comparable. The pawn on e4 is hanging, and now you have to play knight e2 Saj bhai. Otherwise, it's gone. He plays it.
Post, yes,
And
and
now,
played by the way.
where do you put the rook? That's a good question, actually.
Like Rook b4 is what I would choose, like based on instinct. Because I'm
Yeah.
covering the b1 square and keeping an eye on the e4 square as well. But from
I
what I
also
can
kind
see,
of-
Rook c3 check is very good here for black. That's objectively the best move.
I kind of like rook. I also not rook b4 first, but rook c3 also very nice because I can defend the pawn on b6 with knight d7 apparently, and then my rook stays active. So I keep my knight passive, thoda bahut, and I keep my rook active, and I can at least attack the a pawn maybe. L Ashneer Grover भाई क्या चल रहा है चैट?
कुछ भी
शार्क
चल
टैंक
रहा
का
है
नया
भाई.
अगला एपिसोड आ गया क्या?
L Gautam
गौतम
Gambhir.
गंभीर.
Why is Gautam Gambhir catching strays? Why?
गौतम गंभीर कहां से आ गया यार?
एक नजर मारते हैं भाई गुकेश के बोर्ड पे, because we haven't looked at it in quite some time.
Sure.
And look at this, after queen d8 he has played queen b5. We saw this, and Pragg has gone knight a7. Soft draw offer again incoming.
आज भाई हर जगह soft draw चल रहे हैं. I still
Yeah,
feel
yeah, yeah.
like
Soft draw is the best, no? Like,
no, but I still feel like queen d5 जो engine कह रहा है, isn't that just a draw still? Like I don't see how it's going to lead to a serious edge for white.
queen d5 pe, I think yeah, he plays, by the way. Refuses, by the way, only move now for Pragg, which is queen e8. Otherwise he is in
Achha,
deep trouble.
oh, so you take with the knight. Oh, and
Yes,
then c7
exactly.
pawn. Oh, it's lost. Oh, wow, you can't take. And
Yeah.
queen e8 played.
Yeah, queen e8 played to put pressure on the a4 pawn, but now Gukesh has to think for a long time. Bhai, when board pe बैठ के ऐसे एकदम, he has to think like, how does he come up with, how does he create pressure on the king side, right? Sahil bhai,
I don't know
long thing
actually.
बनता है अभी गुकेश का.
No, I agree. I think first of all, Sajbhai, I think we know we are all Alpha Zero fans. One plan could be, I think, to play h4, h5. That's the engine's plan, just to kick that knight back because knight can't go to e7 because the pawn
Wait,
on e5 is hanging.
you're saying
And
h4
once
h5,
that,
yeah?
yeah, h5 looks very strong. And Kalko R knight could come to f5, and without the knight on g6, there is 97 check ideas literally. So
Hmm.
and also queen b7. Let's not forget queen b7, just attacking the knight and the pawn and just winning the pawn. So मुझे लग रहा है
Also,
कि यहाँ
queen a4 possible है क्या?
अच्छा queen a4 you want to play.
Why there is just h5? You don't play. I was thinking queen 8, queen a7, but then you're also losing the a3 bishop. This is why I asked the question. But you have h5 here supposedly, which is very strong for Gukesh.
Yeah, I think the queen right now is close to the king, so the king feels safe. But जैसी queen a4 पे जाएगी ना, this h4 h5 knight f5 becomes very strong. So
Hmm.
Pragg has to be very careful. And let's not forget 17 moves to play in 28 minutes. That's not easy.
Yeah, we could see some time pressure issues from both sides. But दोनों के पास 27 minutes basically.
Okay, so this looks great. Meanwhile, maybe let's switch back to
Yeah,
the
good
Arjun
moment to
game.
switch back. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's try to understand what he's thinking. So he's making that choice chat. He's won the pawn. Now the question is, where do you play the rook? Rook c3 check is one option. Rook b4 is another option. You could play rook c2, rook c6. So many squares on the c file. So it's a principled decision, right? Do I put the rook on the c file or the b file? Because rook b4 से rook b3 check नहीं है आपके पास. That's very important.
Because the knight does a good job of defending both of these squares,
Yeah.
the e4 and the b3 square. So yeah, and by the way, Pragg still okay. Pragg has actually fought back a little bit. Yeah, let's take a quick look there as well. Maybe.
Pragg या
Sorry, Arvind. My bad.
अच्छा Arvind. Okay. हाँ.
Arvind has fought back a little bit. Yeah, look at this. Some hope after a4, g5, a3 पे छोड़ा था हमने, e3, and now he had the chance to play a2, but he didn't take it. He took on g5, knight takes e5, and now again he doesn't take. He doesn't play a2. He goes rook b6, and now basically he has to go ba3, and yeah, takes by finally. Let's go.
Okay,
Some hope
weird.
there.
Yeah, I thought Mar a2 खेल देना चाहिए था, but he was scared about his king maybe, yeah. And he was like, okay, queen करके क्या करूँगा जब king ही मर जाएगा तो. But still,
Chat
I
थोड़ी
feel
chess भी
like
देख लो भाई.
wait, else आज को क्या है
Seriously,
भाई?
chat
I'm not sure.
थोड़ा
चल
बहुत
क्या रहा है
chess भी
भाई?
देख लो भाई.
भाई
अच्छी
हो
चीज
क्या
है
रहा है?
chess.
Okay, I am now just shocked. Like I don't know what's happening. Okay, anyways, I don't know. Chat थोड़ा context दे दो. I have no idea what's happening. But rook b2,
मुझे
he's
भी दे
trying to
दो
stop
भाई.
the pawn physically, but I think it's still okay. Let's say Arvind has a 5% outside chance of getting a tactic somewhere, but objectively, it's just lost. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Objectively should be lost. Yeah. That's it. That's correct.
yeah. So I think let's go back to the Arjun game. I think that's going to be a crucial one, crucial
Okay.
choice. Still wondering what is the plan for Arjun here, because as we discussed, it's not an easy choice. Pragg तो वहीं बैठा हुआ है भाई. Pragg तो वहीं है. I don't think Pragg is interested in his game as much as he is interested in this game. Yeah.
बढ़िया एकदम Pragg. I think taking a long
Chat,
time to
by
think
the
there.
way, it's 1200 people watching. Do like the stream. If you like the games and if you're here for the first time, do subscribe to the channel. Bhai, jaldi se let's get more
And
people in, because the action is getting faster and faster as the time runs down. Sare players khel rahe hain yahan pe. Arjun is about to win potentially. That's a big win. So do like the stream chat. Let's go.
for sure. And if you are joining for the first time, जो chat में दिख रहा है आपको, usually ऐसा नहीं होता chat में, but कुछ चल रहा है जो we are not sure about. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that. And do like the stream.
I don't know क्या चल रहा है भाई. L Sahil Grover. I mean, who is Sahil Grover first of all? I don't know. Gautam Gambhir free fund के खा रहा है भाई. I don't know why. But anyways, let's focus on the game, Saj bhai. And Rook b4. So he chooses our first preference. I think that's the most human move. And now the question is, how can Anish simplify the game? Chat, if let's say he could trade off the A pawn for the B pawns, it would be a dead draw, right? I mean, maybe some chances, but most likely a draw. So he, जो B pawn है, इनमें से एक ही game जिताएगा at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the pawns, but ये A और B pawn थोड़ा trade हो जाएंगे बहुत जल्दी. I think, and उसके साथ साथ एक B pawn एक isolated आ जाएगा यहाँ पे. What do you think? Do you agree with me, Sahil bhai, on both things that I just asked you?
Sorry, I got a WhatsApp message actually by someone. कोई मेरा पुराना दोस्त था, अब नहीं है. क्या करते आप? कुछ कह रहे थे साज भाई?
Lovely. A5, by the way, played. This is exactly what I was thinking. He can go pawn takes pawn, and now there is just a free pawn on the B file. But on the downside, I think Anish got some activity. So maybe still some hope there.
I think the problem for Anish is कि knight को activate करना impossible है, because E4 is hanging. You don't have knight C4 and knight B3. So इसका knight F3 भी नहीं है actually. And knight F1 भी कहीं जा नहीं रहा है. So there is basically no moves for the knight, and that means रुक अकेला है बस. And Valentine's Day is close. साज भाई अकेला रुक क्या ही कर लेगा? I don't know.
भाई
so
अभी Valentine's Day की ना ही बात करो तो better है.
अरे भाई, that's my typical joke यार for Jan and Feb. Come on साज भाई, वो तो बोलना ही है.
अभी ना ही.
But the point is कि at the end जो B pawn है ना, जो B7 pawn है, like that's the pawn which is trump card, and it's basically rook pawn versus rook खेल रहे हैं हम, because knights are tied down basically.
टाइड डाउन की भी बातें ना ही करो भाई. मेरे को लग रहा है जान के कर रहे हो आप ये सब.
सहाज भाई क्या वो, आई हैव नो आइडिया क्या चल रहा है भाई. भाई टाइड डाउन भी ना बोलूं भाई, टाइड डाउन तो है ना भाई, पॉइंट डिफेंड करना है ना उसको.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली.
नाइट इज फोर्स्ड टू डिफेंड द पॉन ऑन E4. अब ठीक है.
Okay, he takes.
Oh, by the way, he takes. Rook takes. Okay.
And now knight E8 and knight D6, क्योंकि knight B7 के पॉन को बचाएगा and E4 के पॉन पे प्रेशर डालेगा.
I'm thinking, what can Arjun do? But Anish is he's not getting up.
Tough.
There's no pressure on the E5 pawn, right? I mean, there's no way you can attack it again, I think. So basically,
no, like the knight has to go somewhere. F3 पे जा नहीं सकते, C4 पे गार्ड किया, but D3 पे आप आ सकते हो, but D3 पे आने के लिए आपको like knight C4 ऐसे beat. How do you even get to the D3 square?
Yeah, but it's like the reason I was worrying is I thought the first move is let's do the normal thing, right? We push B5, but suddenly it's equal. So
B5 पे रुके 6 check दे रहे हो ना obviously.
नहीं, it's king D3 apparently, and that's what shocked me. कि B5 and suddenly it's equal.
Because the rook is trapped. Because you have to defend. But I'll keep the pawn on B7, of course, because you're covering the 7th rank. You're stopping rook A6 check, and there's no need to play B5 right now. You should only push the pawn if the rook is behind it.
Yeah.
L राकेश कुलकर्णी भी हो गया भाई अब तो.
Rapport chat is not playing this one. I think he would have been a fit, but maybe he was busy. I'm not sure where you see Rapport. Okay, so Anish still thinking. How much time? 20 minutes to play. Oh, okay, they have reached 34 moves. Okay, time pressure is not a problem now, yeah?
Time pressure is huge. Huge problems.
It's not huge, no? Because time है अब उनके पास. 5 ही move तो चलने हैं साज भाई.
हाँ, but position is difficult, no? For white.
हाँ, position is difficult. That's true.
Very difficult, I think. एक नजर गुकेश और प्रग की मैच पे भी जाते हैं because the knight is on F5 भाई. Look at this.
Oh wow.
The knight is on f5. What? Knight f5 पहुंच गया भाई, knight c8, and this is the current position. Huge problems for Pragg here. Hmm.
But it's
ये
like,
बढ़िया angle है actually.
I mean, but it's like I get a feeling कि जो प्रग की position है, it's holding by a thread. Like सब कुछ ऐसे जुड़ा हुआ है, and if you break one thing, everything collapses. So मुझे लग रहा है कि
Yeah.
knight on, है ना, like I think it
क्या
starts
जुड़ा हुआ
maybe
है?
h4.
Sorry?
Like the structure is hanging by a
हाँ,
thread, no?
अच्छा, okay. Okay,
Like
okay.
h4, h5 is, I think, could break it, for example. I think you push one knight, suddenly things could fall apart.
Hmm. Right, right, right. H4 H4 looks very scary actually. Black को थोड़ा precisely खेलना पड़ेगा उसके बाद. Like you would love to have an extra pair of rooks here. Why does the Indian say it's equal? Because it is, I mean, with correct play, it's equal, but okay. Maybe Gukesh has good chances. He goes H4, and by the way, only move for Pragg now, C6. This is the move, chat. C6. That's the only move. By the way, chat is asking a question. When we say chess notation, like when I say C6 or when I say King G2, whatever, do I have to make the arrows for you to understand exactly which square I'm talking about? Yeah, is it easy for you to like understand immediately? Just trying to get an understanding of, visually. Do you prefer the arrows or do you think, yeah, can you follow?
नहीं, arrows होने चाहिए, I
Taken
think. I
itself.
think it's easier because some people might get the notation, but it's always easy to understand by the arrows. I think arrows are important, I feel.
Yeah, actually, a lot of people saying arrows, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, which direction the pieces are moving and looking at is very important, right? For example, h4, like it just makes it, in a second you can see this pawn is moving. Ab h kya hai board pe? I mean, it's not everybody might get that. Tim Cook kya hai bhai? What's Tim Cook? Acha, do you think there's somebody in the crowd who looks like Tim Cook? Really? I don't see it. But okay.
W Vedanta.
What is the second best move for Arjun? You want to switch to Arjun's game, kya?
नहीं
Not
नहीं,
much
अभी
has
बैठते हैं ना, अभी
happened.
तो डिफिकल्ट पोजीशन है अभी द प्रग की. आई थिंक 15
Difficult
moves he
क्यों
has
है?
to
I think
play,
it's
so
okay. I mean, he
difficult.
will find C6, I think.
You think he'll find C6? Okay, we can
Yeah,
switch.
yeah,
Let's switch,
yeah.
let's
He'll
switch.
find.
Okay, रुके 5 पे हम. This is the position. Great. वो आर्बिटर भी एकदम प्रॉपर बैठा हुआ है ना, मतलब he
भाई
senses the
आर्बिटर का
moment.
केस हुआ था टाटा स्टील इंडिया में, देखा था क्या? लाइक दैट वाज क्रेजी बिकॉज आई वाज रिकॉर्डिंग. बेसिकली हुआ क्या कि लाइक दिव्या एंड हरिका, बेसिकली आई थिंक हरिका claimed a draw but it wasn't a draw, and the arbiter forgot to add time on Divya's
Oh,
clock, and
I saw, of course.
she also didn't realize. So after the game ended a draw, she came back and said okay, like I mean, then I mean fair enough, I think
भाई एक
mistakes
और भी
happen.
तो हुआ था ऐसा, वो प्रग का वो क्लॉक वाला,
वो कौन सा था?
जहां पर प्रग का वो 1 सेकंड से कम हो रहा था एंड देन ही स्टॉप द क्लॉक, देन वो वेस्ली ने ड्रॉ फर कर दिया था.
अच्छा हाँ, that was a bit, हाँ, that was also a controversy. I think आजकल वो
स्ट्रेंज था
जब
वो थोड़ा.
मैग्नस कुछ जब पहले ओपनिंग खेलते थे मैग्नस, लोग कॉपी करते थे. आजकल लोग मैग्नस का पीस गिरना भी कॉपी कर रहे हैं. It's like, but yeah, I mean, it's a difficult job being an arbiter, right? Because you're handling top players. I mean, it's you have to be on your A game all the time, and mistakes happen just like every human. And but yeah, I mean, Divya was like not happy with that decision, and fairly so.
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
So what is the second best move for Arjun? Arjun head down. What does that mean? I mean, of course he's going to put his head down and calculate. I mean, this is the moment, right? Because अगर यहाँ पे एक गलती, as we saw, B5 is draw. Like you don't want to rush with any move. Look at Anish, by the way. He's like, भाई मैं कैसे फंस गया यहाँ पे यार? How am I in this position again with the white pieces? I mean, it was a dead draw. How am I losing again?
Yeah, this is crazy actually. But again, I think if you can reroute the knight from f8 to f6 to d6, then I think your chances increase. I mean, realistically, maybe like objectively speaking, correct play से फिर भी equalize हो जाना चाहिए. But it's another story to, play all of those moves correctly. चैट में भाई क्या चल रहा है भाई, बस करो यार.
I have no idea why. I'm just. Anish grabbed a piece. Yeah, Anish got up. I don't know if he grabbed a piece or not. I mean, of course, I mean, it's like, क्या देखूं मैं position भाई यार, दिमाग खराब हो चुका है हार हार के. Um, but okay, I mean, sometimes these things happen, and it should be a sign कि इतना pressure लेना ही नहीं है. And it's good कि it happened during this tournament, right? You don't want this to happen in the candidates, Sahaj. Like if you had some bad luck, bad karma, whatever, bad luck, I think it's great it happened in this event. I would argue, right?
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, definitely looking strange. But let's see. Knight e8 is a move. Arjun still looking away from the board, like his signature ekdam. Look.
Yeah, Anish looking at some other game.
Hmm.
How these players know they are worse or better? Why? It's just, I mean, they have understanding, right? I mean, they can, first of all, material, pawn up a black. So clearly, black's chances are higher. Then rook is more active, knight is more active. I mean, it's just intuition.
What does he play here? I mean, why is he thinking so much? Because knight e8 looks very logical to me. Keep, like putting the knight on d6 and then you start thinking and creating a plan. Unless he doesn't like something about it. Is he thinking maybe g6 खेल के knight e8 जाना है? Because knight e8 में maybe white can play
Oh,
h5, or is that too much?
Sajbhai, you are right. 98 is the best move, but we should switch to the Prague game because C6 के बदले C5 खेल दिया उन्होंने. He's trying to block the bishop, physically, but apparently H5 now and then transferring the bishop to C1 is very strong for Gukesh.
Can a fortress be built here
I mean,
for Prague?
yeah, but I mean, White basically has grabbed the game in his hands completely now. It looks like H5. Let's play the game. H5, Knight F8,
Mhm.
Knight H8. I mean, I'm not even going to consider, right? I mean, that would be
No, 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 of course not.
lost. Knight F8. Now, apparently, Bishop C1 is the trick. And you blocked one diagonal. I'm going to come via the other. And
और
now
knight
Queen
e7
A8
में queen
idea.
e5 मर रहा है. That's important.
And also Queen B7, Queen A8, Bishop E3. I don't know. F4 is an idea at some point. Like it's just, I'm just passive sitting there, and there's no plan for me as black. So I think
Hmm.
that's the problem.
Apparently, the best move for black here is knight h7, and you can go queen a8. And chat, question for you. इतने टाइम से जो आप चेस के बारे में सोच रहे हो, थोड़ा और सोचो वहां पे. What if black plays knight f6 here? White to play and win. So
Ooh,
knight f6 is the move. What should white do there? खेलूंगा तो थोड़ा रिवील हो जाएगा, तो I'll try not to play it.
nice puzzle rush moment. Let's go. भाई एल्सा आज को
क्या
इतना
खेल
बढ़िया पजल है भाई. He's training you right now. GM ट्रेन कर रहा है भाई लोग यार. इससे बेटर क्या मिल सकता है यार. I wish I had a GM growing up to train me. Let's go, chat. Come on.
Crazy. So many people actually found it very nicely done. Knight f6 पे queen takes c8 is the move, and then you have a fork, the royal fork, and you
Wow.
take on c8, and it is winning basically for white. So actually, like after I'm playing a move like knight h7, queen a8, अभी queen c8 से careful रहना पड़ेगा, and you have to just play king h8, which is so hard.
Not gonna happen, भाई. No chance.
Hmm.
Okay, so I'm not sure what Gukesh does now. H5, I think
Oh,
H4 खेला तो H5 तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा.
by the way, Arjun also played g6. But मैं बोल रहा था ना
Let's go,
आपको
let's
कि
go,
दो
go.
moves थी, knight e8 थी और g6 थी. He was thinking about the two, and he played g6. And now looks
भाई
like Anish
प्लेयर्स
can
नहीं है.
defend this.
बट प्लेयर्स है कहाँ?
दोनों ही नहीं है बोर्ड पे.
बट साज द पॉइंट इज कि ये बी पॉन तो है. So even if you somehow manage to hold this for now, first of all, how do you hold it is a question. But even if you hold this long term, I will have play. Like I can push the b pawn at the end. Even the rook end game, I will have chances.
Hmm. Rook ending, maybe, yeah. But how do you exchange the knights? I mean, that's, I don't know. Like, it feels difficult for Arjun to make some progress here.
Okay, the players are not even at the board right now.
ठीक है, तो थोड़ा दूसरे गेम पे जाते हैं.
Okay, which game?
Oh, Arjun is back. Maybe Arvind?
Sure, let's go. बी पॉन आ रहा है भाई.
Wow. Looks super, super scary. B2 incoming. This looks really, really difficult for Arvind to hold. And 13 minutes नहीं है भाई उसके पास 6 चालों के लिए. Like it doesn't seem as much, but when you're defending the position, it can be very difficult.
Yeah, Hans sits up. He's thinking, how can I convert this win quickly? Arjun blunder, not. Wait, what? No way, Arjun blundered, really? Oh my god, he played b5. I can't believe it, he played b5. What?
Oh, bhai, it was the move that you were suggesting.
No. अरे literally that was my move भाई मैं तो 22 भी नहीं हूँ अर्जुन भाई oh no
Or also, bhai, look at this king d3, and if you don't move the rook, king c3 के बाद it can like rook b2 खेला आपने king c3, and this rook doesn't have this place to go. You have to go rook d2 check.
भाई ये
Like,
क्या हो गया क्या हो गया साहज भाई इतना उम्मीदें माल के पाल के मैं यहाँ पे हाथ तक पहुंचा था ये क्या चल रहा है वाह Arjun losing that advantage in one move, and Anish censored it. I think you can see his in body language. He's sitting up straight. He's charged up. He's focused. He knows why something is iffy about that move.
exactly.
I'm changing the battery.
King d3, I think he's gonna see. Yeah, king d3, I think he will play, and I think chances यहाँ पे गए भाई. I think he will defend this.
Yeah, Sahaj bhai, like it's gonna be a heartbreak. I think Arjun needs this win actually. Okay, it's lucky for Anish, and he also needs that draw. So hard to complain, but do you think he finds King D3? How easy or difficult it is, Sahaj?
Say again. How difficult is?
सुन रहे हो कि नहीं साज भाई?
हाँ फिर सुन रहा हूँ.
How difficult it is to find King D3 was the
Not
question.
very difficult, I think. King d3 looks very logical to me, to be honest. Rook d4 check and king e3 वापस, basically.
Please show Gukesh. Yeah, I think Gukesh के में भी नजर मारेंगे.
No, अभी तो
Very
रुकते हैं ना
curious.
थोड़ा. Let's see if Anish can find all of this. This
And
could
by
be
the way,
over
chat,
like in a few.
yeah, he has 16 minutes. 4 moves हैं to the time control. So I think
Oh,
for
he
the 4
doesn't.
moves. Wait, what?
He doesn't play king d3. He plays rook a6
Wow.
check and rook a7 check again.
But okay, I think he's trying to reach the 40th move, yeah?
Yeah, probably. But okay, like maybe he just believes in this. Yeah, rook a7 check, by the way, only move now for Anish.
यार पता है गलती क्यों तुम्हारे लाइक्स कम है भाई तुम लाइक नहीं कर रहे स्ट्रीम जल्दी से लाइक करो देखो अभी जीतेगा अर्जुन जल्दी से लाइक करो भाई कम ऑन चैट कितने लाइक्स है हमारे स्ट्रीम पे भाई जितने भी हैं डबल कर दो भाई वी हैव 373 लाइक्स और 1200 की वाचिंग कम ऑन चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम लेट्स सपोर्ट आवर इंडियन प्लेयर्स लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन जल्दी से लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम भाई लोग लेट्स गो कम से कम 6 लाइक तो होने चाहिए अभी अभी के अभी
आज तो बनते हैं भाई. So rook a7 check, basically. That's the only move, right?
I mean, that's the move you go for, right? Because you want the draw. So as white, you're thinking, okay, like how can I get the repetition? The best
Soft
is
draw
check,
first.
check, 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 check.
Yeah, but the point is after rook a7 check, I'll go knight d7, then what?
But okay, now my knight is free. Like e4 is no longer hanging. So maybe
Played,
that.
by the way.
By the way, chat, without shifting the board, I want to give you the update. Aaj is a bloody day at the board. First of all, Arvind is losing to Hans. Bluebaum is losing to Sindarov. Van Foreest is losing to Fedoseev. Anish, Arjun, we can see already very interesting. So, no, Thai Dai Van is losing to Nodirbek. Like, we're going to have 5 results today, I think, very likely out of 7.
Wow, and Bluebaum losing to Sindarov is huge, yeah, because he had that great position and then he went for that pawn, greedy greedy, and then it didn't turn out well for him.
Yeah.
Pragg inaccuracy लिख रहे हैं कोई chat में, कोई inaccuracy नहीं है chat. He's still thinking actually, it's his move.
इनको जगह भी यही मिली चेस टूर्नामेंट. अरे टाटा स्टील इज अ फेमस टूर्नामेंट भाई. इट्स लाइक 80 साल से चल रहा है यहाँ पे यार. लाइक इतना हिस्टोरिक इवेंट है कि लाइक मैग्नस कार्लसन हैज प्लेड दिस हाउ मेनी, आई थिंक इज वन इट 5 times 6 times. So I think it's a historic event. It's like Wimbledon of chess. Yeah, I mean, imagine like Roger
Hmm.
Federer, Nadal coming in for Wimbledon. Like क्या hype होती थी. Have you seen those matches, Saj भाई? Like 6 घंटा चलते थे. Typical to a chess game.
Correct, bhai, correct. By the way, Fedoseev was completely winning against Van Foreest. One quick look at his game. Look at this. He was completely winning here. And he had to find rook c5 apparently. And then rook a4 ke baad rook g5, which is some crazy engine-like prep. And he played rook g5 instantly.
But I think this is winning, Saj bhai. I've played this endgame, similar endgame. It's winning still. I think
It's
ये error
actually a
है.
draw. No, it's a draw. King e6 ke
नहीं,
baad it's a
okay,
draw.
okay. Let's play c3 जो engine कह रहा है. Rook g4. And now what do you do?
King e6, बात तो वही है ना?
King e6, rook c4.
King d5.
King d5, rook c8. अच्छा rook a
भाई
कुछ rook
king
a4 आ रहा है
d4 ना
क्या?
सीधा. King
King
d4,
d4.
king d4, king d3, and I push the pawn.
Okay. So h4 पे क्या खेलोगे फिर?
King d3.
King
Push,
d3.
push,
Let's say
push.
I go h5.
h5.
Is it h5?
नहीं भाई draw है. You basically
c2.
you will sack the rook for the
6.
pawn. c2 and rook c3 is incoming.
Okay, maybe there's a sequence of moves. The king is running quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it
One
was a
sequence
lapse
of
in
moves.
judgment. But the interesting thing is कि यहाँ पर he has 9 minutes left on the clock and he has just two moves, yeah, c3 and king e6, which are a draw. But he has to take the pawn.
By the
He
way,
plays king
big
e6.
update. Anish has played the best move f3, so he's still fighting for blood here. I think that was literally the only move. Otherwise, rook a4 would have sealed the game essentially, because rook a4 ke baad, I do have rook a3 check. Suddenly, those tactics come in the air again. So f3 was the only move to get rid of that g4 pawn. As we discussed, the g4 pawn has been the nail in the coffin for Anish's position, and he gets rid of it now.
Yeah, that's I think is what happened.
But
Now if you go rook a4, I have rook b7, and I will just target the
yeah,
b5
but
pawn.
chat,
And if you
Arjun blunder क्यों लिख रही है? There's no blunder, chat. I think Arjun is still having some chances. Like he blundered way back, but now it's okay.
chess पे ध्यान दो chat. gf3 is another, I think, like logical move here. Takes, and then you have some knight e5 ideas in the game. But I don't see him making pro. Like maybe you have to play f6 or something. And then yeah, I think the like that winning idea is gone. मुझे लगता है अभी यहाँ पर ड्रॉ के चांसेस काफी ज्यादा हाई हैं भाई.
Fair. I still have faith, Saj bhai. I think कुछ ना कुछ तो यहाँ पे explosion होगा. Like maybe Anish will make a mistake because this is just not been his tournament. I think just not been his tournament, and एक ना एक गलती और करेंगे वो.
You mean Anish?
Yeah, of course. और कौन भाई?
भाई let's not go there.
Go where?
कहीं नहीं भाई, कहीं नहीं. We'll stay here. I think this is headed towards a draw though. Very, very unlikely that he will win this now.
By the way,
Somehow.
big update in the Gukesh game. Knight e7. I think Gukesh did not find h5. c4 khela. Knight c7. I think we're getting a bit closer to that draw now, Sahaj. And queen f4 is a real threat in the position.
Because maybe you will also take knight f5 at some moment. So पहले तो आप queen बचाओ. Queen को आप कहाँ रखोगे? Queen b7 perhaps? Or queen
Whatever
d6?
you do, I'm going to take on a4, attack the bishop now, I think.
Okay. That makes sense. So here, queen f4. Can I play bishop b2?
हाँ.
मैंने बचा लिया इसको. अब क्या? अच्छा, queen a2.
Queen
Same
c2.
thing. Queen
Achha,
a2
queen
ना
a2
भाई?
is even better actually. Yeah, queen a2 is even better actually. Yeah.
No, you're right. Maybe I can take on e7, play queen e5, and okay, no, nothing here, yeah, because I have an extra
f6
pawn.
maybe. f6 क्या?
Yeah, f6. So it's queen e7 के बाद you just white has to start giving checks. Yeah, basically I think headed towards a draw, bhai.
So I get 2 Maggies. Whoa, let's go.
एक
Good
थी भाई,
news.
एक.
डबल किया था हमने भाई. Come on. Come on.
आपने डबल किया था भाई.
Come on.
मैंने
You were
एक
the
ही
one.
बोला था
नहीं,
आपको.
don't cheat भाई. I will not
चलो
play the
ठीक.
game
You know
then.
what? Like अगर आप वापस जाके देखोगे, you said I am willing to give you 2, just ऐसे ही.
But you said नहीं, 2 की करते. मैंने बोला था 2 की करते हैं. So I think we were in. डबल था भाई. We agreed.
चलो ठीक है भाई, मान लिया मैंने, मान लिया.
चलो,
Fine.
बढ़िया भाई.
One
चलो कुछ
question. Do you think Indian players are getting distracted by what, bhai? I don't think so. आप distract हो रहे हो chat लग रहा है.
Okay, so I think this is going to end in draw. Let's go to the Arjun game now because I think that's the crucial one. 13 minutes for Arjun, by the way. They still have to play. Arjun has to play two more moves. So दो चालें खेलनी
Yeah.
है हमको, then he will get another 30 minutes, and then I think there's no time pressure. But for now, he has to be a bit careful, like a little bit careful.
Yeah, for sure. Think things are heating up. साहिल भाई मैं 2 मिनट में आया. Be right back.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sajbhai कह रहा हूँ. Chat. I think Sindarov has won, so that game is over. So he goes to how many? 2.5. So he's now leading the event. So unless somebody wins, I think Sindarov is going to be one of the leaders. And now Arjun's still thinking what to do here. It's an important moment in the game. He has to take. I think that is the best move. But take के बाद क्या? Is it take? सहज नहीं, क्या बातें करते हो चैट यार, गंदी बात है. So meanwhile, chat question for you. Arjun, win, draw, loss. Spam कर दो भाई. Come on chat. What do you think in this game? Better है, but it's not winning. Come on chat. Win, draw, loss. What do you think? Spam कर दो भाई. लगना चाहिए संविधान की chat एक दिन के लिए. Come on chat. Let's go. Getting 2021 vibes. Let's go. Draw, win. Guki time. Sorry, washroom. What? Draw. Win, draw. Couple win. Both can't win, bhai. Only one can win. Unfortunately, that's how chess operates. Win. Oh, many people actually having faith, yeah, कि Arjun wins. I mean, that's the hope we have कि भाई Arjun जीतेगा. But I don't know actually. It's like he didn't make one mistake, so now I'm less convinced कि भाई he's not gonna mess it up. But okay, he's focused, he's thinking, and luckily time pressure is no longer an issue. uh, the Undertaker. What? Okay, still Anish just walking in the background. Anish अपने socks ऊपर कर रहा है भाई. Come on, Arjun, you can pull this off. Just take that pawn, grab that pawn on f3.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think he
back.
was checking out. वेलकम सच साथ में वो कहते कि आप वॉशरूम गए, पता नहीं चैट क्यों कह रही थी.
Bhai, how did you know?
चैट कह रही थी भाई. I don't know how chat knows.
Crazy, bhai. Huge if true.
By the way, Sindarov has won, so that is one game over.
चैट में कुछ लिख रहा था, कुछ वीडियो बनाओ कुछ करके.
वीडियो किसके ऊपर? रोज ही तो बना रहा हूँ वीडियो, तुम देखो जाके.
देख रहा हूँ भाई, मैं देख रहा हूँ. नया आइडिया था कोई चैट का.
Okay, I missed that one.
कोई नहीं भाई, कोई नहीं. फिर से आ जाएगा, डोंट वरी. So pawn takes pawn, yeah. By the way, can't I play f5 or is that not working? What if f5?
I think it will lead to a lot of exchanges though. EF5, FG4, दो pawn
EF5
exchange
मारोगे
जाएंगे.
आप?
हाँ,
EF5
because
looks
इंजन कह रहा
risky.
है. इंजन कह रहा है तो भाई मैं तो because exchange हो रहा है ना भाई. EF5, GF5, FG4, like it just feels like exchange हो रहे हैं बहुत pieces.
Right. Too many pawn trades, yeah. Endgame की तरफ. But yeah, maybe f5 पे I was thinking about just f takes g4. Like, let's look at this. Can I take fg4? Yeah, I can actually. This is also a draw. And rook a6.
Yeah.
Okay. So only real chance is gf3. If he doesn't play gf3, then it's basically like close to a draw, yeah?
Yeah, then I think we can basically go home in this game. At least it's over. I just don't see any way. Because rook a4, rook b7, pawn attacked. You don't want to play b4, rook a4 पे फंस जाएगा. So limited chances actually. I don't see any crazy action happening unless Arjun grabs that pawn. So And then do you take with the knight or do you take with the knight? Yeah, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Probably.
Okay. We
Yeah.
have updates on
Only
the move.
GF3 possible. Nahi the position is. Yeah, okay, he
Oh,
takes. Let's go.
he takes. Let's go, Arjun. Come on. Great move. Maintaining his winning chances. By the way,
Now knight
one more
f3.
move to the time control.
Yeah, and then we'll have the 30-second increment as well. आधे घंटे के साथ each. By the way, Sindarov has defeated Bluebaum. It's official.
Wow. बैकग्राउंड में ब्रिलियंसी हो गई. दैट्स क्रेजी. शिवांशु भाई साथ साथ खेल भी रहे हैं भाई अपने चेस गेम्स एंड ही स्कोर्ड अ ब्रिलियंसी.
So knight f3 के बाद अब क्या करें यहाँ पे? That's the question. Arjun still thinking here. Last critical moment. King d6 is good. But then there's rook a6 check. Perhaps. And also let's not forget कि अगर आपने king को बहुत ज़्यादा इस pawn के पास ले आते तो I can also create a passer of my own.
Hmm.
My Arvind is completely lost. Can we take a quick look there?
Sure.
Like the game is completely like going as a Hans's way. उसने कुछ queen sack किया भाई. Look at this, queen c8, rook c2 he played, now knight takes e5, brilliancy on the board. Takes and take. पूरा queen sacrifice भाई.
Wow. That's a beautiful move actually.
And now just take on c5 and this pawn is going to be the savior.
टिक्कू भाई might invent Maggie Gambit one day. आप इसकी बात कर रहे थे क्या साज भाई? I think इसकी बात कर रहे थे.
Yeah भाई, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
sure.
वही gambling वो नहीं था भाई, but उससे related था कुछ, but yeah.
अच्छा.
And so
Gukesh
Arjun, I
has to
think, on the
be
verge of a resignation. And
Arvind, you mean?
yeah, Arvind, sorry.
So
On the verge
chat
of a
update on the Indian results. Vedant is losing. Arvind is losing. So that's 2 losses for us. Not a good day. Then Arjun is slightly better, but looks like still fightable for a draw. Let's go to Gukesh Pragg now because I think that's the final decision. We will get 1 point from this game regardless. But somebody in the chat said ki this is looking slightly dangerous for Gukesh now. Would you agree or would you say he's absolutely safe? I mean, Queen on d5 does look impressive.
Of course, it's safe. I mean, I think very soon the players will agree to a draw here. हाँ, अगर queen trade हो गई तो okay, the knight is probably a bit more superior here because the center is closed. But yeah, I mean, still it's a draw.
Also, white's pawn structure, yeah, it's so broken. I mean, even in the queen trade situation, like knight d6 रख दिया, गए pawn सारे. You can't
I
defend
mean, you
any.
can just take a draw by queen c6, queen d5. Just take a draw here. That's it. Also, like only 12 moves are remaining for 5 minutes for Gukesh. Bhai, that's huge. 12 moves in 5 minutes. Gukesh has to play.
Oh, that's very interesting actually. Do you think Pragg is thinking कि भाई इसके पास time कम है, he could make a mistake, or do you think he's thinking कि भाई okay, I mean I can't be pushing for a win in this position?
I don't think he can be pushing for a win, but I mean, time ko dekh ke maybe he can try, yeah.
Interesting. It's like a battle, yeah. Pragg, he potentially could play on for a few moves just to test Gukesh a bit. Can he finish those moves in that time control? What do you think, Saj bhai?
I mean, the nature of the position is not that difficult. He plays queen d1 to attack the h5 pawn. But yeah, the nature of the position is not that difficult. You can make a couple of hand moves here.
Saj bhai, draw hai. Queen e6, queen d5, queen e7, queen d1. Khatam.
But queen e6 I can do queen h5, bhai. Don't forget. That's also like possible, technically.
But queen c4.
Then queen f5, I guess. And then you play h5 or something like that.
I mean, I can't believe ki bhai, I mean, white will win that one. Why? Like that's just too much,
of
no?
course. I think draw तो हो रहा है भाई, आप जीत रहे हो मैगीज भाई.
So I think draw in the chat. Let's stay on this board for the next 30 seconds or so. I think if Pragg quickly plays queen e6, we might just see a draw.
Yeah, that means Arjun is the only one playing, and Arvind का game भी बहुत जल्दी खत्म होने वाला है. I would be surprised actually if it continues for long.
So today we might end the stream like slightly earlier. Like it might not go past midnight, for example. Yeah, because I think Arjun's going to lose. These guys will draw, and then it's just about whether Arjun how much he can push. I think.
Yeah, but I think वो position वो push करने वाली चली गई है. So I think you're very close to an equality there also. But yeah, depends on Arjun. That's going to be the longest game. And Vedant is not doing well, yeah? Yeah, Vedant is dead loss, basically.
Yeah.
By the way, actually, can we take a quick look at his game? Because am I seeing this wrong, or does he have 1 second on the clock?
Wait, what? But
Wait.
okay, he's moved on. I think
Okay.
Wait, he's confused, yeah? They're
Yeah,
talking.
because 40 moves are done and his time didn't increase. Maybe that's why.
Is the audio okay, chat? Let us know.
Yeah.
Okay, I think let's go back, Saj bhai. I think to
कुछ तो
Arjun's game because
controversy है लेकिन यहाँ पे. Not really sure what it is, but yeah.
no, I think it will be resolved. Oh wait, he's getting up. Wait, अगर 1 second clock पे उसने दबा दिया तो like that's
Yeah, but 40 moves are
I thought
done.
she's
So
about to play.
it's 41 moves actually.
He must be a bit confused, right? I mean, if that hits 0, then
Yeah. Okay, going back to Gukesh's board because some update has happened there. He took the pawn on h5, वही हुआ. And queen c4 he takes, and now queen f5. I think we'll see a draw here very soon. But Gukesh having less than, like, he's having 4 minutes on the clock, by with 9 moves to be played.
I'm still surprised Gukesh didn't actually repeat the queen d5. I'm still surprised by that actually.
बाद में
But
जाके आई थिंक
okay.
रिपीट करना तो गुकेश को ही पड़ेगा ना, बिकॉज ही हैज द फ्री पॉन, लाइक जो जिसका कोई ओपोनेंट नहीं है. व्हाइट को ही रिपीट करना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे बाद में जाके.
Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, meanwhile, queen f5 के बाद queen a2, queen a4, queen e4 सारे pawns पे black queen की नजर है and she
Takes
grabs
on
one of
a2.
them and now bishop e5 or h5. Saj, I think h5 looks better, no?
Yeah, but Gukesh has to think, why he doesn't have a lot of time. Does
But
he
he's
play
about to
quickly?
play. Yeah, he was about
Yeah,
to
that's
play.
the question. That's tough, bhai. That's really tough. Oh, it plays
h5
h5
played.
actually.
Apparently, there's this move knight h4, which is the best. Just to
Okay,
kind of
I don't
not
think
allow
so.
to. But okay, queen c queen f5 is a draw, no? Regardless of what black does.
Yeah.
Okay, chat, drawing coming. Stay ready, chat. Another result. Arjun ka, by the way, is almost dead equal now.
Yeah, I can see. I think वहाँ पे भी draw ही हो रहा है. forced basically. That means Hans will be the like one of the leaders, right?
Hans will be the
Yeah,
only leader
Hans will be the
actually.
leader. Yeah, he'll be the only. No, Sindarov is also on 2.5. No, on
Haan,
three.
Hans will go to 3.
Sindarov is on 2.5. Yeah, yeah. So Hans will be one of the leaders for sure. Sole leaders maybe.
Wow. Arjun winning. नहीं भाई, Arjun is not. Chat क्यों कह रही है Arjun is winning साज भाई? ये क्या है?
नहीं है भाई अर्जुन. उनको बस वहां जाना है.
क्यों?
I don't know. I don't know why भाई.
Okay. I think both players know this is going to end in a draw. There is no doubt about this. Sahaj bhai is rumored to be Pragg second. अच्छा.
भाई वो रूमर भी आप ही ने चलाया होगा. It's the other Delhiite who's the second by the way. Actually Queen B2 भी draw ही होगा ना यहाँ पे तो. सभी draw है basically.
हाँ, सब draw I think. I think it just depends how cool you want to look, to be honest. Because
Saj
black के
definitely knows why.
पास
नहीं भाई, I don't know.
C
No
pawn है ना.
idea.
Black के पास C pawn है, so that's the strongest pawn in the board chat.
No opponent. Just want to catch the final moments.
Audience can make chat just interesting as well. Of course, bhai. I mean, like, I was there at the World Rapid Blitz. Like, ऐसा पता है कि ऐसा बहुत बार हुआ like players look at you and you're like, oh भाई इसको मैं disturb कर दिया क्या? Like, that's the first reaction. I don't know if you feel that way, Sahaj. Like if you move around in the playing hall and somebody looks at you, like other players, be like, oh भाई disturb कर दिया इसको लगता है मैंने. There's literally somebody like slightly whispering at World Rapid Blitz. Pragg got up and told him to like ऐसे like please ऐसे World Rapid Blitz में किसी एक event में, and then asked him to like keep ऐसे थोड़ा सा शांत and then start back again.
For sure. Saj bhai, if you get a chance to be a second for someone in the world, whom you are willing to be other than Arjun? I think Gukesh, yeah, for sure. In that sense. Would be great to second the world champion. But yeah, the way it was asked was crazy, bhai.
Come on, come on. Yes, let's go, Pragg. Take that bishop.
Yes, 6 minutes. He can take his time. But you are seeing some really quick, moves incoming from the players. Very, very quick.
Yeah.
भाई क्योंकि 8 मूव चलने हैं अभी गुकेश के पास 3 minutes 52 seconds. He has 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
But why the player so stressed? ऐसे दोनों हाथ रखे मुंह पे प्रग ने, सर पे
टाइम
हाथ
नहीं है ना
रखा है
भाई.
गुकेश.
मुझे स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई देख के.
And he takes the bishop. Okay, I mean very safe.
check incoming.
Okay, he almost takes the knight, but he stops. Okay, now he takes.
Now
Okay,
black will also take on g6.
Oh, there's queen
Otherwise
c1, queen
queen
h6. Okay.
भाई queen f7 queen h8 भाई.
No, I mean like if king h2, then queen h6 and queen g6 I pick up the pawn. But okay,
Yeah,
he
but
went like
king
king
g2
g2.
of course भाई.
Like what playing queen c1 check no once just to test.
हाँ मतलब even then it's equal by the way, but king g2 तो खेलेगा ही वो for sure. The more human move is king g2 here anyway, so.
Yeah.
Now Pragg is getting ambitious. Yeah, but actually ambitious के बाद can I go queen e6? That's also a draw, no? Yeah, it's a draw. So maybe it's important that you play queen c1 check, king g2 के बाद you take on g6 so that you cannot play queen e6 check. Queen e6 check पे king h7 and queen h3 check पे I will have queen h6.
Yeah.
Which is still a draw, but no repetition. So of course after queen c1 के बाद white should just go queen takes g6 and okay, yeah, then the repetition will be there somewhere.
साथ में काम करते हैं. Let's have like a 30-second look at the Arjun game just to get your opinion कि वहाँ पे कितने chances है हमारे पास. Then we come back because I think इसमें थोड़ा सा time लेंगे वो. So look at the position now. Still an extra pawn for black. Somehow the rook is still slightly stuck, but white is trying to create a pass pawn of his own. Now h5 is incoming. Can we have the camera for Anish versus Arjun if you're there, Samay bhai? Like it feels like h5 now, and it's going to be extremely difficult for black to win.
Yeah, I think we are just like moments away from both of the games actually ending in a draw, because I think h5 ke baad the max that Arjun can hope for is somehow he's going to take for sure, and then this rook is somehow going to go to b1 h1 and you'll take the h5 pawn, and then I will take the b5 pawn, and then okay,
Hmm.
you 2 versus 1, which is a dead draw because आपके पास कोई outside pawn like pass pawn नहीं है. So yeah, I think this is just a draw as well. दोनों h5 and rook a6 check both, and then h5, both of them are just plain सूखा draw.
Yeah. Sukhal draw, by the way, I'm not going to ask the opposite Sahaj today, but meanwhile, Nodirbek has won against Thai Dai Van, so that's another result for us. And he also joins on 3 points, so very likely Hans and Nodirbek both will be the leaders after day 4.
Yeah, I think Hans also on the verge of winning and Nodirbek also winning. That's good actually. अच्छा टाइम ऐड हो गया बाय द वे वेदांत का.
Hmm.
So 2 results already incoming. बाकी सारे matches more or less balanced लग रहे हैं besides Arvind versus Hans.
Yeah.
भाई
So
गुकेश के
results
बोर्ड पे
itne
जाते हैं because I think we are getting a repetition.
okay.
He played
Yeah.
queen c1 check and then fg6, and now queen g6 c4, queen e6 check, king h8, king h7, and now queen f5 check, basically draw draw draw. Unless Gukesh is getting ambitious and takes on e5, but then उसके बाद भी
Nah.
like अपने मार भी दिया फिर भी c3 के बाद आपको चेक ही देना पड़ेगा.
Yep. Yep. I think साज भाई मैंने वो उसी द्वैत की एंड गेम पढ़ा था कि बेसिकली नंबर ऑफ पॉन्स डोंट मैटर, एक पॉन मैटर करता है सबसे फार एडवांस कौन सा है. सो एंड दैट्स अ सी पॉन हियर एंड देयर इज नो वे व्हाइट कैन विन दिस, तो ही इज ऑलरेडी फोर्सिंग दैट ड्रॉ.
Yeah, he's giving a check. King g8 पे queen e6 check again. Yeah, I think that's safe. Plays king g8.
Arjun K, we're going there quickly, chat, because ये खत्म होने वाली है in the next 30 seconds or to 1 minute. This game will be over. That's a big result. The world champion drawing against the candidate.
Yeah, I think Pragg still like looking for his first win in this event. Still somewhere, but I think this was a good game by him, I have to say.
Yeah, I think no major issues faced. I think that's the best part. And he gets another half a point, goes to 1 point. ऐसे ही होता है, एक दो draw चाहिए होता है. This is a long event. There's enough time to catch up actually.
And a check incoming. King h7, queen f5 check, फिर से. Yep, there it is, the
Yeah,
repetition. It's official.
and we'll see handshakes. They're repeating more than required.
Yeah, last move पे 3-fold कर सकते थे. And there it
Yep,
is.
there it
Handshake.
is. Saj bhai, a good result. I think deserves clapping, and a tough fight from both the players. I think fought well till the end. They were both trying, yeah, halka fulka. I think Gukesh had some chances, Pragg had some chances, but at the end a draw. And इसके साथ ही players तो कुछ नहीं मिला, but मुझे मिली 2 Maggie, and it's now +3 instead of +5. So good game overall. Saj bhai, I think let's have one look at Arvind and then let's jump to the Arjun game, yeah, because I think Arvind is about to lose.
Yeah, that beautiful queen sack by Hans, and now he has this beautiful b2 pawn and rook c1 incoming in the next move. The bishop on e4 is also under attack. Perhaps bishop c2 is the only move here, but there are just too many resources for Hans. There is firstly bishop a2, which looks very scary, and then there is others like bishop d5 check, knight e4, and so on and so on. He plays bishop c2. Bishop a2 is just completely winning, no? Yeah, it
And
must
bishop
be.
b3 winning. Bishop b3 takes rook c1.
No, bishop b3 is so unnatural though. But yeah, I think it's
Why?
winning. I think because bishop a2 is just winning the rook, no? Simple.
Fair.
Bishop b3 is nice also, I think, as well. Yeah, it's working.
ठीक है, so चलो बढ़िया. I think that is amazing for Hans Niemann, who's going to join the leader Nodirbek on 3 points out of 4, and he wins with the black pieces. That's a big win. Hard luck for Arvind. Yeah, he will have to come back tomorrow. It's going to be an important game for him tomorrow, where he plays Vincent Keymer, who's also not having the best tournament. So there lies his opportunity. So let's jump to the Arjun game, Saj bhai, because that's the only game where the result is still in question. Any chances for Arjun Erigaisi?
He played the best move, rook a6 check, and now in the next move, he's planning to go h5. I think. Oh, he goes king e7. Is that a repetition offered? Wait, yeah, it is, no? F6 G4
Yeah,
हुआ
but
था. King D6 check and King E7. Yeah, that's a
yeah,
repetition
but
of it.
he's not going to play it again. I think it's just a one move repetition, trying to gain time on the clock. Maybe just trying to see what
What
Anish
time on the
does.
clock? भाई अभी आधा घंटा मिला आपको.
Fair. But I think he's just trying to test the waters. Like he's not
भाई
going to
I think
repeat.
repeat कर रहा है वो.
No, I don't think so. I think he's trying to get Anish a bit relaxed. Ki bhai, maybe I'm going to agree to the draw. It's typical, no? Like,
But और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है ना भाई white के. मतलब अर्जुन के
white
पास.
खेलेगा rook a7, but black maybe will play something else then.
I mean, white can also play h5, for example. I don't know if h5 is working though. Ah, it is working. Takes. I was thinking rook e4 check. क्योंकि
Oh
मेरे पास ये
wow,
knight c4 check crazy move है. But somehow this is also a draw. Wow.
wow! Actually, is King G6 the move here, or is it just H6?
Just h6. King f7, h7, king g7, queen, and you take this pawn and yeah, somehow you hold.
Okay, not easy to see. Maybe like
Yeah, but okay. That is, we are kind of going into the territory जहाँ पे वो rook e4 allow भी करेगा.
I have never seen Arvind even draw against top player. I disagree actually. There was a time when he was playing very well, crushing top players. 2750 cross कर दिया था उसने, right? Sahaj, if I'm not mistaken.
Arvind, yes.
Almost. So I disagree there. But I think maybe that was like this is not like he did struggle in the last 6 months or so. But I think early 2025 was like a dream for him. Rook A7 played by Anish Giri, and he's asking the question, "Bhai, chalna hai ghar?"
2749 he was at his peak, by the way. Yeah, rook a7, draw offer bhai, incoming. No
Yeah.
other move for Arjun. There is nothing else that he can do. I think we are going towards a draw.
But maybe Anish might be tired, Saj bhai. Like maybe he, because of the tiredness, it might induce a mistake. We have seen this already in the tournament multiple times. Anish has
Oh, look at
blundered.
this. Look at this. Look
But
at
what?
Arjun's reaction.
Oh, he's
Look
not
at
happy,
Arjun's
yeah?
reaction. Yeah, he's not happy. I think he's accepting the draw right now. Like he realizes, okay, I'm not winning anymore, and he's not happy.
Hmm. And that's the max emotion you'll ever see from Arjun, by the way. Remember, last Tata Steel, he lost to Fedoseev. Peace blunder के साथ. याद है Saj bhai?
Yeah, bhai, I remember.
And
Of
I was
course.
knight G5 कुछ था, I don't know. And he had the same reaction. यही था उसका reaction, same. Like when he lost with a peace blunder. So I think that's the max emotion Arjun will ever show.
Yeah, I think he has just accepted the draw basically, but he's not happy about it. Yeah, and it's because of b5. Wait, as soon as he gets up, Arjun gets ready to play a move and Anish वापस बैठ जाता है.
Then he doesn't play the move.
ये सही था भाई. ये कौन सी साइकोलॉजी है? वो फिर से उठ गया वो.
फिर से हाथ लाना चाहिए था यार. That was so cool actually. Okay, still, so only one game I think remaining. Okay, still Arvind is still playing, but I think that's over.
And Vedant also still playing, but he's also completely lost. And Arvind, yeah. The results, again, nothing crazy. Yeah, I'm just very curious to see if Arjun will continue or not because I don't see a way for him to continue. He has to play like Rook A4, Rook B7, and Rook A5. Like you're not gonna play this. I just don't see it happening. It looks too passive for the Rook to be there.
Hmm. Unfortunately, game Arjun के हाथ से बाहर निकल चुकी है साथ भाई अब, and he had it in his control, but it was tough. I think B5 is so tempting, right? You want to push the pawn, and it needed more restraint from Arjun, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, what a day! I think promised a lot, but अंत में it was relatively calmer.
Let's just see if Arjun actually goes for King D6 or not. That's the critical moment. Anish को तो पता लग गया. I think this is a draw. I'm not sure if Arjun is thinking about the moves right now. I think he's thinking about where he went wrong.
Hmm. It was a chaotic day, I agree. And Chad, if you have not seen the stream before this, where Vishy sir, Samay, Sagar, Tanya were, on a stream together, I highly recommend. Kya hi crazy stream thi. I only could see the first half. I'm going to see the second half tomorrow morning, but insane stream, yeah, like hilarious jokes and everything. And of course, Samay was funny, but so was Vishy sir. And भाई क्या क्या reels बनने वाली है उस content से, I can't even imagine.
Tough decision for Arjun. What about rook
Sahaj bhai.
b3? नहीं
Okay.
भाई, king f2. छोड़ो भाई, उस कमेंट को छोड़ो आप.
They are there for hours. They are there for hours. Of course, yeah. I mean, the players have to sit for hours. I mean, it's pretty normal for them at this point. Like 6 hours even is not like too much. Yeah. I mean, of course they get tired, but like it's not too much. Like it's normal.
Hmm. Does he
सेमी
go for
टैक्सेस
king
वाली तो
d6?
बन भी गई एग्जैक्टली exactly. क्या ही मोमेंट था भाई वो.
What if in classical you intend to make a move by almost holding the piece and then thinking and moving another piece, waste your opponent time into thinking into unnecessary lines? I mean, but you're also wasting your time by doing all of this, no? Okay, Arjun plays on rook a4.
Wow, he finds that move ताकि चैट और हम को कुछ ना कुछ we still have some entertainment, Saj bhai. The games are not over just yet.
Yeah, but I think still rook b7, वो तो forced ही है, basically. I think he's going for that rook a5 thing. I mean, I don't think he likes doing it, but I think he realizes he has to.
The Indian is saying कि भाई pawn ही दे दो, king d6 खेलो यहाँ पे rook b7 के बाद, which is rather ridiculous. But okay, after rook b7, rook a5, h5 is the only move, Sahaj. So maybe
Yes.
it's worth playing on, yeah?
Plays rook b7 on the board.
Yeah, played. And now rook a5, as Sahaj mentioned, is the move. Arjun needs to find it. He can give a check if he wants to, but rook a5 तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा.
Or he just sacks the pawn, like you said. Yeah, rook b5 played.
Wow. And now h5 blue arrow. Important moment, chat. I think this is the crucial moment, yeah?
Yeah,
For
but he will
Anish.
play it within like a minute. I would be shocked if he doesn't.
Are you sure? I am not
What,
completely sure,
why,
Sahaj.
what
He
else do you
finds it.
play here? There is
I
no other move.
don't I don't know. Maybe you think there's no urgent need, yeah?
Yeah, but if you don't move like anything, I have king d6, and your rook is trapped.
But maybe you worry about the rook now somehow. You try to get it out with rook c7. You feel like, okay, I need to
Ah,
get it out.
भाई एक second. h5, gh5, gh5, king d6. Isn't this rook getting trapped?
h6, Sahaj
h6,
bhai.
king here.
Rook b8.
Rook b8.
Wow.
Bhai, look at
Could
this
lose this.
move. Knight b8 and h7, and nothing stops the pawn. That is so beautiful.
Wow.
Okay, that's not easy. Yeah,
Wow.
it's not easy.
Bhai, there are tricks. There are tricks in the game, chat. It's not over just yet. Anish needs to find the move. h5. Blue arrow. Only move.
Why? This is an insanely difficult move. Like to find rook b8 at the critical moment is very difficult.
Hmm. साल भाई अर्जुन हर बार क्रिटिकल मोमेंट से ब्लंडर कर देता है. आई थिंक गुकेश इज मेंटल कोच. आई थिंक अर्जुन शुड हायर वन आल्सो. आई थिंक डेफिनेटली ही वुड हैव वन. आई वुड नॉट बी शॉक्ड इफ अर्जुन हैज टेकन हेल्प ऑफ अ मेंटल कोच. बट आई डोंट थिंक इट्स अ अर्जुन थिंग. आई थिंक गुकेश वाज बेटर. एंड वो एक मूव था यार, लाइक इट वाज वन कंसेप्ट. अर्जुन फाउंड ऑल ऑफ इट, just couldn't really play the perfect game to convert it. So I'm not too worried. I think it wasn't easy at all. Now, would Magnus have converted it? Maybe. But anybody else, it would have been very difficult. So yeah, still more to learn for Arjun. That's true.
Yeah, but the problem is with all of this is that like besides h5, there is no other logical move.
I mean, G5 maybe. You want to play knight e5 if you take on
Yeah,
G5.
but when you see this idea of king d6, king c6, and this rook getting trapped, then you say, okay, g5 is not. I mean, usually this is what the cardinal principle. Yeah, I think it's
But the thing
called.
is,
It's mentioned
but he
in
has
the
to
chess
see,
fundamentals.
but he has to
So
see
you,
Rook B8 for that, Saj bhai. He has to see Rook B8 to
yeah,
make
but okay,
sense of
that's not
H5.
very difficult. I think
But it's
in retro.
Anish, not in form, na? Like he missed Bishop D4, Rook
Okay, but
C4, bhai.
come on, no, I think he sees it.
Chalo, let's see. I mean, if Anish finds H5, then clearly he deserves that draw. And if he doesn't, then Arjun is back and completely winning because there is no in between now. Like if he doesn't play H5, it's minus 2.5. It's over.
Hmm. By the way, Arvind still holding on somehow, but he's completely lost. Hans is the one thinking, but that game should be over soon. But Hans is coming up with a move right now.
Are they playing hide? भाई chess खेल रहे हैं भाई. Chess बोलते हैं इसको. If you're new to chess, I would suggest starting out with a diamond membership. I think that's a great place to start. Work on puzzles every day. Saj bhai, anybody who's coming new to chess, like what's the one thing you recommend they do daily?
Like I think definitely playing games and reviewing them
Hmm.
afterward. That's a very
Hmm.
good exercise to
Hmm.
continue playing chess.
Hmm. Still no moves. But okay, I mean, he has to play it. Yeah. I mean, the longer he thinks, the more I'm kind of hopeful for Arjun, to be honest. The longer he thinks, I'm more hopeful. Saj, like I feel like Arjun's chances increase.
No. I think he's just calculating. कोई और कोई चाल नहीं है h5 के बिना यार. I mean, तो like it's not cardinal measurements. It's called cardinal principle. Bhai. It's a term that was coined by I think Capablanca. It was in his book where he says that basically you should always push the pawn that doesn't have an opponent, like in any end game, in any king pawn end game or any rook pawn end game. In this case, like you can see, if you have to choose between g5 or h5, then h5 is the more natural move because it doesn't have an opponent. There is no pawn on the h5.
Hmm. Saj, by the way, in just maybe we can just switch the board for a second because in the Dogmas game, King D3, King pawn endgame only move for Dogmas.
Oh wow. Hey, what's up with these king pawn endings? Yeah. So
आज बहुत आ
these
गया है ना?
complicated king pawn endings. Yeah.
It's not normal. Like it's fun, and he finds it. Wow, King D3 played. So
Yeah.
okay,
He's
that's going to be a
sharp.
draw. Arvind
Super
still
sharp.
losing.
अरविंद का भी एक बार नजर लगा लेते हैं to see what's happening there.
Huh,
Any
let's have a look at Arvind.
updates?
Uh,
He can just capture knight b1 just now. Oh, bhai, look at this. This is actually very simple. Knight b1, bishop
F6.
b1, f6. What?
हाँ,
f6 पे f6 तो देखा ही नहीं मैंने. f6 पे क्या है?
मेट हो
Mate
रही है भाई.
n1. Can I take here?
ओह, मार दोगे क्या? क्या साल
Yeah,
भाई? You
I
know
wasn't
fun.
thinking f6, but yeah, the queen c2 by knight c3. Okay, I don't give you back rank mates, and okay, it's winning.
Hmm.
But instead of this, if I went bishop b1, then look at this. It's very thematic. Rook c1 check, king here, and rook takes b1 also.
Oh wow, nice,
Queen
nice. Love
takes
that.
b1 and bishop a2. Because if you take this, I will promote, and you can't give a you give a check, but okay, rook b8, so I can defend everything.
And very important, not bishop. Like bishop A2 is winning, not bishop E4.
Yes, of course. So same reason. कि आप b1 queen पे आपके पास queen 8 checkmate रहेगी. Nice,
Ah,
nicely spotted. I think Hans is just trying to like calculate his way out of all of this. But yeah, looks simple enough.
Yeah. So chat, I think this is amazing. Meanwhile, Fedoseev की game में वही end game है. It's king 3 pawn, king rook 3 pawn versus 1 pawn. So that looks like a complicated end game. That will be a draw. Looks decent. So let's go back to the Arjun game then and see कि क्या वहां पे कुछ ड्रामा हो सकता है. Because no moves just yet, Sahaj bhai. No h5 just
7
yet.
ही मिनट हुए हैं भाई. He has all the time.
भाई
But I
7 मिनट is
think
a
he will
lot.
play h5 भाई. I think he will play h5 for sure.
भाई 70 मिनट में तो उसने मूवी बना दी थी यार शाहरुख खान ने यार. 7 मिनट इज अ लॉट.
So h5, gh5, gh5. And this is the critical line. King d6, h6. And you cannot play king c6 because I have this very sneaky rook b8. This is insane move, by the way. Just the knight takes b8 to h7, and white is just winning actually here. So you don't play king c6. You cannot trap the rook. You have to go rook a1 or rook a8 or something, and then I will take on b5. And okay, this is again gonna be a draw. You will take h6, of course, but yeah. So h5 is key. Rook b8 is difficult to miss. Arjun हार सकता है. Don't you think Arjun is over ambitious? नहीं भाई, I think he's a pawn up. So he should try to win. He should try for a win regardless.
By the fact that he played rook a5 wala idea is a sign he has seen all of this. Like otherwise he would not do this. Yeah, he has seen all of this. He knows h5 is the only move. Now the thing is, has Anish seen rook b8? That's the main point. Arjun blunder nahi karega. There's no chance. Arjun is very tactically strong. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, g5
Let's
I'm
go.
understanding, but I think it's very unlikely he plays g5.
Chat, by the way,
0.23% chance.
900 लोग देख रहे हैं. Come on, chat. कितने likes हो गए भाई? साथ में कितने likes हुए हमारे? 495. Chat, come on. कम से कम साढ़े. Let's do a challenge. ठीक है? I'm gonna say 1 2 3 now, and everybody watching is gonna press the like button. हम देखते हैं कि यूनिटी में कितनी पावर है. 495 से कितना आगे हम जा सकते हैं. Let's see. Can we double it? Is it possible? क्या इतनी क्षमता है हम में? So I'm gonna say 1 2 3 now. ठीक है? सब like बटन दबाना. 1 2 3 and now. Let's go भाई. Let's see. साज भाई like कर दो.
कर दिया भाई. जैसे ही आपने बोला
let's
उसी
see.
टाइम से पहले ही करा था. By the way,
Let's see.
h5 played. He sees that entire continuation.
वाह. सो अनीश गिरी सेइंग भाई अपन ने भी सब देख लिया है. अपन ऐसे थोड़ी खेल रहे हैं. हम भी चेस चैंपियन है भाई. And now Arjun has to take that pawn. I mean, he can play g5 apparently, according to the engines, which is, well, double edged to say the least, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. g5 पे तो मतलब कुछ नहीं है भाई. h6 and okay, that pawn on f6 is not really an extra pawn.
Come on, chat. देखते कितना ऊपर जा रहे हैं हम. भाई 100 लाइक बढ़ा है. कम ऑन चैट. 300 लाइक बढ़ने चाहिए यहाँ पे. 100 लाइक के लिए नहीं बैठे हुए साज भाई. साज भाई कितने लाइक के लिए बैठे हो आप?
576 I can see. बड़े हैं भाई.
तो कितने होने चाहिए? कम से कम 800 तो होने चाहिए नहीं?
हाँ भाई, 750. That's a good number.
हाँ, that's a good number. साज भाई का 10% डिस्काउंट. कम ऑन चैट. लेट्स गो. 750 लाइक्स होने चाहिए. साज भाई चेस के लिए बैठे हैं. ऑफ कोर्स. और किसके लिए?
प्लेयर्स भी भाई.
अनविनेबल गेम फॉर एरिगेसी. उफ.
By
ऐसा
the way,
नहीं बोलना था भाई.
अरविंद ने f6 खेल दिया भाई. We should take a quick look here. Look at this. Knight b1 f6 he plays, and rook c2 actually happened on the wood. And queen takes d5 he takes. By the way, yeah, the gf6 is winning here.
दो मूव्स है. gf6 and rook c1 check, and then you have to take on
gf6
d6.
में लेकिन queen d8 check, and then I can take here. But just knight c3 and nothing else happens. Just one check on b7 and no checks on e4. Because knight guard कर रहा है इसको. So
Knight क्या
I
कर
think
रहा है?
Arvind also guard कर रहा है.
अच्छा. Cool. So
Very
if we
cool.
go back, h5 still on the board. Arvind is gonna lose, unfortunately. So question to you, and that's a good question by GM Magnus. अगर यहाँ Magnus होता black से, do you think he converts against Anish?
I mean, very difficult question, but maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
No,
Suddenly it goes
no,
from no to
no.
maybe. Why Magnus effect is real?
Mm, I don't. Well, the position is also pretty simple, I think. बट मैग्नस को थोड़ा ज़्यादा टाइम भी चाहिए होता है यहाँ पे. अन अपोनेंट को थोड़ा
Hmm.
कम टाइम चाहिए होता.
Hmm.
अनलाइकली एक्चुअली.
Hmm. तो मैग्नस नहीं कर सकता लेकिन अर्जुन करेगा. कम ऑन अर्जुन. अनीश ने एक एक पीस एक एक हाथ में रखा हुआ है. He's
Basically, last stretch here between the two guys. Both over 20 minutes for now. By the way, Arvind has played queen d8. He's going to take that rook on b6, but still, we just looked at this continuation. Arvind on the verge of a resignation. Oh,
amazing.
भाई उन्होंने बोला भाई दोनों देख लो भाई ये लो. He doesn't take the rook, by the
Oh,
way.
भाई G5 played by Arjun.
Okay, okay.
Bhai, that's a big statement. Yeah, I'm still playing for the win.
He's a pawn up. Of course, he should play for a win.
No, but like G5 is very committal to say the least.
But I mean, he should play for the win, no?
Mm.
But h6, and you're going to lose the b5 pawn. He's going to win the h6 pawn. Yeah, he's trying, but uh, I think unlikely that he will win this. Biased commentary is getting boring. भाई कौन से bias भाई किस चीज की bias? h6 king d6 सब तो वो रुक b8 वाली टैक्टिक भी नहीं है. भाई प्रग का गेम ऑलरेडी खत्म हो चुका है. So h6 incoming very soon.
Is it forced though? Can you just wait?
I think you have to be careful. Yeah, king d6, king c6 is again trapping the rook.
Hmm.
Black does have a clear plan here, but white does not. So white को h6, h7 खेल के ये rook will take this pawn. We will take on b5 and okay, that should be equal. Yeah, played.
But that's still working. Yeah, King D6 here is actually lost for Arjun.
Yeah, because you have h7 or rook b8. Maybe rook b8 also.
Rook B8 works, wins. So Arjun better be careful, not play King D6 here. That would be game over, actually. And he would lose.
King d6 का कोई point भी नहीं है ना, because after I can play h7 and then you have to play rook 8 anyway. So why not just play it immediately?
Yeah. But that's admitting a draw also. So
Yeah,
he plays
played
rook
rook
8.
8.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't want to do it, but I don't think he had a choice. So Anish will now chop off the b5 pawn. Arjun will try to get to h6, but same side of the pawns, very likely a draw.
I'm actually thinking if I can go rook b2, rook h2. So let's say I take this, you go here, I go rook b2, you take this, I go rook h2. Surely you don't take on h2 because that then you cannot really play for a win here.
But
Right?
I mean, rook g6, rook h8. What are you doing with the rook then?
Yeah, but ये रुक करेगा क्या यहाँ पे? Like rook h8 and
वही
this
तो.
rook has no future.
Knight f8, yeah?
Okay, like passes or something. Yeah, knight king f2 or something. I don't know.
हाँ मतलब कुछ है ही नहीं, वही तो कह रहा हूँ. Like there's nothing to do. So might as well take the rook on h2.
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe he still plays on, but we'll see. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 Shall we take on b5? I think that's his force, no? Has Arvind finished?
Not
Okay, he's
yet.
giving a couple of checks. Taking a quick look there. He's giving a couple of checks here. Yeah. And black को just in checks से निकलना. He just has to bring his king close to the rook. So king e4 now. Queen d4 check पे you have king f3. You probably can capture all of the, like you can capture the c2 rook as well, maybe with queen d4 or queen h7. The b6 rook, I mean.
Yeah, but I think oh wait, Arjun did something or
Mm-mm. Still thinking here.
hmm.
Well, let's take on b5 though. I think that's pretty nice. What else is he thinking? Why is he thinking here? That's my question. Like, I don't understand. Maybe he's trying to bring his knight to f5 by knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, something like that. What do you think about this?
Yeah, but maybe I think first
ये
just
pawn तो
grab the
मर ही रहा है.
b5 pawn.
वो तो मर ही रहा है ना. तो knight d2, rook
Okay.
h8, knight f1, rook h6, and knight g3. Actually, it's working, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, knight f5 के बाद तो ये कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे. I think that's what he goes for. I think he plays knight d2. Feels more active. नहीं चाहिए pawn.
Hmm.
Saj, what are your thoughts on Gukesh and Tata Steel? 4 draws from world champ. I think he's been pushing. I think each game it happens. And I think it's been decent performance by him. Very consistent. He's got to win like soon. I think.
Okay, they have a lot of time on the clock, so that just gives Anish options. अगर यहाँ पे 1 minute होता, he would have already taken on b5, I feel. And regardless, I think, as you mentioned, knight f5, like it will happen. Chahe b5 maro, abhi you start the maneuver instantly. Knight will land on f5. That just limits black so much.
Mm-hmm. By the way, look on the left side of the board. Queen d1 check, targeting the c2 rook. Is rook
Might as
e2 even
well.
possible?
Oh,
King e3.
he
Wow,
grabs the pawn.
insane. Curious to see what is Hans's accuracy here actually. 93.8. Yeah, it's very impressive. And now knight d2 just, and that's winning. Great game, I think, by Hans overall.
Wow.
Yeah, switching back to Anish. Arvind on, yeah, he's about to lose. 3 results actually, आज के बाद. Sindarov, Nodirbek, and then Hans winning.
I think let's go back to the Hans game. I think वो खत्म होने वाली है. He's just played knight d2. I think we'll see handshakes now. Let's see the final moments and then we can jump back to the Arjun game.
Okay.
I am very angry. I can't imagine how angry Arjun must be. Of course, yeah, I think. He won't be angry. He'll be a bit disappointed with the result. By the way, now I think king e2 just wins. No, king e2, king d1. No more checks.
Yeah. You want to stop the checks from from a queen, then put a knight next to it, and that's it.
Wow. Resigns. And that's it. Hans Niemann wins that crucial game. Gets another win under his belt. I know it was not a quick game, but it was very obvious from the start who's dictating terms. And unfortunately for Arvind, it's a hard loss. But Hans Niemann maintains lead. at the Tata Steel Chess Championship 2026. Even after 4 rounds, he's not giving up.
Oh, that's great. I think it's only between him and Nodirbek right now, who are both on
Yeah.
3 out of 4.
Yeah, you can see them discussing games, but let's jump back, I think, to our only remaining Indian game, that is Arjun versus Anish.
Now Anish is thinking, remember chat here, knight d2, knight f1, knight g3 was one move, rook takes pawn was another, basically.
साहिल भाई परसों आपका बुलेट का ओपन चैलेंज दिख रहा था. अच्छा, वाह, कल भी दिख जाएगा भाई, उसमें कोई चक्कर नहीं है. Anish blunder. Not good. Yeah, he's going the knight, I think. Knight G1.
Yeah, I
Okay.
told you, he's going for that idea.
Yeah. Same path, same different path, but the same goal, I think. And you could even choose the D5 square, Sahaj, actually. Now that I think about it, why not D5 instead of F5?
I think f5 is looking more logical to me because it limits the king really. King d6 वगैरह भी नहीं आएगा. I don't know. And this, like, going knight on f5 just feels natural.
Hmm.
Yeah, नहीं है इधर कुछ, I think position में.
I also like knight
Might see some
E2
repetition very soon.
repetition कैसे होगा लेकिन?
Yeah, or just a draw for.
Chess sucks. I hate chess. I hate chess. Wow, कह रहे हैं ज्ञानलू जी. ऐसे ही लगता है यार. I think you are on a losing streak. कल सुबह दोबारा उठो and दोबारा ट्राई करो.
Rook h8 played, and now knight e2.
Yeah. He will take on h6.
And then knight g3. Knight g3 is what I expect, not knight c3. So check भी रुक रही है ना h3 पे.
साहब आप नेचुरली बैड मूव्स खेलते हो भाई. जब 2500 रेटिंग पहुंच जाएगी तब बताना. But it's true. Can we zoom in on the chessboard? Zoom in on the chessboard.
Judge, have you ever thought to quit chess or regret choosing chess as a career? When I was younger, I think a lot, but not in the later phase of my life, because then I appreciated chess for what it is.
So a waste of time. I mean, a great life purpose, आज भाई.
मेरे लिए तो हाँ भाई.
सबके लिए भाई. Meanwhile, Arjun still up on the clock. He could take a lot of time, but I don't see the reason. Like I think वो pawn मारना तो है ही, and you don't want knight to come to f5, yeah, with the pawn still on h6. So you have to take that pawn.
And then knight g3 probably. Now he's just thinking of that. I'm not sure if maybe he sees something. Yeah, I'm not really sure what he sees though. कि कुछ कोई ऐसा पैटर्न नहीं दिख रहा मुझे जहाँ पे मतलब अनिश के पास कुछ भी चांस हो, अर्जुन के पास कुछ भी चांस हो. Takes the pawn and now knight g3 is very simple. Let's go knight
Saib, I do
g3. This
think you can
already.
beat Tushar. I think we played a game but we couldn't finish it. So उसका आंसर कभी ना कभी तो मिल ही जाएगा. We'll do it at some point.
Hmm.
Knight g3, rook h3. But king f2. Not much is happening still.
Saj, by seeing the form of current four candidates playing, what's your tier list for now? I don't think anything changes. And I भाई 2-3 राउंड से आपकी tier list अगर change हो रही है तो I'm sorry but I don't think you watch enough chess. 2-3 राउंड से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई. Think about the big picture.
Yeah, big picture is important.
Why not take the
take?
pawn now?
Uh,
Because you can take it later on. Knight g3 is I think more important because nothing is
yeah,
defending this. This is
yeah,
what I like the most here.
yeah. You can do it later, chat. अब करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो कल. काफी फेमस कोट है, आई थिंक कबीर का था ना साज भाई. आई थिंक वी रेड इट ड्यूरिंग स्कूल डेज.
Yes. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
going for
he's
the
going
knight.
the night.
चला नहीं अभी उसने नहीं तो बोर्ड पे आ जाता. He's going for it again. Why twice? Okay, there it is. Third time's the charm.
एक बंदा पूछता कबीर सिंह मूवी से है क्या. भाई साहब, आई कांट बिलीव इट. आई कांट बिलीव इट. वाओ.
You know, at this point, I'm not even sure like who is pushing here. Like knight f5 check पे बैठने के बाद, I mean, I like my position way more. Black का knight f4 पे होता तो maybe I could have changed things, but
No, but I mean, I just keep the king on somewhere there around the knight. My knight defends f6. Like white can't really do much, no? There's nothing the white like king can't move up because then I will start grabbing the pawns with the rook, like rook g1, rook takes g4, rook takes e4. So yeah. फॉर्मेट चेंज करो. क्या करें फॉर्मेट, तुम बताओ भाई. व्हाट्स द करेक्ट फॉर्मेट फॉर यू? मतलब टाई ब्रेक रख के फिर चेस बॉक्सिंग रखनी है, या फिर
yeah, he goes rook h2. Now I can just take the pawn on b5. Yeah? I think I disconnected there for a second.
अच्छा ओ,
Maybe.
मैं बोल ही रहा था. Saj bhai, if you think I can beat you in a bullet game, then don't say anything. And you just vanished. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Sahaj bhai, black is winning this five by done bhai. Yash bhai done. इतने easiest मैगी मैंने आज तक नहीं जीती होगी भाई.
Easiest. The couple's gonna. मेरी गलती है, मैं चैट पढ़ ली. मेरी गलती है, मुझे माफ करना भाई. गलती मेरी है. ये ट्रस्टेड चैट. यार, मैं ही गलत हूं. गलत मैं ही हूं भाई. माँ मुझे माफ करना भाई. गलती हो गई. एनीवेज, Vincent drew. Okay, that's a good distraction. I mean, good result. Vincent has drawn against Yagiz Kaan. So now only 2 games remain, I think, in the Masters.
Yeah.
And the other one is a draw. So only this one, I thought he takes the pawn.
I don't even know like how Arjun pushes in this game. Instead of check, I can just give, no?
Yeah, he knows that. I don't think he'll push at all now. He'll just kind of
Hmm.
bring the rook out, move it to a2, for example, give a couple of checks, realize there's nothing to do, and they
Hmm.
repeat. Yeah, like rook a2, king e2, rook a3, king e3, something like that. I don't see how he can imagine pushing in this position. His knight cannot move, king cannot move up. खाली rook क्या ही कर लेगा.
Hmm.
Hmm. ठीक है, आपका मैगी के साथ खेलने का एक्सपीरियंस बताओ भाई। मैगी खाने का एक्सपीरियंस है, खेलने का एक्सपीरियंस क्या होता है भाई? आज दिन को ही खाई मैंने मैगी एक्चुअली।
अरे वाह, क्या बात है। गोज रुक C2।
वी वांट नॉर्वे चेस फॉर्मेट, दैट इज द बेस्ट वन भाई। आई एग्री, एंड वो आएगा जल्दी, बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है। प्रग हैज बीन अनाउंस्ड एज वन ऑफ द प्लेयर्स। मैग्नस भी है, तो करेंगे भाई, मजा आएगा वो। इन दैट्स इन आई थिंक मे, लास्ट वीक ऑफ मे। उससे पहले कैंडिडेट्स है भाई, दैट इज द रियल डील।
आई होप अनीश, लाइक क्यों क्यों ऐसा होप कर रहे हो भाई? ऐसे ऐसे जीतना भी नहीं है भाई।
भाई ट्रम्प क्यों नहीं चाय पीता?
क्यों भाई, बताओ। फिनिश द जोक। एनी होप
साहिल
फॉर द
भाई, द
नाइट ऑनर
टॉप
भाई?
प्लेयर्स
तीन
गो
चाले
फॉर,
भाई।
go for a draw knowingly. Of course, bhai. I think depends on what they expect from the game. Anish, please do blunder. Wow, so sweet. Damn! Aye haye! Aye haye!
ओह, आई जस्ट अंडरस्टूड
Aye
भाई।
haye!
सो बैड भाई। बैन कर दो इस बंदे को।
Sahi mein, that was a thought in my head also. Oh my god.
बंद करो इसको। क्रेजी, डिस्गस्टिंग। चेक दे दे भाई FI पे। नाइट FI तो सिंपल है।
हंसी आ गई थोड़ी सी। Night if I mean, of course he should do it. Why is he not doing it? I'm not sure, Saj bhai. What is he waiting for?
पता नहीं भाई, क्या किस चीज का वेट करना है। नाइट FI तो कितना, मतलब यू वेंट फ्रॉम F1 टू G1, F3 टू G1, E2 G3, एक चेक तो देनी थी बस। मेन मूवमेंट पे अब सोच रहे हो आप?
ऊपर से कोई और गेम भी नहीं है एक्चुअली। आई वाज चेकिंग, या
वेदांत का क्या हुआ? वेदांत
Vedant
इज
is
या
losing. It's
डेड
over
लॉस।
almost.
थर्ड लॉस इन अ रो फॉर वेदांत भाई।
Wow. पता नहीं क्यों हंसी सी आ गई मुझे साथ में।
हम्म।
Oh, by the way, there's a guy wearing an Arjun t-shirt. Oh, that's so cool. There's literally Arjun written and Arjun's picture on his t-shirt. Wow.
क्या बात है भाई, क्रेजी। ह्यूज इफ ट्रू।
हाँ भाई, इट इज ट्रू भाई,
हम्म।
सामने ही है, ह्यूज क्या?
ह्यूज है भाई, अगर ट्रू है तो।
बट इट इज ट्रू।
बट इट्स ह्यूज देन।
ओके, दैट्स क्रेजी बाय द वे। हाँ, मतलब ऐसे अर्जुन वहां बैठा हुआ है, टी शर्ट देखेगा मेरे नाम की टी शर्ट। आई डोंट नो डिस्ट्रैक्ट इफ दैट्स डिस्ट्रैक्टिंग और नॉट, बट साहिल भाई फाइनली नोटिस इट आफ्टर 69,000 बिलियन ईयर्स। भाई आई जस्ट नोटिस इट, पहले से था क्या? आई डिडंट लुक एट द क्राउड ऑल डे टुडे,
क्या
पहली बार
क्या
देखा
नोटिस
मैंने
करना था?
कि अर्जुन की टी शर्ट है। लाइक मैं
अच्छा
क्राउड पे
अच्छा।
देख नहीं रहा था आज, तो पहली बार देखा मैंने।
अच्छा नहीं, मैं क्राउड में कभी देखता ही नहीं हूँ भाई।
हाँ,
आई एम
मैं भी
जस्ट
नहीं
टू
एक्चुअली,
फोकस
मेरे को
इन द
पता नहीं।
गेम्स।
आई वाज जस्ट लुकिंग रीडिंग द
जो लोग
कोड, तो
ऊपर बैठे
सडनली
हो
वो।
नीचे बैठे हो उसे क्या फर्क पड़ता है, नहीं?
आप तो कुर्सी पे बैठे हो ना साज भाई।
एग्जैक्टली वही तो।
हाँ, तो वही तो, बैठने की बात क्या कर रहे हो, फिर छोड़ दो। ओके, बाय द वे,
हम्म।
अब क्राउड पूरा खाली हो चुका है। आई थिंक अर्लियर इट वाज अ बिट फुल। आई थिंक all the people have left now. uh, Arjun fan is still there though. Arjun just saw it, क्या? Ah, he saw the t-shirt. Of course he must have. अगर इतनी देर खड़े हैं तो he must have, I'm sure.
हम्म
कितना अच्छा लगता होगा ना ऐसे सपोर्ट देख के ऐसे कि ऐसे
हम्म,
like, you
ऑफ
know.
कोर्स ऑफ कोर्स। भाई नाइट एफ चेक क्यों नहीं दे रहा भाई तब से? ओके, ही
Oh, rook
प्लेज रुक बी
b3.
थ्री। ओके।
Not the best move. Apparently the idea is knight c5 and rook c4. So basically tying down the knight on g3 a bit. कि e4 pawn hanging है. Is it too cold in the playing area? I don't think so because it's an original t-shirt half sleeves lag rahi hai. And also I think usually in Europe they will have like internal heating um, in all buildings, rooms and so on. So it will not be a shocker if it's not cold at all inside the hall. But bahar jate hi jam raha hoga, I'm sure.
हम्म। So now knight c5 is the move, yeah?
Yeah.
And if
By
you
the way,
go rook, if I go rook b6 or something, what's the plan? एक चेक दे
rook
दिया
c
आपने, ठीक है, किंग f2 देन
rook c4.
किंग f3 वापस। कुछ नहीं हो रहा भाई इससे भी, ये भी ड्रॉ ही है।
Hmm. Maybe knight. No, I can't do much actually. You're right. Because knight f5 is such a big threat, right? There's not much we can do because f6 gaya, to then you're basically fighting for a draw now as black. So
हम्म।
Salva, do you think after a bad day, chess players play chess afterwards? I mean, of course they have to. मजबूर है ना भाई. Like अगले दिन एक और गेम है तो क्या कर सकते हैं?
बात तो सही है
ऐसे
भाई।
ऐसे बैठ के चिल तो कर नहीं सकते. They have a team working for them. वो अपनी प्रिपरेशन करेंगे. एंड फिर अगले दिन ऑपोनेंट वेट कर रहा है. सो इफ दे रिलैक्स देन हारना रुकेगा रुकेगा ही नहीं.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ इफ आई जस्ट सिट एंड वेट लाइक किंग f3 किंग e3 किंग f3 किंग e3, जस्ट दीज टू मूव्स, व्हाट इज अर्जुन गोइंग टू डू? लाइक मैं
नथिंग
आपको
भाई.
जस्ट फ्री मूव्स दे रहा हूँ, आपको हैंड मूव, मतलब जो आपको खेलना है खेलो। कुछ अटैक करोगे तो मैं डिफेंड करूंगा ऑफ कोर्स।
आई थिंक रुक
देयर इज नथिंग
f6
नो।
चेक नहीं है. मे बी किंग d6 आई प्ले नाउ.
ठीक है, तो किंग f3
किंग
योर
f3.
मूव।
नाउ किंग c6.
किंग e3।
किंग b5.
हाँ, दैट्स ऑलरेडी रिस्की।
लाइक प्लान तो वही है भाई. मतलब किंग को आगे लाओ. एज लॉन्ग एज तुम f6 नहीं मार सकते आई विल प्रोग्रेस.
Hmm. Okay, he plays rook c4. नाइट f5 चेक दे ही दो भाई, इतने टाइम से आए हो। नाइट g3 पे रखा है, एक चेक तो बनती है ना।
या bang on the table. nahi bhai, there's no Magnus here. So, and also very calm and composed player. And Arjun, even if he's frustrated, I don't think you'll see that happening. जब Magnus से bang किया था, Arjun was shocked. Yeah, oh my god, ये क्या हो गया? Even though it wasn't the first time, like he was genuinely shocked.
हम्म।
सर भाई चेस पे इतना प्रेप क्यों करते हैं जब हमको सब लाइन पता होती है भाई? आई मीन बट ओपोनेंट को ही पता है ना. सो यू वांट फाइंड आउट अ न्यू आइडिया. एंड यूजुअली कई बार क्या होता है, किसी और प्लेयर ने ऑनलाइन ओवर द बोर्ड कुछ नया लाइन खेला होता है which nobody has seen before. They will take that line, improve on it and play. और या फिर opponent ने किसी line में गलती करी होती है. They will take that line, find that weakness and play on it. So yeah, and it's a tough job because minute details में आपको निकालनी पड़ती है.
या ट्रू।
ऑस्कर
क्यों क्यों
लेवल
क्यों?
एक्टिंग साहिल भाई. साथ में मैं एक्टर भी हूँ. मुझे पता नहीं था. पता नहीं चैट क्या लिख रही है सुबह से.
वो तो मैं एग्री करता हूँ चैट से भाई।
Really?
ऑस्कर
Wow.
लेवल तो है भाई, क्रेजी।
I I
क्रेजी
I
हो
just
भाई
didn't
आप।
know. I have skills. Wow.
अभी भी एक्टिंग कर रहे हो भाई, इसको मेथड एक्टिंग
भाई
बोलते हैं चैट। मतलब यू नेवर
कौन सी
नेवर
एक्टिंग भाई? I have
लूज
no.
योर कूल, या
I
यू
have.
नेवर लूज योर कूल।
Okay, while I do admire Amir Khan, I don't think I have his skills. But
भाई
okay.
भाई एकदम कैप्टन कूल।
Queen
Now, okay, he
e6.
plays king e6. No check on f5 anymore. e4 का pawn मर जाएगा, so knight cannot be moved. And I think he can either play king e3 or he can just move the rook somewhere. But the problem with moving the rook somewhere is that it feels uncomfortable. Like, let's say if I go rook a7, then you're giving me this entire rank and could be a bit uncomfortable to do that.
Yeah, and I think at the end, stream utni lambi chali Saj bhai na. It didn't really end early.
Yeah. Rook a7 played.
I love the concept of audience watching the game so closely. W Tata Steel, कह रहे हैं Mr. Burst. भाई, it's the concept of every event. I don't know आप पहली बार कैसे notice कर रहे हो. Literally World Rapid List में ऐसा ही था. I was there in that audience. तब तो आपने मुझे notice किया नहीं. We also had Tata Steel India. वहाँ पे तो okay, वहाँ पे maybe it was a bit different. It was staged, but in most events you have this format. क्यों साज भाई?
Yeah, bhai. True. Check.
Check.
King f2 probably. I was also considering briefly like this idea of taking the knight on g3 and then knight takes
I think
e4 check, but that's too
I think
much.
he'll play king g2 साज भाई because knight d3 check देना नहीं है उसको like एक ही move में.
I plays king g2. Rook e3 नहीं है मेरे पास. Ah, knight f5. Careful. Do you have to be careful here or is it working? Rook e3 is knight f5. Ah, king f2 just. Yeah, king f2. Yeah. Or you can just give
10K
checks
people
and
watching
call it a
Magnus
draw.
playing Turtle Tuesday. Barely 700 watching this. तो like करो ना भाई और लोग आएंगे ना फिर. And it's okay यार.
Exactly.
I
It's
mean
that आप
it's
like नहीं करते stream इसलिए.
हाँ. Magnus is Magnus man.
आज रात मेरे
क्या हुआ? क्या पढ़ा आपने? Single pun? क्या? I'm a bit confused now.
हाँ, इसी को कहते हैं ऑस्कर लेवल एक्टिंग.
Arjun t-shirt guy is a cheerleader person hired by his team clothes to put psychological pressure on his opponents. क्या? That could work actually. That could work.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Surya, that if he captures on g3 and takes on e4, but he doesn't have enough compensation in return. Like, if you could give me this pawn as well, then yes, of course. That would be, I think, I don't know if it's winning, but it should be close to winning.
Wow, Anish has played 6 good moves and one brilliancy. How is his accuracy lower? Because he also made mistakes. They're not being shown right now, but he did make a few mistakes, and his mistakes were bigger.
By 97 की accuracy दोनों players की is insane.
Uh,
Actually, like probably this is where Arjun realizes that there is no chance here to play for one. By the way, knight d3, knight f5, isn't this a problem? Because rook e7 is checkmate. You give this check and you can play knight g6. Okay, you can save it. Risk है भाई लेकिन फिर भी. So like for
भाई
example, Sahil bhai, if you play knight b3 here, that would be losing for you. Oh no,
but
still not
risk है
losing
तो
right.
okay, let's move on. कुछ
वो
कह
तो
रहे थे
भाई
साज
छोड़ो
भाई.
भाई. छोड़ दो भाई उसको.
छोड़ो यार, अभी चैट कुछ ज्यादा ही
सेंसिटिव
तिल
सब्जेक्ट
है.
है अभी वो.
हाँ हाँ, क्या करते हैं आप?
I was trying to see if there's any like how Arjun pushes here, but I don't see a way. He can probably go rook e3, rook c3 and just go for a repetition perhaps, or he can just king भी वो दूसरी side पे नहीं आ सकता because it's too late. So no other move.
Saj go for if Magnus was black here or white, would your opinion change?
Yes, no, it wouldn't change. It would be the same. It's too simple the position. I don't think there's anything left here. can you calculate rook takes knight? There's not much to calculate. That's the thing. Like I'll take this, you'll go knight e4 check. I'll put my king on f3, whatever. He'll play knight d6, and abhi मैं सिर्फ pass बोलता रहूंगा. And the problem is that you cannot push your pawns. Like if you play e4 and king e5, then I can always give rook a5 check and kick your king. And if you play f5, then आपका pawns ऐसे टूट जाएंगे. So you definitely need connected pawns when you have a knight against a rook. Otherwise, there's just too many checks from the back that I can give you. So this is why this doesn't work, rook g3. Although it's more of a desperate try rather than a clever one.
So Sajbhai, if Samarena was commentating today, do you think it would be crazy? Like, what would he say?
तो करा तो था उसने आज स्ट्रीम.
Tata Steel में.
मजा तो आता है भाई. समय भाई को बुलाओ ना फिर. करो आप कुछ क्रेजी.
मैं ही करूँ क्रेजी क्या?
Of course भाई. और कौन?
अच्छा. करता हूँ क्रेजी भाई. एक दिन क्रेजी करके आया.
30 minutes. Arjun's trying to find that last glimmer of hope, which does not seem to exist. If you move the knight from c5 and you go to knight f4, there is rook a6 check. There is also knight f5 and rook e7 checkmate hai, by the way. Thoda careful रहना होगा. I think he just gives a check and just goes for the draw. That's my take. Oh, he goes rook e3, king f. Going for a repetition, yeah. King f2.
King f2 only move.
Going for a repetition, I think.
Played.
Rook b3. King g2 back. Simple. Saj, what was the decisive mistake for Arjun? There was not, I think, one decisive mistake. There was a couple of small mistakes, I think, that Arjun made, and Anish just defended extremely well.
And Saj, it's very interesting. Yeah, आज I think chat कितनी empathetic है. आज लोग कम हैं crowd में. कल बहुत ज़्यादा थे, but ऐसे सवाल आज ही आ रहे हैं. Do they give dinner to people who end their games after hotels close, or will they have to go sleep hungry now? That's so cute from chat. Yeah, so sweet. कल परसों तो बोला chat में.
No, they won't. They don't. Remember, for them, it's only 7 p.m.
हाँ.
It's midnight in India, but it's in Netherlands, it's only 7 p.m. So they will have plenty of time. Max this game goes. I mean, अगर हम stretch भी करते तो max 1 घंटा चल जाएगा. इससे ज़्यादा थोड़ी ना चलेगा. That's still early.
Yeah.
देखो, did someone say chat is sweet? आ गए भाई. By the way, look, it was interesting from Arjun because he went rook e3, king, rook b3, and rook c3. So he on purpose lost a tempo, and he's trying to Anish king f2 खेले. जो नहीं खेला उसने खेला rook h7.
I mean, it doesn't change much the situation.
Yeah, it doesn't. Not really.
There is one thing he can try actually. I found something. I don't know if it works. So
Yeah.
rook c4 now.
Played, by the way.
खेला क्या? हाँ, तो king f3 from white. And now knight to b3. And if you play knight f5, which is the most obvious move, it's a slight error because of knight d2 check. And you pick up e4 and suddenly you win a pawn.
King f3 तो खेलो पहले, knight b3.
King f3 is only move, by the way.
Oh, okay. And then king e2 is the only move. Crazy.
Yeah, that's not like that's okay. It's easy, but it's still a bit, it's a bit different. You guys should show your faces here. I feel like we can, but you don't want to see them. ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे.
लग रहा है चैट को ही नहीं देखना आज तो.
हाँ, चैट का आज मन नहीं है, पता नहीं क्यों. King
पता नहीं
F3
क्यों
now.
मत नहीं आज.
I want to buy a chess set. I think you can find it anywhere. Tournament sets वाले काफी एक महंगे होते हैं. These are digital chess boards. Very expensive. Sometimes can be 20, 30, 40,000 rupees. Normal chess boards, mat wale, you will find them on Amazon. Chessbiz India ka bhi ek board hai. You can check it out. Um, I think there are multiple such chess boards. So depends on how much you want to invest.
Anish in deep thought. Look at that, by the way.
Yeah, this is a crucial move, and it came at a time jahan pe Anish has 7 minutes. So it's getting. If he had like 1 minute here, you would already think that this is a bit risky.
Yeah. I mean, still you'll play King F3 relatively quickly.
DD chessboard. Yeah, even I want to buy a DD chessboard, yeah, but it's too expensive, and also India में मिलता भी नहीं आसानी से. So I would love to get a DD chessboard actually. मेरे घर पे एक वुडन बोर्ड था, but वो अब फरीदाबाद में है, and I don't have it here. So maybe someday.
King F3 played.
And now knight B3. Come on, let's go, Arjun. Knight B3. Played.
Nice idea.
And now King E2 is the move. Kudos to
Knight
Arjun for
F5 पे
finding.
क्या हो रहा है?
Knight F5, Knight D2, and E4 is gone.
But is that really that bad? The Knight F5, Knight D2.
No, it's draw, but at least you make progress. No, like now you're 2 pawns up. Like it's still a huge step forward for Arjun, I feel.
Yeah, some hope. We're in time pressure situation also, so it could be interesting.
साहिल भाई कैसे हो? पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी जी बोल रहे. अरे अरे, प्रणाम सर, कैसे हैं आप? बिग फैन.
भाई जब टाइम 2-3 मिनट ही बचा हो, कितने मूव्स कैलकुलेट करना चाहिए? लाइक मैक्स 2-3, नॉट मोर देन दैट, एंड यू शुड प्ले इंस्टिंक्टिवली.
Zoom, please. No, yeah, we can see the clock on the board, no? At the bottom right. I
Yeah.
hope you can. I don't think you need to see the clock. But anyways, come on, let's go.
Tough situation for Anish.
Can he create any chances whatsoever? There's always hope. There's always drama. We saw how Gukesh won the world championship. It was one move. That's all it took. साहिल भाई, आप कश्मीर क्यों जाते हैं? आपका होम टाउन है. जब लास्ट टाइम पेरेंट्स थे होम टाउन में, तो भाई होम टाउन लग नहीं रहा था, तो what if someone in the audience shouts the best move and it turns out to be a game changer? I think this can happen, but I'm pretty sure like there'll be some consequences for the fan. Like, anyways, imagine, yeah, you're a chess fan. Chess fans usually are very sweet, quiet. आप लोगों की तरह जो chat में है, and they wouldn't do such a thing.
Yeah.
And also, usually they don't have phones in most cases. So even if they do shout a move, it's them shouting a move. It doesn't mean it's correct. Like if this were to happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure यहाँ पर तो नहीं है कोई भी phones वगैरह.
Sweet. अच्छा, phones. अच्छा, मैंने कहा कह रहे हो कोई नहीं है chat में sweet. मैंने कहा अच्छा. पैरामाउंट चेस मेरे कॉलेज के दोस्त का है यार, तब भी उसने आज तक बोर्ड नहीं भिजवाया, बताओ।
कौन से दोस्त का भाई? आपके कॉलेज में कितने बढ़िया बढ़िया लोग पढ़ते थे भाई।
भाई
क्रेजी।
प्रखर तो स्कूल का है।
अच्छा, स्कूल से, राइट।
पैरामाउंट चेस जिसका है, ही इज
चार
माई
मिनट पे आ
कॉलेज।
गया भाई अनीश।
भाई ऐसी बातें करते हैं तो अनीश सोचता रहेगा।
हाँ, तो पैरामाउंट चेस किसका है भाई?
मेरे कॉलेज के फ्रेंड का है, यू पार्ट ऑफ द सेम कॉलेज टीम, चेस टीम।
सही है भाई।
भूल गया भाई, अब भाई को बोर्ड नहीं भिजवाया भाई ने।
He's going for the king, by the way. I think. I personally would choose the knight. I don't know. King e2. Wow.
Nice move. Anish does not make a mistake. Yeah, king e2.
Hmm.
He calculated well, I think. I think what Arjun could do is keep shuffling like this and find another moment. Yeah, like another plan like this. Because now we're
Hmm.
getting low on the clock, if there is such a plan. Whom do you see as the closest player to Tal's playing style? I think somebody like Dubov or Rapport um, comes to mind. Maybe they are not the best player in the world, but when you see them play, it's inspiring. Like Rapport against Prague for me was like, what a game, man! Like it was insane. Um,
Probably Rapport,
what's your
yeah.
take, Saj bhai?
Rapport, yeah. Rapport or Arjun also. Like close.
Hmm.
But Rapport probably.
Ivanchuk maybe earlier. Maybe earlier, yes, I agree. Shirov also was one of those like very interesting players.
Arjun doing his last long think.
Maybe he
And yeah, I
can do
think
one
this
more.
was the basically the last trap he had, more or less, yeah. By the way, is Rook c3 losing here for black? Just wondering. I think it is.
Oh wow.
Is it? Yeah.
It is because I thought knight d4 check है, so how can it be losing? But king
Because
d2
king
है,
d2,
rook
na?
attacked.
Yeah, exactly. Rook c3
Wow,
is
so you have to
lost
be
now for
careful.
Arjun. Yeah, it is. Wow, crazy.
The
Wow.
only losing move in the position. One of the only ones.
Okay, rook c7 maybe is another, yeah.
Rook d4 also maybe loses, I think.
Rook d4 पे rook knight f5 rook d7, no?
Rook e4 ही आ रहा है भाई, sorry, my bad. Sahil, won't you aim for GM? I mean, GM is too tough here. I think if I had to chase a title, what I would be confident of is getting the IM title. Like I would be pretty confident if I decided to go for it. GM, there's no guarantee why you could try for 10 years and not get it. So an IM title wouldn't change my life at all, to be honest. Like not even one bit. So it's not worth chasing, I think. How does your life change after you achieve your goals? One should think about before chasing a goal. That's scary. Arjun, please just draw. Yeah, it is scary.
The
That's why
Vedant's
I saw.
match has finished, yeah? Yeah, Vedant is finished. Vedant lost against Carissa Yip. The third loss for him.
And Fedoseev drew against Jordan. So again, the last game remaining is the one we are watching.
हमेशा एक इंडियन प्लेयर का ही होता है लास्ट, आई थिंक.
Uh, my five Maggie is loading कह रहे हैं.
नहीं नहीं, 5 नहीं थी भाई. अच्छा यश भाई, भाई वो तो आप
हाँ.
नहीं जीत रहे हो भाई, तो अभी तो डेड ड्रॉ है. After Anish's lost move, I mean, there is like not many traps in this position. Yeah, I mean, Arjun tried for one, which is great, but don't think it's. Um, I don't think there are many in this position. Like maybe you go knight d4 check, king d3, but knight f5 कभी ना कभी फेंक दूंगा मैं वैसे भी. Then it will just be a draw. Goes rook
Okay.
a4. Knight f5 पे भी rook e4 मर रहा है, तो वो तो नहीं खेल सकते.
हाँ. Not yet.
Now maybe Anish can play something. Yeah, rook b7 perhaps.
By the way, did you see that tweet? Gotham Chess ki book has been banned.
नहीं, कहाँ पे?
पता नहीं आपको गौतम चेस की, इट्स ट्रेंडिंग ऑन ट्विटर, लाइक गौतम चेस की बुक हैज बीन बैंड.
कौन सी बुक उसकी बैंड?
हाउ टू विन एट चेस.
एंड वेयर इज इट बैंड?
दैट्स द मेन डिटेल. चैट
अरे
बताएगी.
भेजो ना भाई. मैं
चैट
आपको
बताएगी.
लिंक्स भेजता हूँ भाई हर चीज का, और आप स्ट्रीम पे बोलते हो आदि न्यूज, कुछ तो सीधा बोलो. अभी
It's
आपको
been
इतनी
banned
बढ़िया
at the
चीज आपको
school.
मैंने अभी लिंक में भेजी है मैंने आपको व्हाट्सएप पे, और आप ऐसे बताते हो. लिंक तो भेजो
Really?
यार.
क्या भेजा लिंक पे भाई, कुछ क्या
अभी
था
तो
क्या?
भेजा आपको अवेंजर्स बी टीम पे.
अच्छा मैं देखा ही नहीं एक्चुअली. अच्छा वो, ओ भाई दैट इज नॉट ग्रेट थिंग नो.
Okay, wait, something, yeah.
इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग हाँ. या स्पीड चेस चैंपियनशिप में बैंड है भाई.
Oh, crazy.
एंड
Huge.
या
Rook B7 played भाई, played. Great move.
सहज लिंक्स लीक्ड. व्हाट डज दैट मीन नाउ? 1934 क्या है भाई? In this time I actually have no idea what this is.
Yeah, now the knight has to go either to D4 to give a check, or maybe plays knight C5, but both of them looking equalish.
Come on. या तो अनीश फोर्स ड्रॉ कर दे या गलती कर दे भाई. ऐसे लंबा लंबा क्या चल रहा है?
अभी तो अर्जुन की चाल है. Think knight d4 check is what he goes for. But okay, he has to try. Yeah, there is no other way. He has to try, like, with everything that he has.
ओह. नाइट सी इज वर्किंग, यू कैन प्ले इट, बट रुक बी सिक्स चेक तो कुछ होगा नहीं.
Um, yeah, एक और बढ़िया आपको चीज भेज रहा हूँ. बढ़िया नहीं है खैर.
Oh, by the way, nice check. King e3 only move again. भाई अर्जुन इज फाइंडिंग these tricky ideas यार. Like you have to admire कैसे ही इज फाइंडिंग these moves जहां पे इकलौता solution है अनीश के पास. He's at least forcing these debates यार कि what does अनीश do?
Yeah, king f3. I'm not really sure where the blunder is here. Like, why is it bad? Ah, there's knight d2 and just rook a3, and you capture this knight. Okay, that's good.
अच्छा ओह.
देख लिया?
हाँ.
क्या था मैंने
I wish
आपको?
I could tell you what a top player said about this
I know,
guy.
I know.
हाँ हाँ.
But it's fine भाई. देखो क्या, मैं
भाई
आपको पूरा एकदम प्रॉपर न्यूज सोर्स के साथ भेजता हूँ आपको, मैं आपको. ओ, ही प्लेज रुक ए3. रुक ए4 से आया था, राइट? या रुक ए4 से आया था. चेक एंड रुक
हाँ.
ए3. So I'm assuming king e2 is not working again. This again
King e2
Arjun's
is a
being tricky.
King e2 is a blunder. After King
Yeah,
e2,
knight
Knight
d2.
d2 wins.
Beautiful move.
What a move, huh? So two moves, King f2 and Rook b6 check.
तो रुक भी सिक्स ही दे दो भाई मेरे हिसाब से. So
Yeah,
just
Rook
for fun,
b6.
if we sacrifice both knight and rook for the remaining pawns, so both knight and rook for the remaining pawns, is rook versus 3 pawns a draw or win for white? You mean white के पास king और rook है, black के पास king और 3 pawn है. डिपेंड करता है पॉन्स किधर है, लाइक ये भी थियोरेटिकल चीज है, बट इस पोजीशन में द रुक विल बी विनिंग मोस्ट लाइकली, क्योंकि पॉन्स उतने एडवांस नहीं है अभी। किंग किंग अगर थोड़ा, पॉन्स अगर थोड़े ज्यादा आगे होते हैं, लाइक लाइक E4 F4 G4 समथिंग लाइक दैट, देन ओके इट्स अ ड्रॉ। ओके नाइट D2 ही गोस। हाँ जस्ट रुक B2 ना, isn't that just a
हाँ,
draw?
rook b2 feels normal. Rook b6 check also feels normal. I mean, check क्यों नहीं दे रहे हैं मुझे पता नहीं है actually, Anish. Like he can just really make it difficult.
नहीं 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 भाई, रुक B2 नाइट C4 एंड देन नाइट E3 टू टेक G4,
But I have king f3, no? Like what's happening?
देन नाइट F5 चेक, रुक A3 पे है भाई।
और अब knight f5 check. Wow.
यस,
और knight
सो
f5
रुक
भी है.
B2 नाइट C4,
Hmm.
भाई रुक E2 ओनली मूव हियर।
नहीं, rook b8 भी है apparently. rook b7 भी है.
नहीं रुक B8 पे लूजिंग है नाइट E3 के, नो रुक A2 चेक के बाद अपेरेंटली।
Knight f5 from white apparently is still a draw by. You can give the g4 pawn.
आफ्टर वन मूव 63 यू मीन? ओके ही
Yeah,
प्लेज
yeah,
रुक
yeah.
B6 चेक।
Well, there is still masala in this position, I think. It's not over. You both are confused. Thanks, Sachin bhai. आपने हमारी आंखें खोल दी.
साहिल भाई मैं एक सेकंड में आया, राइट बैक।
Hmm. Saj, देखो भाई, every move Anish is making is a good move. उसका exchange move count increase नहीं ही हो रहा है. Yeah, that's true actually. Not good moves, yeah. But I think it's because there are only moves, kind of. So it's increasing, but for a top player, it's not as difficult to find these moves because he can use the process of elimination. ये खेलूंगा तो हार रहा हूँ, ये खेलूंगा तो फिर भी हार रहा हूँ, ये खेल रहा हूँ नहीं हार रहा तो खेल दो. Like it's not as difficult now for Anish to find these moves. अगर time कम होगा ना, if he lands up in seconds, then mistakes could happen, and I still feel Arjun has a chance to win this. Why black isn't bringing his king? Because f6 pawn मर जाएगा यार. And if f6, rook b6 check, if you bring the king, कैसे लाओगे? f6 falls, then the game is basically drawn at the very least. हार जाएंगे भाई. फिर बाद में तुम ही लोग बोलोगे यार नहीं, हमेशा अर्जुन ब्लंडर कर देता है, ऐसे कैसे हो गया भाई? लाइक ऐसी ऐसी जल्दबाजी से. क्योंकि प्रका ड्रॉ हुआ यार. मणिकांता जी ड्रॉ. किंग f7. Okay, now another check. I don't see why he can't give that check again. Rook b7.
I'm back.
Welcome back, bye.
Some checks. Going for the rook again. Some hesitation from Anish.
हाँ, चेक दे सकता है. I don't see any problems there. क्या
भाई
issue?
किंग G6 और रिस्की, किंग G6 पे तो मेट हो जाएगी ना?
I think that should be lost, no?
हाँ नाइट F5 मेट हो रही है आई थिंक। Let me just play it. Yeah.
Oh,
No, it's actually not mate. You are saving it somehow.
wow. Apparently, rook
Crazy.
a2 check, and you just kind of
चैट
repeat
अगर
moves
आपको,
now.
आप पूछ रहे थे कोई चैट में, मतलब कि इस पोजीशन में वो अगर रुक और 3 पॉइंट, समथिंग सिमिलर माइट हैपन हियर। रुक लुक, किंग F3, रुक F2, रुक F4 चेक एंड रुक टेक्स G4. Okay, not exactly the same, but yeah, it could happen potentially. Okay, but he doesn't go for it. He goes king E8.
Hmm. It would be a decent try, actually, if you ask me.
Yeah.
But it's hard
For
to allow
who?
knight f5, yeah. It's
For
very
who?
hard to go for it. No, I mean, for Arjun, it's very hard to go for it, I think, because
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
you
of
kind of
course.
one mistake and you lose. So, okay, another check. I think. No, rook b2 he played this time. Okay.
Yeah, rook B2, king back rank pick them. Going down to the wire, yeah, exactly. एकदम seconds पे.
We are
Rook
past
D3,
midnight now. Chat 21st में घुस चुके हैं हम.
king G2, simple.
Yeah, looks logical. चेक से हट रहे हो एंड हमें भी टॉर्चर कर रहे हो. साहिल भाई eat something. भाई actually मेरे को कुछ मंगाना था, मैं मंगाना भूल ही गया. And now it's
मैं
12 a.m.
वही मैं उसी के लिए बाहर गया था भाई.
तो
कुछ ऑर्डर किया
अब
था मैंने, अभी अभी आया जस्ट.
मैंने खाया था डिनर, बट आई एट अर्ली टुडे, तो बहुत भूख लग रही है, बट देयर इज नथिंग टू ईट नाउ.
चैट कोई मैगी ऑर्डर कर दो साहिल भाई के लिए.
नहीं मिलती भाई यहाँ पे, ऑर्डर नहीं होता, वही तो. नो.
सैड.
सैड लाइफ, हैशटैग सैड लाइफ. ऑडियंस आर गेटिंग पेड टू वॉच, दैट्स फॉर श्योर. क्या बोलती है यार चैट, मतलब भाई वो इंटरेस्ट से आए वहां पे सारे लोग सामने जो खड़े हैं.
विदाउट पॉन मूव्स 50 मूव्स रूल. हाँ भाई, बट इतना लंबा नहीं चलेगा. That's very unlikely here.
एंड नो मोर टाइम टू बी एडेड बाय, इट्स जस्ट इंक्रीमेंट नाउ. सो
Yeah.
1 मिनट है,
ग्रैंड
30
स्विस में
सेकेंड्स
भी 1
लगेंगे.
घंटा और होता है इनके पास.
ओ डैम, वो भी विदाउट कैम्स.
वो ये बात नहीं बोलती आपको, हाँ?
भाई टॉर्चर था यार वो विदाउट कैम्स, लाइक sorry, but I mean, objectively, that was a bad time control to commentate on. Like, it was horrible, no? Like, without cams.
Hmm. Yeah, all the people now watching this, King D7 played by Arjun. I think maybe the only game remaining. हाँ भाई, एक ही गेम बचा है बस, सिर्फ अर्जुन का ही चल रहा है सारे सेक्शन
भाई
में.
बहुत टाइम से, आधे घंटे से ये
नहीं नहीं,
गेम चल
उसका
रहा है
चल रहा था
स्टार्ट
ना
हुआ.
अभी. आई थिंक इट वाज डैनियल यूफा और
अच्छा, you
समवन.
mean challenges also? Yeah.
चैलेंजेस में भी सारे खत्म हो गए. अर्जुन इज द लास्ट वन
हाँ,
रिमेनिंग.
हाँ. I mean, if he wins this, that would be a nice climax to the day. कि चलो, at least all this effort that he put in worked out, but looks difficult.
Not much room for improvement. At some point, I think Arjun will. Yeah. Okay. I mean, probably he already realizes that it's a draw, but try तो भी कर रहा है. Move. Maybe he can move the king, but the c file is completely blocked. Waiting move up यहाँ पे दे नहीं सकते.
Writing rap lyrics in the middle of the match. ओह, कर सकते हैं. I mean, अर्जुन लिख सकता है. I mean, क्या लिखेगा? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, नाम है मेरा अर्जुन, जाना चाहिए भूल, हरा दूंगा तुझको, चटा दूंगा धूल, लेट्स गो. भाई कुछ भी मतलब हो सकता है, पॉसिबल है.
Okay, so king e8.
कम ऑन साज भाई, यू हैव टू अप्रिशिएट रैप ऑलवेज. घटिया भी हो, अप्रिशिएट करना जरूरी है.
बिल्कुल
मैं
भाई,
कैसे
बिल्कुल.
एमिनेम बनूंगा अदरवाइज.
ट्रू भाई, ट्रू.
ये रैप नहीं था, कूल. Not bad. Yeah, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. Yes, thank you. I'll take that. Okay, check.
Yeah, king d7 पे रुक सीट वापस. That's another draw offer that Anish is said, sort of offering. Soft draw offer.
That's the third time you said that, Saj bhai. It's too much for one day. 1 मिनट, 21 सेकेंड. Okay, check पे king d6 खेलेगा क्या? I
हाँ,
think king d6.
आई थिंक ही इज ट्राइंग टू वेस्ट अ मूव अगेन, क्योंकि अगर आप रुक c2 लाओगे तो किंग d7 ट्रायंगुलेशन
And
डजंट डू
if
मच तो.
check king d6, rook
c2
f7,
वापस.
king e6, and you get the move back. So
क्या ही जस्ट प्लेज रुक c2, यार वेरी सेफ.
king
या
d7,
किंग
nice.
इज वेस्टिंग अ मूव अगेन. आई थिंक ही इज होपिंग कि अनीश विल गो rook a2 and then maybe he can start bringing his king forward. Because also an important factor here is that you cannot go, for example, rook a2, king c6. You cannot really go rook a6 check and rook takes f6 because there is this nice tactic of rook takes g3 and
Oh,
knight
interesting.
e4 check is hanging. I think that's what Arjun has in his mind.
Very interesting. And also, he wants to put Anish in a scenario jahan pe he has to find one of those only moves with less than a minute on the clock, as he is, struggling right now. You can see 45 seconds for Anish. I think this is getting a bit more close than Anish would have liked. Arjun's chances must have increased slightly.
Mm-hmm. Makes the
Mhm,
move king
mhm.
g2. It doesn't allow that access to the c file. And I think that is it.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, if you don't get access to the C file, how do you make progress?
Look at those accuracy scores. These super GMs are not human, man. I mean, they are human. It's decades of effort. Like literally, imagine करो 20 साल का effort, like 15 से 20 साल का effort. Maybe more for Anish. Like it's just
Mm-hmm.
you work on something for 20 years, like with good guidance and daily lots of effort. I think you might be very good at that stuff. And someone said Arjun's gonna finish soon and play title Tuesday. Actually, even we thought this will be the first game to end. याद है भाई?
Mm.
Those good
Okay,
old days,
but
Saj
Anish
bhai.
made a couple of inaccuracies early on, yeah. तो Arjun थोड़ा ज़्यादा ambitious हो गया.
हाँ,
That whole rook db1 and all of that.
हाँ.
The arbiter also waiting for the last match. Remember, chat, this is the only match remaining. All the other matches are finished, both in Masters and Challengers.
Look, d4 is possible, chat, but white has even knight e2. You can't really take the
अरे
pawn because the knight is hanging.
और knight f5 even भाई.
हाँ.
So knight e2 is stronger क्योंकि वो repeat हो जाएगा फिर. If you look at this, rook d4, knight e2, rook d3, knight, oh no, you have rook d6, never mind. I was thinking rook d3, knight c1 and okay, that's a repetition, but nahi.
And you would even go for this अगर तीसरा pawn मिलता, but rook d2 is
Hmm.
check. Otherwise, rook g4 मार देते.
Yeah, maybe if you can go back to like the moment where it became equal and जहाँ से अनिश ने कोई chance दिया था, maybe that was b5. That pawn was sitting on b7 जो साहिल भाई ने recommend भी किया था actually that move b5.
हाँ. What
But
was
it's a
Arjun
human
thinking?
move. But
Playing
it's a
my
human move.
move.
It's a human move though. उसके बाद से कि अनिश hasn't given him a single chance.
True. I think Arjun has tried a lot actually.
Hmm. Props to him for still trying though. अब king e6 is possible. Rook d4 पे तो knight f5 है. I think maybe you can try to reroute the knight perhaps. Maybe back to d4. हाँ knight f3 में maybe rook f2 पे knight h4 check है. Never mind. I was thinking this, but I have rook f2 here, I think. And then f6 ka pawn will be the target.
You know what, Saj bhai? In a completely different direction, like if you've seen Conor McGregor या फिर ऐसा कोई बंदा हो like who are very vocal, would love
Mm-hmm.
to see Magnus enter that arc of his life now. Like मतलब भाई, like ऐसे जैसे उसने वो फिंगर ऑन द लिप्स किया था AWC में, या फिर वो गुकेश का ट्वीट था लाइक क्लच चेस में कि इफ यू क्लच इज नॉर्मल चेस में इफ यू कम विद द किंग you better
Mm-hmm.
not miss. Like I want to see Magnus do like that every time he plays now. Like it would be so much fun. Like dramatic ऐसे, like he should enter that arc of his life now जहाँ पे सिर्फ ट्रोल कर रहा
Hmm.
है सब बंदों को. That will make chess so interesting.
I mean, I think he is kind of doing it in a chess way. Goes knight f. Oh, knight f3 on the board. Now rook f2 is what I was thinking. Rook f2 में
The
piece
interesting,
like pawn नहीं मर रहा है एक f6 का.
because 91 check king, 91 check, 91 check है ना भाई.
हाँ, he just goes rook. नहीं चाहिए pawn भाई लो.
The good thing is कि Arjun is finding new ideas. Like he's forcing Anish to think.
But he doesn't have time to think.
Anish is also keeping an eye, by the way, on the 50 move rule and also maybe the photographic draw. Like he must be trying to figure out कि भाई कितनी move मुझे defend करना है अभी. Because last capture was on move number 50, I think. Yeah. And it's been 72. 22 moves हो चुकी हैं.
Yeah, but you cannot really claim. I don't think he's thinking about claiming. So that's way too far.
No, he was looking at the score sheet, I think, with that anticipation कि भाई कहाँ तक पहुंचे जरा एक नजर मार लेते हैं. Like, am I close or not? Because it does feel like it's been a while. Anish is not annoyed. I think he understands कि position में थोड़ा venom तो है. It's not like a dead draw रुक रुक खेल रहे हैं. There is some
two result
risk.
position, yeah. But अब अर्जुन का टाइम भी कम हो रहा है, तो I think we'll see players making moves really quickly now.
Yeah. There's always potential, chat. There's always potential.
Which game comes to your mind when I say bishop 8? अच्छा, वो जो डिंग नहीं खेला था, wasn't that bishop h1? No, it was bishop 8 actually. You're right. जो diagonal पे. Is that what you were talking about, Yash bhai?
And Arjun did win by I checked chess results. कुछ भी results आए नहीं अभी उधर. So yeah.
वो I think वो upload नहीं करते हैं like until the very end.
That's good. I wish everybody followed that.
सूत्र at least ग्रैंड चेस पे सूत्र तो थे हमारे पास. या सूत्र नहीं है ना?
हाँ, वो क्या करना है सूत्र का एक्चुअली. ओ ये क्या पिक्चर है भाई गुकेश अर्जुन की, ये कहाँ से आई?
Bro, listen, if Guki can win with a 0.0 in his match, but dang, why can't Ajubai win with 0.2 in this game throughout? Hey, he's trying, but I don't think there's enough in the position. And he is trying. I mean, props to him for trying so hard. But at some point, he's gonna, break from this pattern. Like something like King D6, King C5, and give up the F6 pawn. कुछ change, कुछ different करेगा क्योंकि अब time दोनों का कम हो रहा है. In fact, now अर्जुन का time पहली बार I think अनीश से कम in this entirety of the match. Okay, rook D6. Now rook C2 back perhaps. Knight H5 is what the computer likes the most. Knight H5 वो खेलेगा नहीं. I think because he wants to keep the option of Knight F5 alive, I'm guessing. Oh, he's going for the knight? He's going for the knight? Knight or the king probably, yeah? King G1 also possible. King G1, King F2. He's going for the knight, but he plays knight H5. Ab baat hai bhai, nice.
Okay, we might be close to the draw now, I think.
Yeah.
Arjun won 5 minutes ago, bhai. How do you know? I don't think he can win this. मुश्किल लग रहा है.
Yes, bhai, this looks like Magnus versus Fabi WC Game 6. Nahi, bhai. This is like you're halfway through to that game. And Sahil bhai, आपने commentary करी थी उस match में, if I'm not
किस match
mistaken.
में?
Game 6. Fabi
Of what?
versus Fabi Magnus बोला आपने या फिर आपने Nepo Magnus बोला था chat में? I was talking about Magnus versus Nepo basically.
World Championship?
हाँ, Game 6.
नहीं उस
वो
पे
जो
नहीं करी
queen,
थी, I think.
वो जो rook, 2 pawn और knight. I remember you saying something about it to me before.
पता नहीं, I don't think so because I think it wasn't an Indian, तो I think मैंने नहीं करी थी.
It was long game. It was like 8 hours.
2021, I remember. That
Too
was
much, bhai.
super long game. Okay, where will he King G2? Okay. Now he can trade rooks, but I mean,
That doesn't do anything. Don't trade rooks. Oh, Knight F6 check. Wait, what? Knight F6 नहीं मर रहा है इधर?
Okay, it's a draw. It's a draw. Okay, let's go. Fine. I think rook f4 pe he's banking on, but it's not even winning a pawn, I think.
Banking on what?
It's nothing to bank on actually, because rook
I can
f4,
even play
rook
rook e2 or something, no? That should also
yeah,
be a draw.
draw ही है, draw ही है. Khatam. Of course, Anish will take it.
Yeah, I think Anish will take knight f6. Less than a minute now.
Rook need to check है ना भाई. That's the problem. There is no hope. Yeah, he takes it and there it is, Chad. I think this is कैसे he kind of held his hand there, yeah? तो इधर के लिए.
Yeah.
वो होता है कई बार लोग करते हैं just to see the opponent's reaction, yeah.
Yeah, I think Arjun just takes on f6 now. Or maybe not. Maybe he goes king e6 actually to continue the game forward.
अच्छा, he
But,
wants to grab e4. Oh.
but मेरे पास checks है लेकिन knight e8 है फिर उसके बाद checks है मेरे पास 6th rank पे. So let's say if you go king e6, I'll go knight e8 attacking your rook. You have to move the rook away and then I give checks and then I bring the knight back to f6. Ah, okay. He just takes. Draw.
Yeah. I think they're going to shake hands very, very soon now, Chad. So that will be the final game, a draw at the end. Arjun will not be one of the leaders now. He'll be half a point behind. So the leaders after round 4 of Tata Steel Chess will be Nodirbek as well as Hans Niemann. Arjun is hot on the trail with Gukesh. I think 3 पे leaders हैं, 2.5 पे Arjun है, 2 पे रहेंगे Gukesh. And I think 1 पे रहेंगे Aravindh and Pragg, right? Both, no, 1.5 पे Aravindh and 1 पे Pragg.
Yeah, 1.5 पे Erwin, then 1 पे Pragg. Exactly. Pragg making 2 draws basically.
Not the ideal start, I think, for Indian players, but it's a very long event. I think they can easily catch up.
4 ही round है, it's fine. Lots of chess to be played. 3 rest days भी हैं अभी तो.
Yeah.
So after the rest day, I think you might see someone, make an epic comeback.
Yeah, possible. It just takes a couple of wins, yeah, and suddenly you're leading the event. So I don't know why Anish is thinking now. King G3 is a simple draw, no?
King G3, Rook E2 is the simplest one for me because you can, if the king ever goes like this, then I can play Rook H2, Rook H5, Rook G5. "18 seconds for Anish."
That's the only way he can lose actually on clock.
He goes Rook A2. Clinical.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna see a draw now. Checks.
And now just checks, yeah?
There is no way to escape the checks actually.
You can go King D7, King C6, but उसमें Rook G6 भी आ सकता है तो.
Yeah,
you can even play just King G3, bhai.
अभी तो स्कोर शीट ले आए.
Yeah, 80 moves होगी ना भाई. Third score sheet I think needed now.
Rook takes e4 and then Rook G6 is just a draw.
Yeah.
Finally. Chalo, that is the final game. Sahaj bhai, Anish shakes his head. We see clapping from the audience.
80 move marathon from Arjun. I think good fight though, overall.
Yeah, good fight. Chat, this was day 4 of Tata Steel Chess. Hopefully you enjoyed it a lot. I felt you did. I don't know why, but you did. Pairings kal ki ye hai. So tomorrow it is Vincent Keymer versus Erwin Chithambaram. Then we have Arjun versus Fedoseev, Pragg versus Anish, and Thai Dai Van versus Gukesh. So I think kal hamare 4 separate matches hai. Tomorrow is the day we could catch up because also day after tomorrow is the first rest day. So kal, some people, the leaders might think, okay, let's take a quick draw. And the people who are trailing, this is a golden opportunity to catch back with the leaders.
Yeah, but right now only two leaders, Hans and Nodirbek, with 3 out of 4, and
they
rest
play each
are
other
on
tomorrow. They play each other tomorrow.
Beautiful. Amazing.
And these are the standing stats. So Arjun on 2.5, Gukesh on 2, Arvind on 1.5, and Pragg in last place on 1. So hopefully all the Indian players can get a victory on the belt very, very, very soon. So, chat, really want to thank you all for joining us today. आज मजा आया तुम्हें, मुझे लग रहा था मुझे at least comment से. So साथ में hopefully आपको भी मजा आया आज.
Yeah, bhai, it was a good day. And thank you so much, chat, for staying with us, throughout this marathon. Bada maza aaya aaj. And we'll be back again tomorrow as well.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, chat. Thank you so much, bhai, for the amazing broadcast. Thank you, Sahaj, bhai, for the amazing commentary. And thank you, chat, for the amazing
Vibes.
मैं companionship बोलने वाला था, but I feel like that's the wrong word for tonight, bhai. Thank you for the awesome vibe, bhai. See you tomorrow, chat. Take care and good night.